energy. But what about when things go wrong?
I wrote the book because I hadn't heard anyone talk or write anything about it at all. And I saw it as one of the most important things that you can put in a business.
We're trying to do something no one's ever done before. I think a lot of people will see this launch and be like, dude, how can I do that? And I'll just be like, you can't. Like, I work a lot, and this is a lot for me. It's just a lot.
We're on the way to the airport. Go meet Alex and Layla for a flight, because content in the plane typically does better. So I just grabbed basically every hook that's been working for the existing winners, plus a bunch of the organic ones that did well. Yeah, I feel like it just got hotter.
It's because they turn it off and they turn it back on.
Oh.
I thought it was just I walked in.
Okay.
Being easy, being easy. So you're good just witnessing ads?
That's what I was told.
All right.
You guys might want to wait to do ads until we take off, because it's going to be
Loud as
Yeah, Layla's been a sport, being not bothered by me just doing ads and doing this BDS while she sits silent. What do you think about the launch? Think it's a good idea?
I think what's more interesting is hearing what it's like to prepare for a launch that you know that many people are watching. I think that's more fascinating than hearing about the book itself.
Entrepreneurs, like, we don't get a lot of, you know, honestly, we just get shit on most of the time. Like, we get told we're bad people, and so I wanted to make an event by us, for us, to help solve as many of those problems I possibly can in one day.
Were you sleeping much?
No. Actually, I can tell you exactly how many hours I'm sleeping. I'll tell you my last.
But that's door.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Sharon says old man Rosie.
Grim Reaper's knocking.
Old man Mosey. 5 hours and 45 minutes last night, 5 hours and 20 the night before, 5 hours and 17 the night before that, 7:45, that was Saturday, yeah.
That was on my birthday.
Yeah, that was your birthday.
At the volume we're doing the ads, it sounds like it'll be, well, at this point, no red flags, really.
We're just on standby to see what data. So it just says they're going to send us some data tomorrow, so there's a little more statistical significance. So then we'll turn around ad creative for both Wednesday's shoot and also the private jet ads on Friday.
All right, great. Fireworks. I'll see you guys.
A lot of business owners think that they need to change something about their business or get into a different business because they're not making as much as they think they should or want to. And a huge part of that is your actual money model. It's your monetization structure, how you collect money, how you charge for what you do. So I started writing money models in 2021. I had a mentor who told me that I should document like the artifacts or the crystallized knowledge of that. I took that advice and I ended up writing just this massive tome that was 400 something pages. And that's what became all three of the $100 million books. And so Money Models is offering the right thing at the right time in the right way to the right customer. And that takes a little bit of practice, but that's exactly why I wrote the book.
Right now, there's just a lot of different pieces going on. It's like we've got inventory stuff going to warehouses. We've got other surprise little bonuses that are also traveling around the world. And I enjoy this. Like, this is why most people don't do it, and this is why most people don't win. But like, I outline those details so that it's kind of clear, like, oh, there's more than one thing that happens. It's not like Alex is just going to go on YouTube Live and be like, hey, I have a new book.
We're on our way to North Vegas to go to the warehouse. Money Models Book Warehouse to check out inventory. Alex, Layla are on the way there right now. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
What's up? Ready? Hi there. How's it going? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thanks for having us.
For today, we want to make sure we hit, I know, see this in the inventory.
Couple pictures, yeah. We're striving very, very aggressively to get all of the shipments out within 72 hours, which is just a Herculean feat because I think we're going to pass all of the launch sales that we did last time before we even release the book this time. Yeah, all right. How many pallets do you guys have? I'm not going to ask you to take all the pallets down. I just want to have an understanding. I think we just take one pallet down, and then we'll just film it and call it a day. Well, it's 240,000 divided by 3 is 80.
There's 24 in the back.
So how many people will be here to, like, actually move the product? What's kind of the tentative plan for getting... Because, I mean, I do that math, like, okay, 10 guys. I don't know how many books a minute somebody can put out. Because last year we had 30, and they got fucking hammered. And this will be 5 times bigger than last year. Now, this time, we are distributing between 3 different warehouses across the U.S. That way we can get it to you guys faster. We have 300 plus support staff that are going to be here for the launch. We have installed really exceptional AI. It's just a lot. It's a lot because we have high standards. It really just comes down to that. It's a lot because we want it to be exceptional for everyone at any touch point, any surface area that you're exposed to with the brand.
All right, so we're opening this bad boy up. Somebody's going to get a lucky copy. Our goal is to get 1,800 more of these pallets of books, and we're going to try and do it in 24 hours, which is absolutely absurd. So, like, we're here, and we haven't started promoting it yet.
Yeah.
At all. That's an email, one email.
It's one of those things that we can definitely flex on. So.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Stephen. So we just got out of the warehouse, just double checking on numbers for pallets and books and what's going to get pre-kitted and making sure that they're staffed up so that they can handle the volume. Obviously, this is not all the locations, this is one of many. So we'll have a meeting tomorrow and centralize with leadership and make sure that it's fully staffed so that we can accommodate it.
Thank you guys for all coming. I appreciate it.
I'm Alex Hormozi. That's where it starts. So it's like, I'm Alex Hormozi, this is my 100 million book launch, and then we like rock and roll, right?
Yeah, those ads are actually already done. We finished the 40 or so that we filmed. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take the best hooks that will still work.
Yeah. Great. So last launch, there was no offer to liquidate ad spend, and so I just funded the money for the advertising. This one, I'm demonstrating the concept of the book, which is a money model. So basically, how do you pull cash forward, accelerate cash conversion within a business so that you can scale? And so I want to demonstrate that with the launch. So that's what I'm doing. And so basically, the goal is to spend as much money as humanly possible while maintaining break even or better. And the end result should be more good people knowing about it. So this one should be bigger than the last one. We'll find out as long as ad accounts and all that stuff works the way we hope. And look, there it is.
Are you having fun making these ads?
Dude, I've done so many ads.
Yeah, I feel like it's Groundhog Day.
I'm numb. I feel nothing anymore.
1,400 ads in.
Yeah, dude. It's like I've done 2,000 of these. Brick and mortar business owners, if right now you're struggling to get leads in the door, give me the next 30 seconds.
If you have a better model, you can outspend. If you have a better model, you can out-purchase talent to get the best people in the business.
I've got all these green guys behind me who are excited too, and hopefully you'll see us there. Let's just start from there and walk back again. You said the lighting's better? Yeah. All right, let's walk back. Yeah, all right. So let's reverse Uno. Ready? All right. Have you ever woken up and been completely fed up with your business? I'm releasing my $100 million Money Models book, but you gotta be there live. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. You coming to the book launch?
Where's it at?
It's live. It's just virtual.
Oh, it's virtual.
August 16th.
August 16th.
Yeah.
Oh, check it out.
We'll hope to see you there. No, you bet. See, this is why we advertise. No one knows. We think we're so important. No one knows. No one knows.
Maximize as much space as we can.
Yeah, Alex, there's not enough room in this town for the both of us. So the other option is it's only the me screen, and then that is here. Could you try the one where it's one full screen with the deck next to me? A zillion different vendors and my own team and support from even portfolio companies, all of that for a 72-hour window. Kind of like watching fire.
In principle, you can make both of the screens bigger.
There's been so many decisions. Like it's insane the amount of decisions that have to happen. Perfect. Very difficult to get the attention of an entire audience for a very short period of time, and so how well things go is a huge hat tip to the brand. And so I want it to go well. We just want to blow people away, and I know over the long haul it always comes back. Where will I see the countdown timer? When we do it, though, I won't have that feed because I don't want to see myself. Yeah, I don't want to see my phone. All right, so we back to the live thing? Or is there any other pending decisions?
Just one on the email.
People have to be able to click, and then it has to work. So YouTube, I think, can handle that kind of traffic, and if YouTube can't handle it, then
It's a high-pressure situation. This is where our core values matter the most, because how we conduct ourselves under this pressure, we have to remember one thing that will get us through all this. We're all on the same team. When we have pressure, when there's something on the line, when it's the game, that's when it matters. And so this is where we get to flex our muscle to show up the best of ourselves and for our teammates.
We'll be mindful of that. But I feel pretty confident.
Ooh, I kind of like this.
Everyone got what they need? All right, rock and roll. I think it's going to go well, though. It's going to be a roller coaster ride. All right, guys, we're going live in 1. There's a couple things, that are going on. I think it's just the level of effort is a portion of the goal. Okay. When you fast forward life and you get to your 80s, 90s, and hopefully 1000s or whatever we get to live to, I think when we look back, there's not really that much of your life that you remember. So you just have a couple snapshots, a couple moments that stick, or we were attempting to do something that no one has ever done before. And I think that's cool. So I think we approach it with that level of seriousness. Seriousness in terms of our commitment, our dedication to being excellent. Obviously when everyone's watching, but most importantly when everyone isn't. And a lot of the work that everyone can see today comes from a lot of work that no one saw. So for everyone who did work that no one saw, thank you. And I think it's going to be really sick. All righty. I am knee-deep in just a bunch of different facets of the launch. It's a few hours for everyone who shows up, but it's like multiple years of preparation that we're doing. The fortunate thing that we have is that last time, the Leeds launch was a great dry run for this one. There was basically 6 or 7 breaking points that we identified that were like choke points within the whole thing. And so it's basically trying to stand up the infrastructure of like a Fortune 10 company for a week. Dude, it's wild. This is a fucking deck, man.
You said 1600 slide?
Yeah, it's gonna be a fucking trip, man.
Everyone thinks about what happens when it goes right. Let's celebrate. We're so excited. There's all this energy. But what about when things go wrong?
I wrote the book because I hadn't heard anyone talk or write anything about it at all. And I saw it as one of the most important things that you can put in a business.
We're trying to do something no one's ever done before. I think a lot of people will see this launch and be like, dude, how can I do that? And I'll just be like, you can't. Like, I work a lot, and this is a lot for me. It's just a lot.
We're on the way to the airport. Go meet Alex and Layla for a flight, because content in the plane typically does better. So I just grabbed basically every hook that's been working for the existing winners, plus a bunch of the organic ones that did well. Yeah, I feel like it just got hotter.
It's because they turn it off and they turn it back on.
Oh.
I thought it was as I walked in. Being easy, being easy. So you're good just witnessing ads?
That's what I was told.
All right.
You guys might want to wait to do ads until we take off, because it's going to be
Loud as
Yeah, Layla's been a sport, being not bothered by me just doing ads and doing this BDS while she sits silently. What do you think about the launch? Think it's a good idea?
I think what's more interesting is hearing what it's like to prepare for a launch that you know that many people are watching. I think that's more fascinating than hearing about the book itself.
Entrepreneurs, we don't get a lot of, honestly, we just get shit on most of the time. We get told we're bad people, and so I wanted to make an event by us, for us, to help solve as many of those problems as I possibly can in one day.
Are you sleeping much?
No. I can tell you exactly how many hours I'm sleeping. I'll tell you my last.
But that's nowhere.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Sharon says old man Mosey.
Grim Reaper's knocking.
Old man Mosey. 5 hours and 45 minutes last night, 5 hours and 20 the night before, 5 hours and 17 the night before that, 7:45, that was Saturday, yeah.
That was on my birthday.
Yeah, that was your birthday.
At the volume we're doing the ads, it sounds like it'll be, well, at this point, no red flags, really.
We're just on standby to see what data just says they're going to send us some data tomorrow, so there's a little more statistical significance. So then we'll turn around, ad creative for both Wednesday's shoot and also the private jet ads on Friday.
All right, great. Fireworks. I'll see you guys.
A lot of business owners think that they need to change something about their business or get into a different business because they're not making as much as they think they should or want to. And a huge part of that is your actual money model. It's your monetization structure, how you collect money, how you charge for what you do. So I started writing money models in 2021. I had a mentor who told me that I should document like the artifact or the crystallized knowledge of that. I took that advice and I ended up writing just this massive tome that was 400 something pages. And that's what became all three of the $100 million books. And so Money Models is offering the right thing at the right time in the right way to the right customer. And that takes a little bit of practice, but that's exactly why I wrote the book.
Right now, there's just a lot of different pieces going on. It's like we've got inventory stuff going to warehouses. We've got other surprise little bonuses that are also traveling around the world. And I enjoy this. Like this is why most people don't do it. This is why most people don't win. But like I outline those details so that it's kind of clear. Like, oh, there's more than one thing that happens. It's not like Alex is just going to go on YouTube Live and be like, hey, I have a new book.
We're on our way to North Vegas to go to the warehouse. Money Models Book Warehouse to check out inventory. Alex Layla on the way there right now. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
What's up? Ready? Hi there. How's it going? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thanks for having us.
For today, we want to make sure we hit, I know, see some of the inventory on the...
Couple pictures. Yeah. We're striving very, very aggressively to get all of the shipments out within 72 hours, which is just a Herculean feat because I think we're going to pass all of the launch sales that we did last time before we even release the book this time. Yeah. All right. How many pallets do you guys have? I'm not going to ask you to take all the pallets down. I just want to have an understanding. I think we just take one pallet down and then we'll just film it and call it a day. Well, it's 240,000 divided by 3 is 80.
So there's 24 in the box.
So how many people will be here to like actually move the product? What's kind of the tentative plan for getting? Because I mean, I do that math. Like, okay, 10 guys. I don't know how many books a minute somebody can put out. Because last year we had 30 and they got fucking hammered, and this will be 5 times bigger than last year. Now, this time we are distributing between 3 different warehouses across the U.S. That way we can get it to you guys faster. We have 300 plus support staff that are going to be here for the launch. We have installed really exceptional AI. It's just a lot. It's a lot because we have high standards. It really just comes down to that. It's a lot because we want it to be exceptional for everyone at any touch point, any surface area that you're exposed to with the brand. All right, so we're opening this bad boy up. Somebody's going to get a lucky copy. Our goal is to get 1,800 more of these pallets of books, and we're going to try and do it in 24 hours, which is absolutely absurd. So, like, we're here, and we haven't started promoting it yet.
Yeah.
At all. That's an email, one email.
It's one of those things that we can definitely flex up. So.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Stephen. So we just got out of the warehouse, just double-checking on numbers for pallets and books and what's going to get pre-kitted and making sure that they're staffed up so that they can handle the volume. Obviously, this is not all the locations. This is one of many. So we'll have a meeting tomorrow and centralize with leadership and make sure that it's fully staffed so that we can accommodate it.
Thank you guys for all coming. I appreciate it.
I'm Alex Hormozi. That's where it starts. So it's like, I'm Alex Hormozi. This is my $100 million book launch. And then we like rock and roll, right?
Yeah, those ads are actually already done. We finished the 40 or so that we filmed. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take the best hooks that will still work.
Yeah. Great. So last launch there was no offer to liquidate ad spend, and so I just funded the money for the advertising. This one I'm demonstrating the concept of the book, which is a money model. So basically, how do you pull cash forward? Accelerate cash conversion within a business so that you can scale. And so I want to demonstrate that with the launch. So that's what I'm doing. And so basically the goal is to spend as much money as humanly possible while maintaining break even or better. And the end result should be more good people knowing about it. So this one should be bigger than the last one. We'll find out as long as ad accounts and all that stuff works the way we hope. And look, there it is.
Are you having fun making these ads?
Dude, I've done so many ads.
Yeah, I feel like it's Groundhog Day.
I'm numb. I feel nothing anymore.
1,400 ads in.
Yeah, dude. It's like I've done 2,000 of these. Brick and mortar business owners, if right now you're struggling to get leads in the door, give me the next 30 seconds.
If you have a better model, you can outspend. If you have a better model, you can out-purchase talent to get the best people in the business.
I've got all these green guys behind me who are excited too, and hopefully you'll see us there. Let's just start from there and walk back again. You said the lighting's better? Yeah. All right, let's walk back. Yeah, all right. So let's reverse Uno. Ready? All right. Have you ever woken up and been completely fed up with your business?
I'm releasing my $100 million Money Models book, but you gotta be there live.
You know? Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. You coming to the book launch?
Where's that?
It's live. It's just virtual.
Oh, it's just virtual.
August 16th.
August 16th.
Yeah.
Oh, check it out.
We'll hope to see you there. No, you bet. See, this is why we advertise. No one knows. We think we're so important. No one knows. No one knows.
Hey, Alex, let's just maximize as much space as we can.
But Alex, is not enough room in this town for the both of us. So the other option is it's only the me screen, and then that is here. Could you try the one where it's one full screen with the deck next to me?
A zillion different vendors and my own team and support from even portfolio companies, all of that for a 72-hour window.
Kind of like watching fire.
In principle, you can make both of the screens bigger.
There's been so many decisions. Like it's insane the amount of decisions that have to happen.
Perfect. Very difficult to get the attention of an entire audience for a very short period of time, and so how well things go is a huge hat tip to the brand. And so I want it to go well. We just want to blow people away, and I know over the long haul it always comes back. Like, where will I see the countdown timer? When we do it, though, I won't have that feed because I don't want to see myself. Yeah, I don't want to see myself.
All right, so we back to the live thing, or is there any other pending decisions?
Just one on the email.
People have to be able to click, and then it has to work. So YouTube, I think, can handle that kind of traffic, and if YouTube can't handle it, then
It's a high-pressure situation. This is where our core values matter the most, because how we conduct ourselves under this pressure, we have to remember one thing that will get us through all this. We are all on the same team. When we have pressure, when there's something on the line, when it's the game, that's when it matters. And so this is where we get to flex our muscle to show up the best of ourselves and for our teammates.
we'll be mindful of that. But I feel pretty confident.
Ooh, I kind of like this.
Everyone got what they need? All right, rock and roll.
I think it's going to go well, though. It's going to be a roller coaster ride. All right, guys, we're going live in one. There's a couple things, that are going on. I think it's just the level of effort is proportional to the goal. Okay. When you fast forward life and you get to your 80s, 90s, and hopefully 1000s or whatever we get to live to, I think when we look back, there's not really that much of your life that you remember. So you just have a couple snapshots, a couple moments that stick, where we were attempting to do something that no one has ever done before. And I think that's cool. So I think we approach it with that level of seriousness. Seriousness in terms of our commitment, our dedication to being excellent. Obviously when everyone's watching, but most importantly when everyone isn't. And a lot of the work that everyone can see today comes from a lot of work that no one saw. So for everyone who did work that no one saw, thank you. And I think it's going to be really sick.
It's time! The $100 million Money Models book launch is finally here! Welcome to the stage, Alex Hormozi!
All right. Can we cut off the feed that's the one that's showing me? Well, guys, the rumors are true. We broke the all-time nonfiction fastest-selling book launch record ever. And Money Models, as of right now, is the number 5 on the all-time all-book list, only topped by Harry Potter 4, 5, 6, and 7, which is pretty insane. And so I just want to say thank you guys. And so I want to take you guys through the presentation that broke the Guinness World Record. For a bunch of you guys who missed it, I got a zillion DMs. And I'm going to move this guy so that I can actually walk around. There we go. Great. And let's party. All right, I'm Alex Hormozi. Welcome to my $100 million Money Models book launch event. If you're anything like me, you know that businesses need money to grow. So I'm going to show you the art of getting more customers to spend more money in less time again and again. But I want to warn you, this isn't a promise that you're going to become rich, fabulous, or fabulously rich, or get any other result. Everyone is different. Scaling your business, like everything else in life worth doing, involves risk. And most people do nothing at all, so your results will vary. So if you see text like this at the bottom of the screen, it's there to remind you of that fact. And that's why I make free content every day to help you, the entrepreneur, to scale your business and make your results as good as I reliably can. And in the spirit of that, this is the biggest free book launch event to help entrepreneurs and business owners I've ever put on, and maybe the biggest one in history. We'll see. But I'm no saint. I want to make money just like you, and I do all this so I can someday invest in your company and scale it. Because scaling companies like yours by installing new money models is how I make my money. To give you an idea, let me tell you something insane. I sold 3 companies I started as a kid, 2 of them at $46.2 million in an all-cash deal to American Pacific Group. Then I took that money and invested in new companies, which I've since scaled under our holding company, Acquisition.com. For context, the businesses in Acquisition.com's portfolio did, in aggregate, over $250 million in revenue in 2024. To give you an idea, if Acquisition.com were a publicly traded company today, it would be in the top 15% of all 51,000 publicly traded companies when we use net income as a measuring stick. So me saying this may create envy in some, anger in others, skepticism in most, and confusion in old people, and inspire a select few. You, the entrepreneur, the business owner, are who I made these money models for. It's also why my wife and I made it our mission to make real business education accessible for everyone. Cool? Great. Now you're all caught up. But you're not here for my story. You're here to take the next step in yours. So here's what I'll show you today. How good money models get more customers to spend more money in less time over and over again. And when that happens, your business scales as fast as you can handle. That said, money models work for marketing agencies, online businesses, real estate, financial services, insurance, home services, local businesses, consumer services, automotive, healthcare, software, e-learning, e-commerce, and anything that sells stuff to anyone. And I know they work because of 2 inarguable truths. Number 1, I know they work because I use them in our portfolio companies today, which include financial services, business services, consumer services, local businesses, software, e-commerce, and more. And 2, no matter how complex a money model looks, there's only 4 types of stuff you can sell: software, information, services, physical products. And money models work in all of them, which if your business sells stuff, includes yours. I've used money models my whole life. They got me to where I am. Everything I've accomplished, I have a money model to thank for it, including a Guinness World Record. So I know this works from experience and not theory. So I'm going to deliver to 2 types of people today. Number 1, the up-and-coming entrepreneurs. You need to put on your oxygen mask and take care of yourself and your family first. I promise you, I'll help you get closer to that 2-day for free period. So you're going to want to stay till the end because I'm going to deliver on that big time. You have my word. And number 2, the business owners, the players, the money makers. I'm going to make it in your best interest to help me help everyone else. And if you decide to join me, I'll show you how we can accomplish both our goals together. So here's what we're going to cover in our short time together today. Number one, what you're going to get for being here. Number two, what kills 82% of businesses. As much as I'd love to say it's hard work, it's not that. Number three, the one thing that makes a business impossible to kill. And number four, how to apply it to your business today. So let's start with the first, what you're going to get for being here. So let me address the elephant in the room. Am I really going to give everyone here live a secret project they've been working on for 4 years? That's better than an NFT and less than a Bitcoin. And the answer is yes, 1,000%. And every single person here, live today, will get one for free. But I won't tell you what it is yet. You will have to stay and find out if you don't already know. But just so you know that's legit, this is something that I will sell. And at the end of this live stream, I'll tell you I can get it for free, so you can watch out for that, because y'all are still joining me again today, live. Now to the main event. I never expect you to take my word for how powerful money models are. I want to prove it to you. So, without further ado, $100 million money models, how to make money. So let me explain. I'm a big believer in proof. Anyone can make promises, very few people have proof. In every book I've written to this point, I kept proof front and center. To do that, I make sure each of my books walks their talk. So they not only tell you what to do, but they also prove what amazing things can happen if you do it. For offers, I posted and ghosted. There's no fanfare, no launch, nothing. Just a Grand Slam offer. But the book answered the question, what do I sell? Answer, offer is so good people feel stupid saying no. It proved it could answer that question by demonstrating the concept it outlined, creating a Grand Slam offer. So it had a rock bottom introductory price. It included a free course with higher quality stuff than most people's paid stuff, with no strings attached, not even an opt-in, truly available to anyone and everyone. It was high value. $100 million offers has what I describe as a high price to value discrepancy. In other words, you got way more than you paid for. And so $100 million offers grew on word of mouth. These are the actual sales numbers right there. You can just see how it continues to scale up. And 4 years later, it's still a bestseller across multiple categories. This is as of August 25, with 26,000 five-star reviews, which today millions have watched, read, or listened to. All of this undeniable proof that the ideas, principles, and tactics work. And so after releasing that book in July of 21, I immediately got to work on my next book to answer the next question. Who do I sell my offer to? Answer, leads, aka the strangers who want to buy your stuff. But there was a problem. I'd successfully advertised my whole life, but I just didn't have enough proof in modern day social media. So I used the next 24 months for one thing, proof. Proof that the stuff I show in $100 million leads actually works to get leads today in the real world, and it could work for you too. So I applied only the principles and tactics in $100 million leads to grow my audience from just a handful of customers and friends to 5 million plus people. And so this is where I started on YouTube. This is 24 months later. This is where I started on my podcast. This is 24 months later. But the point is this. This massive growth resulted in 463,167 registration for the leads launch and breaking the internet, all through direct application of the $100 million leads principles, proving that you can use them to advertise to anything, to anyone at scale. And 2 years later, thanks to $100 million leads, I've gone from a 5 million person audience to a 13 million person audience again. So I use all the principles in this book because they clearly still work. So not only did my own growth prove the book worked, but the mega launch made it undeniable. But something was still missing. Because even if you have the thing to sell, offers, and the people to sell it to, leads, you still have another question to answer. How do you get them to give you money? And ideally, as much as possible, in as little time as possible, over and over again. Answer, a $100 million money model. But like the other two books, I still needed proof. A way to prove the concepts inside the book undeniably work. So here's my undeniable proof $100 million money models work. We've sold more books before this launch than we sold in the entire launch last time. So before we went even live yesterday, we'd sold more books than the entire launch last time. And we hadn't even released it yet. So now you know I won't publish a book until the book itself serves as its own undeniable proof. That way you don't have to guess, you can know. So if proof that installing a $100 million money model into a business can help it generate more cash flow is what you're going to get here today. The next thing to figure out is how to scale it. But instead of asking, how do we scale a business, to get the most efficient answer, we can use what Uncle Charlie taught us, inversion, and ask, how do we kill one? So that's what we'll cover next. Number 2, what kills 82% of businesses? So when we ask the question, how do we kill a business, besides giving up, to be clear, there's only one thing. You run out of money. According to a study by the U.S. Bank, a source that I trust, given they have billions of dollars on the line, 82% of businesses fail due to poor cash flow. That's crazy. Said differently, if you've got no money, you've got no business. You can't even pay the annual filing fees to keep your business open without money. And so here's something you probably didn't know. What percentage of businesses do you think lose money every year? 10%? 15%? 18%? Not even close. Try 3 times that. According to the Federal Reserve, 54% of businesses lose money or break even every year. That means you work 80-hour weeks year-round to miss restful weekends, holidays, school plays, family dinners, birthdays, nights out, all to take on more risk than any person reasonably should and end up poorer than you started. It shouldn't be that way. But then you might think, well, the other 46% must be balling. Guess again. Of the 46% that make any money, what do you think they're taking home? Well, if you listen to Instagram, you think everyone's a millionaire. Nope. What about 250 grand a year? 100 grand a year? 74,000 a year? The median income of a U.S. household? Nope. According to the 2024 Census Bureau data, the median income listed on tax returns for a business owner is $48,000. Just a fraction more than San Francisco's minimum wage. All to get sued, stolen from, and called the bad guy for trying to make it on your own. That's a problem. And that's what I'm going to help you solve today. And to be clear, even if you're doing well and you're a super baller, everything I'm about to share with you will just help you scale faster. Now, all of this together tells us one thing. If you own a business, then at some point, no matter how hard you work, you'll likely have times where you lose money trying to get and serve new customers. In other words, you spend more money on customers than they spend on you. That's a big problem. Because if you do that long enough, your business will die. Which brings us to point 3. The one thing that makes a business impossible to kill. So we hit a fork in the road. Either, option 1, be like most businesses and be limited by cash flow to grow. Or, option 2, get paid a lot, fast, on repeat, and grow as much as you darn well please. A $100 million money model is option 2. $100 million money models use a big fancy equation that looks like this. 30-day gross profit is greater than 2 times CAC plus COGS, which means you make more in the first 30 days from a customer in gross profit than 2 times the cost of getting them and the cost of delivering to them. But in the real world, it just starts with an offer. An offer is a problem you solve for customers in exchange for money. A money model is a sequence of offers. A $100 million money model is a sequence of offers that make customers spend twice as much on you as you do on them in 30 days or less. And when you do that, you remove cash as a limiter for growth. To do this, $100 million money models use 4 powerful mechanisms. Number 1, attraction offers, which get people to buy, which means more cash up front. Number 2, upsell offers, which get them to spend more, which means even more cash up front. Number 3, downsell offers, which get them to buy something if they say no, which results in more cash up front. And number 4, continuity offers, which gets them to buy repeatedly, which results in more cash over time. End result, more cash flow from more customers in less time, a $100 million money model. And cash flow is the key. It's the only thing that guarantees you can stay in business. So let me prove it to you. What do JP Morgan, GE, Ford, Amex, Coca-Cola, 3M all have in common? They're all over 100 years old, which they could only get to by surviving the hardest times and biggest economic shifts in modern history. Things that killed most businesses. They survived World War I, World War II, the Great Depression, advent of the radio, advent of the television, advent of the computer, advent of the internet, advent of social media, and they were only able to survive because they had one thing, cash flow, because they had a better money model. In other words, they kept making money. So if they could survive all that, then it shows us good money models make bad leads, bad customers, bad reviews, bad hires, bad lawsuits, bad economies, and everything else that kills businesses like yours and mine a walk in the park. Said differently, many business owners do everything right, except for the one thing that keeps businesses going and growing, making money. In other words, they've got broken money models, which makes all their focus on everything else in their business the same as obsessing over the aerodynamics of a car when in reality, the engine doesn't even start. So if cash flow is the most important thing, and a money model is the most powerful way to increase it, how do we make a good one? Well, you build a $100 million money model. So here's what it looks like when it's right. If you make more offers and more people buy them, you make more money. If you make more money, you can use it to get more customers. If that money comes faster, the faster you can get even more customers. But what if you make your customers twice as valuable, get twice as many of them, and they pay you at twice the speed? Answer, your business grows 8 times as fast. But what if you make your customers 3 times as valuable, you get 3 times as many of them, and they pay you at 3 times the speed? Answer, your business grows 27 times as fast. A $100 million money model is how my gym scaled from 0 to 6 locations in 3 years as a kid who was 22 years old. How Gym Launch, my second company, scaled from $380,000 a month to $2.2 million a month in 12 months. It's how Prestige Labs, my third company, went from $270,000 a month to $1.6 million a month in 6 months. A $100 million money model is how Alan, my fourth company, went from $50,000 a month to $1.3 million a month in 6 months. And this was all before I had a personal brand. I want to make that point clear. This is all before that. With the $100 million money model, you can get really big, really profitable, really fast, without starting with loads of money or followers. And all with just a few tweaks. And that's the concept I'll illustrate for the rest of our time together. That being said, let me show you what happens to a normal business when you add a $100 million money model. So that's what makes a business impossible to kill. Now we get into applying it to your business today. The purpose of this section is to show you 2 things. Number 1, money model mechanisms work in any business because there's only 4 ways to sell, and they work in all of them. Number 2, one money model mechanism is all you need to get amazing results. Now, before you think to yourself, I'm not sure this concept applies to my business, which I call special snowflake-itis, which you should get looked at, but let me just prove it to you. There's only 4 ways to sell stuff, period, full stop. In person, online, with a salesperson, or a self-checkout, which gives us salesman in person, salesman online, self-checkout in person, self-checkout online. So really quick, identify which one you are in the chat. 1, 2, 3, or 4. I can see you guys. Throw it in the chat. 1, 2, 3, or 4. Tell me which one you guys are. And no, y'all, I'm live. All right. Which means that your business can scale using a money model. So great. That's number 1. Money model mechanisms work in any business because there's only 4 ways to sell, and they work in all of them. Now we move on to number 2. One money model mechanism is all we need to get amazing results. So as a reminder, here are the 4. Attraction offers, which get people to buy. Upsell offers, which get them to buy more. Downsell offers, which get them to buy something if they say no. And then continuity offers, which get them to buy repeatedly. Now let me prove this to you in the real world. I see the 1, 2, 3s, and 4s in the chat. You guys are awesome. I'm going to prove each one of you guys how this applies to you, all right? So let's break down a consumer service money model with a salesman in person. So my number 1s, this is for you guys, all right? So for those of you who did put number 1, all you. Now, let me tell you about my first good money model. So my gyms grew because I changed my attraction offer to get new customers. Now here's most gyms' bad money model. They do a free trial into a gym membership. Here's how it works. They spend $100 to get 1 free trial. It takes 3 trials to get 1 $100 per month member, which means it costs $300 per paid member to get $100 a month, which means it takes 3 months to break even, but many members quit within 4. So here's how a $100 million money model fixed it. So this was my $100 million gym money model, which I use something called win your money back. So I spend the same $100 to get a customer instead of a trial. the customer spends $500 up front with a win your money back offer, which works like this. So you set a goal for the customer and tell them how to reach it. And if they reach it, then they qualify to get their money back or get it back as store credit. After they win their money back as store credit, I make a special continuity bonus offer again to get them to buy again. And the result? I make way more cash flow than the bad model within 30 days. The cash flow let me scale to 6 locations in 3 years as a kid in my 20s. The money model works so well I could fill new locations with paying members before they opened. I went from sleeping on the floor to 6-pack locations and then eventually licensed the model out to thousands of gyms. So here's the bottom line. Both gyms, the free trial gym and the win your money back gym, deliver the same service, use the same equipment, have access to the same trainers, sell the same memberships, but one makes way more. The one with the better money model. So there might not be anything wrong with your business. You might just have something wrong with your money model. So that was a consumer service money model with a salesman in person. This time we'll do a B2B service model with a salesman online. So let me tell you about my second $100 million money model. So if you guys sell online or over the phone or via DM or via email, I know you guys, we had some twos. This is for you guys. So Gym Launch got customers easily because my attraction offer worked. But getting people to buy continuity was hard. They had no reason to buy my next thing once I'd already gotten them tons of leads. So here was my mediocre money model. I sold a $16,000 launch package. That's it. So I spent money to get people on the phone. It took 3 calls to sell a new customer, but then they wouldn't buy my next continuity offer. So they'd leave, and I would be sad. So every week I had to start from zero to make payroll. Very stressful. So here's how a $100 million money model fixed it. So on one sales call I desperately needed to close, I unknowingly made a new offer that I now call continuity bonus offer. So here's how it works. You give a customer an awesome thing for free if they join your continuity, and typically the bonus itself has more value than the first payment. And it crushed. People started taking my continuity bonus offer. Instead of leaving, they bought something at 3 times the price. And my continuity started stacking and stacking. You can see the exact moment I nailed the money model here. Like, look at it. Look at the growth curve. And that's when we went from $380,000 a month to $1.76 million a month in 6 months. And this is how I filled up a room like this with people paying $42,000 a year. And then a room like this 12 weeks later. 12 weeks. And then a quarter or so later, a room like this. And then a quarter or so later, a room like this. Just look at the timeline between these pictures. So December of 17 to March of 18 to August of 18 to February of 19. We scaled big, fast, at a small niche and beat our competition, then sold to private equity. The main reason is this. Just look at the numbers. The difference the continuity offer made to LTV was huge. 16 versus 32,000. Insane. Imagine changing your offer mechanism and seeing that kind of increase without it costing you more to get customers. So the key point is this. We sold the same stuff in both, but a better money model changed the business. So once I nailed my continuity bonus mechanism, gyms bought and stuck. But they didn't have my entire money model down. So that led me to my next $100 million money model. So that was a B2B service business with online sales. That was my number 2s. This time we'll do a business-to-consumer business with number 3, self-checkout in person. So all the 3s that just commented, this is for y'all. All right, so I had all these gyms relying on me, and ad costs were going up. And they needed more money to afford ads, or they'd stop getting customers, which was the kiss of death for them and me. To cover my ad costs in my gyms, I upsold supplements. And that's how I could outspend my competition. So I figured I'd teach gyms to upsell supplements. Surprise, surprise. And I figured if I was going to do that, they might as well be mine. And Prestige Labs was born. So gyms bought in, but their customers weren't buying from them. A big problem. But it was only after I taught them my 4-part menu upsell mechanism, which I'll show you right now, where you unsell what they don't need, prescribe what they do need, ask if they prefer A or B, and then make it easy to pay, then it started working and customers started buying. And sales went from $270,000 a month, check this out, $270,000 a month, to $1.6 million a month in 2 months, 8 weeks. And I'm not saying that's going to happen for you. Like, your results will vary. Your results is different. This is not typical. But I just want to show you some of the power of getting it right. You can see the exact moment the menu upsell kicked in here. Once they had a better money model, it all clicked. So the key point is this. They sold the same product yet again. Literally the exact same tubs of protein, tubs of pre-workout, same supplements. But with a better money model, they made more money. And now with my menu upsell offer mechanism, gyms could afford leads again. And during COVID, having the supplement revenue line kept many lights on and households fed. We demonstrated that despite going through hard times, which COVID for gyms was tough, a $100 million money model could still generate strong cash flow. And that's one of the only reasons I was able to sell a gym company to private equity during COVID. Think about that. So that was an in-person self-checkout money model. This time we'll do an online checkout money model. So if you sell through online checkout, I saw some fours in the chat. You can drop it again. This one's for you. So this is physical products. This is SaaS. This is sometimes digital products, digital goods. Anyone who sells out through a checkout page online. So after we'd taken out distributions and gotten paid from the sale of both companies, I started making content to attract companies to ACQ, and I waited for my next big money model. And that's when School came along. School's a platform that helps anyone build monetizable communities online. You can live stream one-to-many, host client calls, in-person meetups, have one-time sales, host competitions, have unlimited pricing tiers, create lifetime deals, free trials, free groups, paid groups, private groups, and process payments. All in one place. But here was the money model when we started. 14 days free, then $99 a month. School grew with free trials, hit 1 million users, but it took 3 years. So we made a new attraction offer. We added the School games, which had competition, rewards, and fun. Users exploded. We went from 1 million users to 15 million users in 18 months. That's 83,000 new users per month to 775,000 new users per month. That's 3.5 times faster growth. Look at the difference here. And here's the best part. This new money model made us cash flow positive, which is completely unheard of for a platform at this scale growing this fast. And it freed up cash to invest even more into the product, making School 10 times better. Now that takes us to present day and shows that money models work in all 4 ways to sell, including yours, the way you sell. And shows one of each of the attraction, upsell, downsell, and continuity offer mechanisms. And normally, that would be enough. But we're all here, so that brings me to my last $100 million money model. This book launch event itself, which is one of these, self-checkout online, number 4. A free book launch like this costs millions of dollars to put on. And letting everyone know so they can show up also costs millions of dollars. But instead of losing millions, I built a money model that used pre-orders with various money model mechanisms to both make this event free, right? Y'all didn't have to pay tickets to be here, and have the funds to let everyone know about it. So let me show you what we did to demonstrate the ideas of the book with the book itself. So instead of just releasing a book, we offered a free event. Y'all are here. Plus, for anyone who registered, we offered VIP status if you pre-ordered, by offering more value for the same price than if you waited. Way more value. Lots and lots of value. And so this is called a pay less now or pay more later mechanism. After that, I offered 2 hard copies of my ACQ handbooks for free if you bought 15 more copies, which is a buy X, get Y free offer, which I use in at least 7 different ways. More on that later. So here's what happened. Day 1, spent $22,000, got $34,000 back. Day 2, spent $26,000, got $38,000 back. Day 3, spent $21,000, got $49,000 back. But here's the important part. On top of that, we got 13,184 folks to find out about this event for free. So we just kept doubling down, using house money to scale this all the way up. And so the bottom line is this. We spent $4+ million on advertising and got $6.5+ back. So even though this cost millions to do, I didn't need millions to do it. And this is the point I'm trying to emphasize here. The first day just started with 22,000. Obviously, everything's relative. All right, I'm not saying that's going to happen for you, but I'm saying that
As long as you get that first customer, you can spin the wheel, right? I just needed a $100 million money model, because after that, the launch funds itself. So once a money model works, it's kind of like playing with house money at the casino. And this is how I scaled my gyms fast, even though I started at 22 with very little, right? This is how when I lost everything twice, I was able to get it back so fast. You just need enough to get that first customer. After that, you double down. You set up a $100 million money model to create the cash flow to grow, and you get out of the way. Because there's only 4 ways to sell stuff, and money models work in all 4. And when you build a business with a $100 million money model, you can spend as much as you want to get people to find out about your stuff because you have the cash flow to do it. If you do it well, of course, it takes time and skill. My results are from both. Yours will differ. But given the size of this event, now you know it works at any scale, in any industry, at any price. So as long as a business sells something, there's a money model that scales it. That's how powerful it is. Yes, including your business, you who are here with me live today here on Sunday. Rock and roll. These are the skills that have been most valuable in my life. So if you're anything like me, they are definitely skills worth learning. And I want to transfer them to you to the best of my ability. So here's what we covered so far. Cash flow is the only thing a business needs to survive. If each customer pays for 2 more, you remove cash flow as the limiter. A $100 million money model is a sequence of offers engineered to get each customer to pay for 2 more. The 4 money model mechanisms are attraction, upsell, downsell, and continuity. There's only 4 ways to sell stuff: online self-checkout, online with a salesperson, in person with a self-checkout, in person with a salesperson. And money models work for all businesses: brick and mortar, B2B, consumer services, online businesses, SaaS, and physical products. And when $100 million money models made its own launch profitable, using its own concepts before it was even released. Can you see how a better money model, getting more customers to spend more money in less time over and over again, can unlock the growth you want? Can you see how having a better money model helps you grow on your own without taking on bad debts, lame investors, or terrible partners? Can you see how a stronger money model can help you weather the bad storms, bad hires, and inevitable bad economies to come? Can you see how mastering money models could change your entire business or life without changing your product or delivery? Can you see how your business, big or small, online or in person, with salespeople or without, can use $100 million money models to scale? In short, can you see why building the best money model possible is a skill worth having? And this skill may just be the bridge between where you are and wherever you want to go. At least it has been for me. So let me ask you a question. Who here would like to master this skill? If so, drop a rocket in the chat. Great. Now, to be clear, people don't fly out to my headquarters or ask us to invest in their business because they think I understand HVAC, plumbing, insurance, lawn care, coding, hair saloning, legal, or their business in any way better than them. They come because I understand the mechanisms of making money and how to combine them in the right order. In other words, they come because I know how to build money models. So, the result of implementing these skills every day for more than 13 years, the best of what I know about generating hundreds of millions a year, what took me from gym floor to doing cool stuff like this, it's with great pride that I introduce to you the $100 million money model system. With this system, you have the opportunity to wield, chain, stack, and combine all 15 money model mechanisms with devastating effect. With the $100 million money model system, you can learn to master monetization. You'll have access to the tools that I personally use to transform businesses like yours and mine into cash flow machines. To have the cash flow to buy yourself the time, the talent, and the advertising to scale. $100 million money models is the most how-to system I've ever made. And judging by the world record we just broke in the past 24 hours, possibly ever made. So here's the first thing that you get in the $100 million money model system. You convert strangers into first-time buyers with Attraction Accelerator. So if you're someone who doesn't get enough replies or opt-ins, or your web pages don't convert, or people don't trust you enough to buy from your content, your leads don't cost too much, then pay attention, this is for you. Remember how I scaled to 6 locations? I was able to do that with just one attraction offer mechanism. So here's what they are. An attraction offer is something free or discounted that gets customers in the door, but makes money by getting them to buy something better at a higher price. Here's why they matter. Without attraction offers, you're stuck competing on price or hoping people randomly find you, which keeps you struggling to grow and scrambling to find new customers. Here's why doing them right is important. Done wrong, you lose money on every customer and go out of business. Done right, customers pay you more than it costs to get them on day one, giving you unlimited growth potential. So here's what you get inside. My 5 most unique and increasingly powerful attraction mechanisms. Starting with number 1, win your money back. With this reverse psychology method, customers pay full price, then work like maniacs to win their money back. This backwards approach gets insane results, reviews, and referrals. Number 2, giveaways. It's a 7-day formula that puts strangers into buy mode within a week. And using grand prizes the way I'll show you, floods your business with people who already want your most expensive stuff and are pre-qualified to buy it. Number 3, decoys. It's a dummy offer that gets customers to ignore your cheap stuff because they like your expensive stuff even more, even though it costs way more than expected. This attraction mechanism makes expensive feel cheap and turns browsers into buyers. Number 4, buy X, get Y free. A quantity multiplier that gets customers to buy way more than they planned and thank you for it. This attraction mechanism turns discount offers into irresistible free offers that get people to buy higher quantities of stuff or months of service on the spot. Number 5, pay less now or pay more later. A speed bonus strategy that uses delays to get customers to pay you faster to get a better deal. This early bird strategy gets people to choose your higher value offers right now because the longer the wait, the more they miss out on. Now, even a single attraction offer mechanism can change your business overnight. Because when you chain stack and combine them, you get endless ways to make whatever you sell more attractive without changing what you sell. So picture this. Tomorrow, without changing anything about what you sell, you wrap your current offer in an attraction mechanism, and suddenly way more people come out of the woodwork, asking to find out more, who normally ignore what you have. Now, when done right, sometimes an attraction offer is just 1 tweak away from feeding a business for life. So think about your current leads. Could you get more and make more money from them by nailing just one of these attraction offer mechanisms? So here's why I was forced to learn this. The first time I started letting people know about my stuff, I didn't have a flood of interest. If anything, no one cared. It took me years to figure out how to transform something boring to exciting and turn strangers into buyers. That's what attraction offers do. But the attraction accelerator came at a high cost. The cost of wasting millions in stupid mistakes, enduring an endless stream of painful failures, making thousands of little tweaks that I had to figure out on my own. But above all else, it cost me a decade of my life that you'd have to go through trying to figure out how to perfect each of these mechanisms. Attraction Accelerator helps you skip all that. And so the bottom line is this. A correctly installed attraction offer is so valuable, you can ignore everything else I show you and get more paying customers tomorrow. If you do, this will be the cheapest thing you ever invest in. And given that I charge $15,999 for licensing just one attraction mechanism to business owners, I think it's reasonable to value Attraction Accelerator that includes not just one attraction mechanism, but all 5 for $15,999. So that's the first thing you get. Now, if you're somebody who doesn't get leads to buy enough stuff at high enough prices, or they take multiple conversations to close, or delay until they never do, then pay attention, this is for you. Turn every sale into an even bigger sale with epic upsells. Here's why it matters. Attraction mechanisms get customers to make their first purchase, but if you want to maximize cash flow, you need to get them to buy more. Answer, epic upsells. So here's what they are. Epic upsells are whatever you offer next. Upsell mechanisms involve more, better, or newer versions of whatever you just bought. And they either solve a problem the earlier purchase reveals or enhance value. Here's why doing them right is important. When done wrong, people feel pressured, oversold, taken advantage of. When done right, people love them and give you cash instantly. Here's what you get inside. Epic Upsells gives you my 4 most used mechanisms to turn first-time buyers into bigger spenders. So the first is classic upsells. Number 1, a problem reveal method where customers sell themselves on your next offer without you needing to mention it. This upsell mechanism gets customers to realize they need your next thing right after they buy your first thing. Upsell mechanism number 2, menu upsells. This is what I was referencing earlier. A helpful consultant process that gets customers to realize you're not selling them stuff they don't need. Once you earn this trust, they'll take the next thing you offer, usually buying way more expensive stuff faster and feeling grateful for it. This thing slays. You have to use it ethically. Number 3, anchor upsells. A sticker shock strategy that gets customers to happily spend way more than they planned And after using it myself, I find customers are relieved to pay way more than they planned because your main thing looks like an incredible deal by comparison. Number 4, rollover upsells. A pay-it-forward system that turns new customers into your highest paying repeat buyers and gets old customers more excited about your next offers. By getting customers to see a great deal right now, this upsell mechanism gets them to spend more money overall and faster. So here's why I was forced to figure this out. So early on, I got rejected constantly, right? Person after person told me they didn't want what I had. I got so nervous asking for sales that I would actually freeze up. And I was right to be nervous because my approach sucked and I turned people off. So instead, I figured out mechanisms that make upsells not only natural, but make it obvious the next thing's worth getting. I want to save you the hundreds of blown sales and millions in trial and error. They work without any real sales skills. Just present it. So there's a right and a wrong way to do these, and I'll show you the best way. I sold my supplement sales system for Prestige Labs, which included just one of these mechanisms, number 2, for $6,000. It helped gyms generate over $23.6 million in verified earnings. That's what they made. That's not revenue. That's what they made. Epic Upsells gives you all 4, not just the one that helped generate that. All 4, which is why I value it conservatively at $5,999. So given these mechanisms work for thousands of businesses, do you think you can get even one more person per month to take an upsell? Great. So here's what you get. A Traction Accelerator valued at $15,999 and Epic Upsells valued at $5,999. Total value, $21,998. Now I want to talk to someone else in the audience. If you're someone who constantly hears no when you're selling, or you do payment plans and you get ghosted, or you just push too hard and then sometimes regret it, or you just give out panic discounts to close the sale, or you just give up when you hear no altogether, pay attention, this is for you. Turn every no into cash flow with dealmaker downsells. So here's why it matters. Attraction mechanisms are for getting the first purchase. Upsell mechanisms are designed to get the next one. But what if people say no? Answer, dealmaker downsells. Downsell mechanisms activate when customers say no. They're usually a change in payment structure, quality or quantity, or offer different conditions. So here's why doing them right is important. A proper downsell mechanism doesn't try to get customers to say yes to something they don't want. It's about getting them to say yes to something else they do. When done wrong, customers don't finish paying, they start haggling, or they don't buy and hate you. And so here's what you're going to get inside. Dealmaker downsells gives you my 3 simplest, most used, and highest converting mechanisms to turn a no into a yes. And the best part, you can use all 3 to boost cash flow without any sales skills. I use them in every business I own. So here's how you use them. Anywhere someone can say no, you can and should install a downsell mechanism to turn it into a yes. So the first of these, payment plan downsells, which is a cash flow algorithm that steps down its customers from I can't afford it to when can I start without lowering your prices. I'll show you proven payment chunking that maximizes purchases and cash flow. Plus, I'll show you my seesaw technique that makes customers choose between huge cash savings now or tiny payments later. It's sick. Downsell mechanism number 2, trial downsells. It's a skin in the game strategy that turns no's into yeses by letting customers prove to themselves that when they use your stuff as directed, it's worth paying for with a catch. The catch stops you from wasting time or money with free tire kickers. This downsell mechanism gets people to use your product the right way, see real results, then pay for it. This is great for beginners. Number 3, feature downsell. A custom fitting formula that turns no's into yeses by giving customers exactly what they want at a price they can afford. And with my lock and key process, you just change qualities, quantities, or other product options to maximize what they pay for the value they get. I'll show you how to balance price versus value to get the most from every deal. And I'll give you a hint. It's not a 1-to-1 ratio. Here's why this exists. Dealmaker downsell mechanisms are cash flow maximizers you've always needed, but didn't know existed, and the real sales secrets you always look for but could never find. You've probably heard some or all of these. You might even tried them. But the magic isn't in the concept. It's in the details. It's in the execution. And I'll show you how I've sharpened these after years of testing and combining iterations from different businesses and industries from all over the world. And this is also crazy to me because these mechanisms are huge for maximizing cash flow. Yet no one teaches the right time to use them, how to price them, or how to structure them to turn no's into cash flow. That's the difference. Dealmaker downsell mechanisms work everywhere. Checkout pages, calls, presentations, or in person. If you sell to humans, they work. I know because I've used them in all sales formats, at all scales, across physical products, services, and digital businesses. So picture this. A prospect says, I can't afford $6,000. Instead of losing the sale, you say, okay, what if we did $250 a month for 24 months? And you knew they'd pay. If they actually want your thing, they'd say, yeah, no brainer. And if every week you turn one no into cash flow, it makes a difference at the end of the year. Now let's turn the tables. Imagine someone offers you something for $6,000 and you really want it, but cash flow's tight this month. Then they say, no worries, want to do 24 payments at $249 and you wanted it? That would probably make it a no-brainer. So you do it. The key is knowing when to offer it and how to make sure you get paid. Given we spent $6.5 million in research for school to master just one of these, number 2, at 1/1000th of that cost, this is a steal at $6,499. And given these mechanisms, do you think you can get even one more person per month to take a downsell? Great. So here's what you're getting. Attraction offer, accelerator, $15,000, $15,999. Epic upsells, valued at $5,999. And dealmaker downsells, valued at $6,499. Total value, $28,497. Now this next one is for those of you who are living sale to sale, week to week, on the cash flow roller coaster and want to make consistent sales. I made this for you. Continuity Blueprint, the holy grail of business. So here's what it is. A continuity mechanism that gets customers to keep making payments as long as you keep providing value. When done right, it stacks stable and predictable cash flow that grows automatically. When done wrong, it leads to rapid cancellations that burn your reputation and make you a sitting duck in hard times. To truly maximize your cash flow, you have to stop chasing sales and build a customer base that gets bigger every month. That's the goal. But there's a problem. No one wants another monthly bill. So here's what you're going to get inside. I'll give you my 3 favorite continuity mechanisms designed to get people to want to opt into continuity and to want to keep paying over time. So, continuity mechanism number 1, bonus continuity. A gift wrapping strategy where you give customers something awesome, but only if they sign up today. This continuity mechanism dangles a bonus valuable enough to make customers' first month feel better than free. This is how I stacked recurring revenue for Gym Launch. And the way I do it, something I call the sliding scale, you can balance how much cash you collect up front versus how much you push into subscriptions. This is ideal for low cash flow industries. Number 2, discount continuity. My free but when method that turns discounts into long-term commitments that boost cash flow. This mechanism has 5 sub-mechanisms depending on the thing you sell, engineered to get customers to commit for an entire year up front and stay while making them feel like they're getting a steal. And they are. Number 3, waive fee continuity. A penalty avoidance mechanism that incentivizes customers to avoid a big fee by committing long-term. Get people to choosing commitments over flexibility by making flexibility cost more. The best part is this. You get to pick the price of flexibility. It works particularly well in any business that takes time and resources to onboard customers and get customer results. I've built my fortune on continuity. Gyms, supplements, software subscriptions. Breaking even getting recurring customers is the holy grail for making companies sellable and valuable. Continuity allowed us to sell all 3 brands in 2021, 2 of which at a $46.2 million valuation. Every business wants recurring revenue, but customers don't want another subscription. These 3 mechanisms bridge that gap. So learn from my mistakes. It took me 13 years of trial and error to get recurring revenue stacking month over month. The errors I made cost me millions in profits. Every day, you keep making them cost you too. And the worst part with continuity, those costs compound. But here's what it looks like when it's right. You advertise, and instead of losing money getting people in the door and waiting months to recoup it, you break even or better. And each month you invest the cash flow of your recurring base into growth. Next month, it's more. The month after that, even more. That stacking is the power of continuity done right. Now, for context, I sold a continuity system for gyms at $41,458 a year. And it used only one of these mechanisms, number 1. Inside Continuity Blueprint, you'll get all 3. So it's reasonable to value this at least the same price of $41,458. So here's what you're getting. You're getting a Traction Accelerator valued at $15,999. You're getting all 4 epic upsells valued at $5,999. You're getting the 3 dealmaker downsells, the highest converting ones, valued at $6,499. And you're getting my 3 most effective continuity offer mechanisms, valued at $41,458. Total value, $69,955. The result, you get more customers, spend more money, in less time over and over again, resulting in each customer paying for themselves and the next customer, removing your limiter for growth, making your own $100 million money model. Once you learn, you'll chain, stack, combine, layer, and sequence every money model mechanism like a monetization engineer. Because at the core, you just do something simple. You find every problem customers have and offer to solve it for them at the right time, the right place, the right way. And you do this, and you become a master of monetization. You can instantly make any product more compelling to more people and change nothing about what you deliver. Just how they buy and how much they spend when they do. Correctly installing even one of these can literally change your life. You don't need anything else. Because if business feels hard, you may think the same thing that I did, that you need to change industries or switch businesses. But you really just need to change your money model. Listen, these systems are more valuable than the masterminds that sell for $25,000, $50,000, even $100,000 a year from goobers who've never even done it. And will give you hilariously more value than a $100,000 4-year degree. To put this in perspective, if you paid my hourly rate for one-on-one money model strategy, it would cost you $1 million a day. And that's not marketer math. That's what I did that, I don't know, 20-something days this year. All right? Like, that's the real price. So if I priced it at what it's worth, $69,955, it'd be beyond reasonable for the entire system. And before I tell you the price, let me ask you a question. How much is double your lead flow worth to you? How much is double your cash flow worth to you? How much is double your growth worth to you? Really think about it. Actually calculate in your head. Hold that number in. Like, what is it worth to you? If you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt it would happen, which of course you can't because all business involves risk and my results aren't typical and your results will vary. But if you did, wouldn't it be worth at least that much? Because after $100 offers and $100 leads came out, I got zillions of messages of people's lives and businesses being changed. And for all these guys, it would have been worth it at any price. And that's why $100 money models is a bargain at not $69,955, but $29,997. And consider this. If all this did was allow you to start your first business like it did for me, or scale your business without followers or cash, or break through your multi-year plateau, finally, or save your business from closing like it did for me during COVID. If all this did was, in 24 months, give you the skills to launch an event, even 100th of the size of the event we launched yesterday and today, using only what's inside, wouldn't it be worth it? I think so too, which is why it's an even bigger bargain at not $29,997, but $9,997. Because if every week all it does is get you one more customer at twice the value, at twice the speed, it would be more than worth it. And the best part is you only invest once, but you can monetize the skills for the rest of your life, which is why skills are always the best investment. Look, if I put my last $1,000 in the S&P 500 in 2016, which returns 9% a year, I'd have $2,400 today. But instead, I invested my last $1,000 into the S&P 500, skills, and turned that $1,000 into the business we have today. So which would you rather have? $9,997 or the business you want? Right, me too. Which is why this may be the best offer I've ever given at not $9,997, but $5,997. But because I want each of you to 2x, 5x, 10x your growth and your business over the next 12 months. And to be clear, I want that for you, but I no way guarantee it because most people do nothing, so your results will vary. But I know how life-changing this system has been for me and my family. And I want this to be affordable for everyone, but still an investment. I'm not going to charge $69,955, even though it'd be totally reasonable and a bargain. I'm not going to ask for $29,997. I'm not going to ask for $9,997. I'm not even going to ask for $5,997. And given each book demonstrates the concept inside, it only makes sense that money models be about making money, that I charge something for the system. And I feel a duty to demonstrate how to make offers properly so people don't feel bad about making exceptional products available for purchase. Which is why I'm going to give you access to everything I just talked about today in the $100 million money model system. The Attraction Accelerator, Epic Upsells, Dealmaker Downsells, Continuity Blueprint that will show you how to harness all 15 money model mechanisms into your business for 3 payments of three interest-free payments of $0. Yes, it's 100% free. It's all yours. As my way of saying thank you for being part of this movement. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. So on top of that, you'll also get 100% Money's audiobook, free. So you'll get both the Money Model system and the Money Models audio, 100% free. And for those of you who are here for my promise at the beginning, to get something that's better than an NFT and less than a Bitcoin, I've got something else for you here live. Did I say that I just wrote 1 book since last time? Well, I didn't. I wrote another book in secret. And so it's with great pride that I'd like to present to you The Lost Chapters. This tome contains 24 chapters that couldn't fit inside of offers, leads, and money models. This is the same quality, same finish as the other books. It's just that the chapters themselves were either too niche, or they're something that only applied to too few businesses, or too complex. And so it includes concepts like this, and this, and this, and a zillion more. And this will be for sale for $29.99 after this event. But for everyone here live, since you guys hop back on today, Sunday, you can get it free. A digital copy just for being here. All right? So you get the $100 million money model system. You get the $100 million money models audiobook and the Lost Chapters, the secret 4th book, free. That's enough value, right? Or is there even more? Because to not just read this stuff, but to actually use it, you're going to need the tools. So to make sure everyone who wants to start a business can use money models, one of my investment stipulations for school was that when the time was right, which it is right now, we could do 3 things. Number 1, add everything needed to make money models work into the platform itself, which with the features launching this month, we did. Number 2, give you enough free time to get going. So instead of 14 days free, which is what school has only done for almost 4+ years, we've never had another thing besides 14 days free. You with me here today for this book launch get not 14 days free, not 30 days free, not 45 days free, not even 60 days free, 90 days free. And number 3, since inception, school's price has been $99 a month. And mind you, for many of that time, we were losing money because engineers apparently want to pay mortgages and eat food. All right? But school's price was $99 a month. But since you're here with me live today, for anyone who stays after your 90 days free, we drove down the price from $99 a month to only $9 a month for life. A lifetime low rate of $9 a month, but only for people who sign up during this book launch. So I'm proud to say, and you can probably agree with me, that we accomplished all 3. We installed the full Money Models tech so anyone can use it in their business. We got 7 times the free time to actually get going, make sure you can use this stuff in the real world. And then if you choose to stay afterwards, you can stay afterwards for an 11 times cheaper price. Literally what you could pay for 11 months of school before. They take you 11, you get it for 11 months of what you have to pay for 1 now. So if you're an up-and-coming entrepreneur This is your free tech starter kit. This is the best head start I can give you. So you get the Money Model System, the Money Models audiobook, the Lost Chapters, and School, all free. Now, for everyone in the chat who is asking, where do I get it? You will get it on Tuesday morning after the launch. And so for all of you guys who hang out afterwards, if you see somebody who hops in and says, where am I getting the free stuff? It's coming on Tuesday morning after the launch. And you'll see why. Now, at the beginning, I said I was going to help two types of people today. Up-and-coming entrepreneurs. I promised you I would help you get closer to that 2-day for free period. And I just delivered. The Money Model System, free. Money Models audiobook, free. The Lost Chapters, free. 90 days of school, free. With an 11 times lower price afterwards. For life. Do you feel like I kept my promise? Hey guys, could you take the slides down real quick? So, before I even put the first slide together, I actually thought to myself, I wrote this out because I wanted to say this, and I tried to put it inside the presentation, and I couldn't fit it, and so I just want to read this to you now, if that's all right. I could only keep this promise that I just made to you because I have a business, and I live in a country that allows me to do business. So I could give away this stuff that costs me money for free. And I want to tell you why now. There's a mission I have here today. I want to show the world that one of us can start from nothing and achieve anything that we put our hearts and minds to. So what do I mean by one of us? I mean the small business, the entrepreneur, entrepreneurs like you, like me, like all of us here together in this moment. We're the ones who, together, provide the jobs, create and innovate, and fuel the economy, no matter what country we're in. But we also take the most risk, we pay the most taxes, we work the longest hours, we miss more baseball games, dance recitals, family dinners, school plays than any other group in the world. And all over the world, there are entrepreneurs, one of us, who are overworked, they're stressed out, they're worried about making payroll, about paying rent, and it shouldn't be like that. Because you, the entrepreneur, you're the ones who, along with your fellow entrepreneurs who sit with you here today, you're the ones who make the world go round. And not a single one of us should have to experience that stress, that overwhelm, that struggle, which is why I need your help. So sure, let's scale together, but let's do something more. To quote J.R.R. Tolkien in The Two Towers, there's some good in this world, and it's worth fighting for. As you know, our mission has always been to make real business education accessible to everyone. But there's a deeper reason behind that mission, and I want to share it with you now. I think that we can help our fellow entrepreneurs grow their business by even a tiny fraction of a percent each. The net effect can literally change the world. And that is the impact I want us to have together. As usual, I don't have a course to sell you. I just gave you all that stuff and more for free. But I am so committed to helping our people change the world for the better that I do have an amazing gift I'd like to give to you when you help me with this. So, we can all agree that the stuff inside of this book works. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting here today. And if we accept that to be true, then we also agree that the more businesses there are that have this book, the more we can help. The more we, this community of entrepreneurs, the very backbone of the world, the more we can work together to get this book into the hands of the people who need it, the more good we'll be doing for everyone. Which is why I'd like to invite you to do something big. So before I tell you what it is, to the beginners who just got all that free stuff, which will be available on Tuesday morning, are you going to complain if I incentivize the business people, the business owners, to donate books to help y'all out? We good? All right. Can you pull the slides back up? All right. Then let's rock and roll. 100 million men, assemble. Let me take this. There we go. All right. So, now, business owners, players, money makers, if you're in the game, I made this for you. I said I'd show you how it's in your best interest to help me help everyone else, and how we can accomplish both our goals together. So I'm going to ask you to donate 200 books. That's $5,998 in book donations. Then I'm going to spend the next few minutes explaining why donating 200 books will be the best business decision that you make this year easily. Because 2 years ago, I'd already written the Money Models book. That's a picture of me at the last launch with the book title covered up that I revealed at the end 2 years ago. I'd already recorded the Money Models audio. I'd already assembled the Money Model system, the whole thing. And then I asked myself, if I wanted business owners to help me get these books in the hands of every entrepreneur in America, that's 32.5 million people, what would be the most valuable thing I could do to incentivize business owners to have them help me make it happen? So this was my answer. Working one-on-one with you to help implement everything I know into your specific business today. So I did something unorthodox. Only weeks after my last book launch, I started inviting business owners out to my headquarters for small, private, in-person workshops. And hearing that, you might be thinking, for a guy with an international 13 million plus person audience, offering small, private, in-person workshops using his actual portfolio might be the dumbest, least scalable model imaginable. And you'd be right, if you didn't know why I did it. You see, I started these workshops weeks after the last launch to prepare for this one. Over the last 18 months, we met in person with 1,026 plus small businesses across all these industries, a lot. Across all these revenue brackets, also a lot. And I didn't do all these meetings, all these workshops, all these consultations because I thought they were scalable. They're not. I did it all for this moment. To get one thing, data. I wanted to know once and for all the problems you're dealing with right now, what's limiting your growth today, your bottlenecks at this moment, everything is keeping you up at night, everything is holding you back, everything is keeping you stuck. And after meeting with 1,026 plus businesses in person, in real life, we codified everything. And every business's growth was constrained by one of four things. Leads, you can't get enough qualified prospects. Sales, you can't convert the prospects you got into customers. Delivery, you can't retain the customers you got long enough. Or number four, you're doing the first three, but your bank account just doesn't show it. So you develop complete systems to fully solve every constraint. 4 systems in total. The leads constraint, we solve with the lead system. The sales constraint, we solve with the sales system. The delivery constraint, we solve with the delivery system. And the profit constraint, we solve with the profit system. No small task. But here's what makes these systems different from anything else out there. These aren't theories. They're tested solutions, each developed by working with 1,026 plus real businesses in real life. Every system contains the exact processes, scripts, and literal checklist we give to our $35,000 plus advisory clients to break through their biggest constraints. These aren't digital downloads or PDFs, and they never will be. They're just too valuable. They're not some login that you'll never use or some file you'll scroll through once and then forget. This had to be a physical implementation system. So you're getting something that you can hold, reference, and display on your shelf and implement from. Something with hard value and real cost, all bound together, organized by system in one premium binder. Now, each system contains its own set of playbooks. You guys want to know what's inside? I will show you. All right, let's get this nice and prettied up for you guys. You have something good to look at. There we go. All right. So, for the lead system, there are 4 playbooks. For the sales system, we have 3 playbooks. For the delivery system, you have 2 playbooks. And for the profit system, you have 3 playbooks. To solve all codified constraints. And given 1,026 plus businesses paid $35,000 for part of just one of these playbooks that unlocks their specific business constraint, all 12 is $420,000 of actual true, we actually charged for it value. And today, right now, I want to put all 12 playbooks in your hands when you help me put 200 books in the hands of the entrepreneurs who need them. I told you I was going to incentivize the business owners to put these books in more people's hands, and so I'm going to deliver on that. That's $5,998 in book donations. And you're going to want to get them right now at go.acq.com. Now, I've got good news and I've got bad news. The good news is I secured a partnership through a firm to make it affordable to anyone who wants to donate. So even more of you want to get playbooks can. All right, and if you qualify through a firm, you could donate books to get everything in your hands for as little as $249 a month, interest-free. And if you aren't seeing a firm at the checkout at go.acq.com, you can hit the little dots at the top and check out as guest. You can also hit check out as guest at the bottom. And you'll see a firm at the bottom of the page, right there in that little box, all right? Anyways, so $249 a month comes out to donating 2 books a week. That's it. And I made donating super easy by hiring and training 300 phone reps to help anyone who's issue checking out. For real. It was insane. And so you'll see their number on any failed checkout. Just call and they will help you. All right? Now, on top of that, when you support other entrepreneurs by donating books, you won't have to wait until Tuesday to access the free stuff. You'll get access to everything right now. Now for the bad news. I only assembled 25,000 of these implementation systems. And it's likely we'll sell the 25,000. Just to put this in perspective, I don't know how many we got live right now. Well, I don't know how many we got live. But I also plan on emailing my list of 1.4 million people with this offer. And we also have 21,990 affiliates who actively are sending emails right now. And to be clear, that's not 21,990 people. That's 21,990 audiences. A mountain of people, which is already way more than the number of systems I assembled. All right, and with 3 million plus people, we need less than 1% of businesses to donate. But historically, less than 1% is fairly low for a book launch like this. For context, around 2% is a normal lead conversion rate for a live launch. To give you an example, my last launch converted at 12.2%. We had 56,000 out of 460,000. Now, this is a different offer, but also way more people, but we also have really good financing. So I think it's reasonable that will be about 3 to 5% warm conversion, which would quickly move the 25,000. And if you're wondering why I did this, it's for 2 reasons. Number 1, scarcity changes behavior, and I wanted to give this to business owners who cared the most, a good reason to act the fastest in the best ways I know how, so I can get more books in the hands of entrepreneurs who need them. And 2, I just didn't order enough. So if you want to guarantee yours, you can grab them now at go.acq.com, because it's mathematically probable that we will sell the 25,000. Right now, we're already over half, and I won't tell the exact end date, but typically sales in these types of situations are half on the front and half on the end when it closes. We are already past the halfway point, which means that there's very likely that at the end there will be people who will not be able to get it. So if you want it, do it now. And the donation deal, which you will soon see, will only get better. And for the ultra business owners who always ask, is there anything more if we donate even more? For the first time ever, the answer is yes. And you will like it. It's the number 1 request I've had from business owners for 4 years. It's a one-time thing I'm doing only for this launch. All right, it includes access to me for 6 months along with some serious goodies that you would only appreciate as a serious business owner if you donate even more books. But you got to grab the 200 books to see that, and you'll see that ultra business owner bonus on the 200 purchase confirmation page. All right? Anyways, quick logistics. So the 200 books you donate get sent to entrepreneurs who need them. You don't have to worry about physically storing or shipping the donated books. If you want any copies for yourself, you'll get a code. You can use as many as you want, up to $199. Just pay the shipping and handling. And the code is good for a year. So any books that you don't use or give away, we will. That was the number 1 request from last year. And yes, this entire donation is a 100% dollar for dollar tax deduction for businesses. Now, to use a firm, just a reminder, just hit checkout as guest, and it's the thing at the bottom. Now, for all my international folks, we're live in 50 plus countries, which is absolutely insane. Last year, I think we only got up in 8. Like, kudos to the team for working so much overtime to get taxes and all these other things approved so we could actually ship to you. All right. Now, that being said, we had the choice of either not shipping or accepting the fact that it costs money to ship books, which are heavy and crossing oceans. We chose to give you the chance, if you chose to choose to pay the extra shipping. It doesn't come to us. All right. So please reserve all of the negative shipping vibes, which I agree with you on, and blame your governments, blame physics. All right. So while you check out, here's what you're getting when you donate 200 books to entrepreneurs who need them. The first thing that you're going to get is the Leads Implementation System. So these playbooks right here give you the tools to unlock unlimited leads yourself, like how to scale ads with GoDaddy's playbook, how to write hooks that sell, not just get views with the hooks playbook, how to build a reputation that gets the right people to buy with the branding playbook, and how to build the operational flows to remove yourself from marketing entirely with the marketing machine playbook. So let's start with the first. The first is the GoDaddy's playbook. You ever hit a ceiling with your ad spend, your CPAs, your CAC goes crazy, and you can't scale past a certain point? This playbook gives you the exact process we follow to break through ad ceilings and keep scaling. So here's just a fraction of what's inside. The ad assembly process, which shows how to turn 5 ads into 600 ads a month using Hook Meet CTA. Our ad scaling strategy, which shows how to target every customer segment from completely unaware to most aware. This is how you actually scale creative and hooks to break into new customer segments. And the 70-20-10 framework, so you can juice winning campaigns way longer and duplicate them more easily. That's the first of the 4 Leads Implementation System playbooks. The second is the Hooks playbook. If you create any content, ads, social media, emails, literally anything, this contains the 80-20 of hook writing from 35,000 pieces of content. I didn't wake up with a viral video like some people do. I had to will my way into building an audience, and I did not have the talent to do it when I started. And so here's just a fraction of what I'll show you inside. Proven formulas that work across all content types. The best performing hooks across all platforms, email, social, ads, everything. And simple checklists to create winning hooks every time. So that's the second playbook that you're going to get inside of the Leads Implementation System. That's for people whose content isn't turning into sales and they need to do better. The third is the brand playbook. So some of you guys might have noticed that direct response isn't working like it's used to. You used to be able to just run an ad up and start making money. It doesn't work that way anymore. This shows you how to build a premium brand that commands way higher prices and gets cheaper leads who buy more often. Cracking this enabled me to break through my $30 million per year revenue ceiling that I was stuck at for over 3 years. So here's just a preview of what's inside. The exact topics and associations to pick and build the brand that gets you the customers and sales you want. The brand flywheel, how to reinforce, broaden, narrow, scale, or pivot a brand. The perfect positioning process to turn views into sales instead of just vanity metrics. That's the third playbook that you're going to get inside of the Leads Implementation System. The fourth is the marketing machine. So let's be honest. Making ads and content can be tiring. This is how you remove yourself as the face of your marketing. It took me 18 plus months to remove my face completely from gym launch while growing sales. And so here's just a fraction of what's inside. 9 perpetual ad flows that generate fresh marketing content weekly. These are so sexy. It's hard to describe these besides saying, like, you don't change anything about what you do. You install these processes, and all of a sudden, every week you get an inbox full of new ads that you didn't have to edit or create. That's the best thing I can describe it as. On top of that, you have a one-time setup that captures testimonials and ads from everything you already do. And the complete system to exit your face from marketing without losing sales. Without this, I would have never been able to sell Gym Launch. So that's the fourth playbook that you get in the Leads Implementation System. So here's some proof this actually works. So this is what we spent advertising this event to get you here. Up to $500,000 a day. And you can't reach this scale without systems that scale with you. That's just Meta and Google on the 13th, so that was Thursday, I think. All right? Like, really, like, you can't scale spend like that unless you have systems that scale with you. And the result of that was 584,000 registrations and selling more books before this launch than we sold at the last launch. Using these playbooks and checklists, I grew from 0 to 13 million plus people across all platforms in 5 years. And again, I didn't have the talent, right? I had to work at this, and I had to figure out how to actually do this. And I documented these checklists here so other businesses can follow. And so using the tactics contained specifically, just in the marketing machine playbook, is how we created 1,452 ads for this launch. And that was just for our first round of ads. So to give you a little proof of this, this was actually a warning we got from Facebook because we had actually maxed out Facebook's ability to handle ads. You can see the near ad limit for a page. And you can only get to that limit by having a machine that can help you operationalize it. And listen, these tactics don't just work for me. Right? Chris Howell, he's a commercial architect, was able to scale his deal pipeline from just a few deals a month to tripling his business. And using these principles, Jorge was able to scale his ads and lead flow for his local pharmacy. He said, after launching the strategy your team gave us, business exploded, traffic surged by over 30%. We had to grow the team just to keep up for the first month. And this is Ava, who's 19 years old, who's able to take her content agency from 10 to 15 new deals a month to 40 to 60 new deals a month. And these were B2B, high-ticket recurring sales. So that's your leads implementation system. 4 playbooks that solve the biggest leads constraints we found in 1,026 plus businesses. So when you donate 200 plus bucks, you're going to get the Goated Ads playbook. You're going to get the Hooks playbook. You're going to get the Branding playbook. And you're going to get the Marketing Machine playbook, all free when you donate 200 bucks. But wait, there's more. And if you want to pick those up, you can go to go.hq.com. The next is the sales implementation system. These guys. Whether you can't get leads to show, can't close them when they do, or it's taking forever to get a yes, these playbooks show what we've done to solve these problems for good. So the first is the lead nurture playbook. So at Allen, we analyzed every variable that increases shows across 100,000 plus appointments. The findings in this playbook contain the most data-driven show system that I'm aware of. And so here's just a fraction of what you'll get inside. The 4 pillars of lead nurture. These are the tactics to maximize speed, volume, personalization, and medium to get more schedules. Then, the 16 actions we take to turn schedules into shows and achieve 89% show rates. They take no skill. That's one of the beauties of this. This is so operational. You just check the list. Doesn't matter who it is. You can just follow the checklist. And so what's crazy about this is that most entrepreneurs waste a lot of time trying to take their close rates from 22% to 23% when they've got a double sitting on their show rates if they just follow the process. And that translates directly to sales the same exact way. It takes way less skill. Again, that's not a promise that's going to happen for you. I'm just saying, I'm illustrating how this works. And so that's the first playbook that you get inside of the sales implementation system. The second is the closing playbook. So when I was living in motels and $100,000 in debt, my sales team couldn't close. And so this playbook contains the exact closes that I drilled them on to save my business. So here's just a preview of what's inside. This is so sexy, and I've never talked about this publicly. And I've been waiting for this launch to do this. The 7 universal closes. They work no matter what a prospect says. They're the first 7 that every salesman must memorize. And I've never seen these identified. Ever. There's, like, you could learn nothing else. Next, you get the reframe framework, which turns every question into a buying statement and gets avoiders to decide while real no's reveal their true concerns. And the urgency creation system, the words to say that make prospects buy now instead of thinking about it, even when you have no deadline. So that's the second playbook that you're going to get. Here we go. The third playbook is the proof playbook. So sales take too long because you don't have enough of the right kinds of proof at the right times. This playbook solves that. So here's just a fraction of its contents. The belief continuum, how to move prospects along from considering to buying. The system I use to capture volume of proof so testimonials happen automatically and overwhelm competitors. So think proof over promise. It works in person and online. And you get the 13-point proof checklist that instantly diagnoses why your ads, emails, and calls aren't converting. So here's proof this works. These are my actual show rates for ACQ this last year using the Lead Nurture Playbook. 89%. You can just read, you look at them. And these are our actual close rates from the last year using the Closing Playbook. 46%. Not bad. And I used 213 examples of proof during this presentation following the 13-point proof checklist. And to prove this works for any business, not just ours, we actually used all 3 playbooks from the sales implementation system, working with a portfolio company, IBC Global, which is insurance. So here's a direct quote from the founder, Steve. We went from 20% to 61% conversion of all appointments 3x our total appointments converted using the ACQ nurture, closing, and proof process. Numbers are up and to the right, big time. Think about the difference there. If you went from converting 20% of appointments to 61% of appointments, insane. We distilled down everything of what we did here. Not promising it's going to happen for you. I'm just saying, can you imagine what a difference that would make for a business? And here's another portfolio company that we used all 3 playbooks in. So this is Stacy. She said this year well-oiled operations took their close rates from 27% to 45%, a massive difference to the business, just following the process. So that's your sales implementation system, 3 playbooks that solve the biggest sales-related constraint we found in 1,026 plus businesses. So here's what you get when you donate $200. All right, so right off the bat, you're getting $200, real value. On top of that, you're getting the lead system, which includes go-to ads, hooks, branding, and marketing. And I'm going to highlight branding right now. Right now, if you're in a business that you are suffering because people compare you to other people, you don't have enough inbound demand, people want to haggle with your prices, they balk, they say, I'll think about it, I'm not sure. Brand is the way that you can command higher prices and get cheaper leads. It does both. It also increases repurchase rates. It's the one-hit KO of business. It just takes time to do, but it can take way less time to do if you do it right. You get all 4 playbooks for free with the lead system when you donate $200. On top of that, you're getting the lead nurture, closing, and proof checklist, which is the sales system, absolutely free. When you donate $200, you can go to go.acq.com. But we're not done yet. So next up you get the delivery, wrong playbooks, here we go, the delivery implementation system. This solves the 2 biggest constraints that kill profitability. Customers not paying enough, and customers not staying long enough. So the first is the lifetime value playbook. So if leads cost too much, it's common that they don't really cost too much, but you make too little. The customer value multiplication framework helps solve this. So here's just a fraction of what's inside. The 8 ways customers can transact with your business. You leverage all 8 and never worry about rising CAC again. And what's crazy is that most businesses only use 1 or 2. Next, 9 real, actual, in the world, actually work cost-cutting frameworks that drop every saved dollar straight to your bottom line. And the customer value map, which shows you how to maximize revenue per customer interaction ethically. So that's the first of the playbooks that you'll get inside of the delivery system. So let's make this nice and pretty. There we go. So that's the first of the 2 that you'll get. The second is the retention playbook. So I've been in the recurring revenue business my entire life. Understanding churn has been a scientific process for me. Like show rates, it's not one thing. It's 100 small things, and you got to do them all. The good news, the hard part is figuring out what they are. The easy part is doing them. So here's a preview of what's inside. Real retention data from millions of memberships showing how to reverse engineer churn from engagement activation. Remember, I own school. We have literally millions of memberships. We have tremendous amounts of data to figure out what actually causes people to stick. And you have the updated 5 horsepower retention for service-based businesses. And the complete 9-step churn elimination protocol with activation points and onboarding frameworks. Now here's some proof this actually works. So we used these 2 together in WeWiden, a portfolio company of ours, and doubled how much customers were worth and how fast they paid, with the extra cash dropping straight to the bottom line, which 7.5x profit per location. I'm going to say that again. Doubled LTV, which 7.5x profit per location across all 17 stores in 2 years, without changing anything about their core services, just using the implementation within these 2 playbooks for the delivery system. Now, to give you another example, here's our month 12 retention on school. This retention curve is how we have 15 million plus users on school, which means that we retain so well that we net more than 1 user per user, which makes school grow even faster. And so here's proof that this works not just for my business, but any business. So this is Eric and Amanda Eck, who own a digital art marketplace. They said AOV more than doubled. Result, better customers should pay faster, pay more. Thank us for it. We've maintained revenue, improved margins, and we can breathe. So here's another. This is what Paul Law, founder of Multiverse Beans, had to say. I attribute a lot of the growth to what you said to me at the workshop. Customer journey is what matters most. Overall, 66% growth for 7.5 months. So that's your delivery implementation system. 2 playbooks to solve the biggest delivery-related constraints that we found in 1,026 plus businesses. So here's what you're getting when you donate 200 bucks. So you're getting 200 bucks, $5,998 of true value. And you're getting all 4 playbooks in the lead system for free. You're getting all 3 playbooks in the sales implementation free. And you're getting the delivery system free when you go to go.hcq.com. But next up, you get the profit implementation system. And oh, this is sexy. This is the last constraint that kills businesses. You work all day, every day, just for the small percentage of cash left over at the end of the month. With a few tweaks, that number can be much bigger. These playbooks contain the 3 lowest operational effort systems you can implement into a business to improve its cash position. So the first is the Fast Cash Playbook. How to inject cash into a business using only what you've already got. Every business needs a way to generate cash quickly. Taxes, emergencies, extra payroll months, funding and expansion, or my personal favorite, to just give yourself a raise. And so here's a fraction of what's inside. Ready to send 7-day countdown email and text promotion sequences tested on thousands of businesses. We already know work because we've already used them. Quarterly cash calendar system with 90-day rotation so you can set these and run them on a cadence. As soon as I figured out that running one of these was good, I was like, how could I do this on a regular cadence? Well, I can't do it every week. So then I had to create a calendar around this because the sales you can make from this drop disproportionately to the bottom line. Like, I cannot emphasize this enough. I'll tell you a story about this later. The third thing you'll get is the Fast Cash Checklist to help you pick, assemble your list, pick your offer, price it, and send it, all within the Fast Cash Checklist. So that's the first of the 3 profit implementation playbooks. The second is the pricing playbook. This contains my top 10 most used instant pricing-based profit optimizations. These are the first strategies I would use to cover this donation. So here's a preview of what's inside. 10 instant pricing optimizations. So let me give you an example. If you go from monthly billing to 28-day cycles, so every 4 weeks, that gives you 8.3% more revenue, which means 13 billing cycles instead of 12, but it typically never changes sales closing percentages. So you can have instant 8.3% increase that drops disproportionately to the bottom line. That is just one of 10 different pricing optimizations that I've learned over the years that are contained inside of the pricing playbook. On top of that, there's 17 pricing algorithms. They explain if this, then that. So if at full capacity and you need help, do X. If at full capacity and you don't, do Y. And so if you were to implement all of these, assuming you had none, and no fewer sales, it would represent one of the most significant profit increases that you could do in a business without changing anything about what you sell or how you advertise. So that's the pricing playbook. So the third is the price raise playbook. So if you raise prices or change prices, right, you make more profit doing the same or less work, which is great. This is the highest leverage thing that you can send tomorrow. So here's just a fraction of what you'll get inside. So how to find your pricing sweet spot without losing customers or needing fancy analytics. The raise price method with trap doors to keep select customers without playing favorites. And the price raise letter, tested by hundreds of businesses. Just fill in the blanks and send. This thing is gold. It's amazing. Like, it is. If you're gonna change prices, then the biggest risk you could do is having people leave. But if you can change prices and minimize that and actually get more people to come back and make more from it, it's one of the most profitable things you can do. This has been sent from hundreds of businesses, and we have just tweaked and tweaked and tweaked and tweaked this letter, and it is just amazing. So that's the third playbook that you get inside of the profit implementation system. So here's proof this actually works. So part of how Gym Launch sold $15,999 packages in a market with a $32,000 median income was fast cash plays. So we gave them the skills to make the money to afford the help they needed. So if you sell B2B, having this and plays like this in your back pocket to help your customers afford your services is awesome. On the flip side, if you're the type of business that sells B2C or business to consumer, then you should just use the plays yourself instead of needing somebody else to give them to you. Now, the result of these pricing levers, when used together from the pricing playbook, were Gym Launch's actual gross margins. Pretty impressive. So here's proof this works, not just for my business, but any business. So here's what Corey, who owns ProShine HVAC Duct Cleaner, said. He said, these principles were super easy to implement in my business, almost like finding $100 bills everywhere I went. After sitting down with my business, I'm fairly confident to say this brought 15 to 20% back to my business just sitting there. I mean, if you had a 15 to 20% change in your business without really doing anything, just changing how you position the prices, wouldn't that be material? I'm not saying that's going to happen for you, but like, think about the math there. Huge. And here's what Toussaint, who owns a marketing agency that sells to stem cell clinics, said. He said, the pricing playbook, this puppy, alone paid for my van workshop. Before using it, I had a lot of friction in increasing LTV for my clients due to selling a high-ticket offer. I read the book on the flight home, implemented Alex's tactics, and not only did triple LTV, we also tripled the amount of clients we were signing, all due to the positioning tactics in the playbook. So I don't know about you, but triple LTV, triple the number of people signing up. Good. And so here's more proof that the pricing playbook works. So James Patrick, health consultant, he said, if you guys are looking for feedback on $100 pricing, this shit is gold. An easy read on an hour flight to have clarity on how to make XYZ. Frank LaRosa, elite recruiting. You can tell Alex's pricing book is one of the best books I've ever read in terms of having immediate impact when I roll these ideas out ASAP. Roof Leopard. We get no's due to our pricing and are closing at 42% close rate this season while increasing our average ticket from last year by $5,500. Just from that, increasing the average ticket by $5,500. For him, that would have covered the entire donation. I'm saying, not saying that'll happen for you. I'm saying, but for him, that would have, just from one sale. Now, these are the businesses that use the proven price raise playbook, because this is one of the scariest things that you can send to your clients, but also one of the most profitable. So here's Danielle. We took our price from $115 to $196 every 4 weeks. We were super scared to send the letter, but it ended up being the single best decision we ever made as a business. Here's Steven, rolled out a price increase letter to 32 clients. Honestly, wasn't sure it would land. Raising memberships by an extra $226 a month. Ended up being the single fastest revenue lever I've ever pulled in my business ever. Stephanie, I took my price from $200 to $396 and $516 a month. Best decision we've made for our business. We've not looked back since. Leander, I implemented a 78% membership rate, increase across 700 subscriptions. It was a bold move, but it allowed me to significantly boost revenue, reinvest in the experience, and elevate the perceived value of the brand. Looking back, it was one of the best decisions I've made for long-term growth. So that is your proven profit implementation system. These three playbooks solve the biggest profit-related constraints that we found in 1,026 plus businesses. Plenty of businesses got everything going right. They're just charging too little. And actually walking through the process to raise your prices. Like, I'm going to give you a little math example. If you were running 20% margins and you add 20% to your prices and you have basically no change in your sales, which often happens, sometimes it goes up, you don't add 20% to your profit, you double your profit. That's how powerful pricing is. And so here's what you get in the $100 Money Models system. Let me put this nice and pretty for you guys. There we go. Okay. There, nice and pretty. Put this here. Boom. Okay. So, when you donate 200 bucks, a real value of $5,998, you're going to get the lead system, which includes go-to ads, hooks, branding, and marketing machine. So if you're having trouble scaling ads, like we know how to scale ads. We spend hundreds of thousands a day across multiple companies. All right, like there's a process to doing it, and if you're stuck, it could be the biggest thing to get you to the next level. So you get all 4 leads implementation systems free. The second thing is you get the sales system. So if you're struggling to convert prospects, they're taking too long, they're getting too many no's, we have Nurture to get more schedules, get more shows. You can close a higher percentage of them. And with Proof Checklist, you close them faster. You get all 3 of those free. On top of that, you have the delivery system, which includes lifetime value and retention. So how can we transact with customers in more ways so we can provide more value and extract more value, basically do more exchanges as a business? And how do we get them to keep staying? And with School, we have millions of memberships. I feel like we can be some of the foremost experts in how do you actually retain customers. All right, everything we've learned from millions and millions of dollars to spend is inside of this playbook, and it's yours for free. Now, the 4th system that you get for free is the profit system. All right, so this includes fast cash playbook, things that you can immediately send tomorrow within your business, immediately. The pricing playbook that consumes 10 instant pricing optimizations. Like if I had to swap places with you tomorrow and be like, I have to find a way to cover the donation, it was the first things I'd open and start using. And then finally, got the price raise playbook, price it, send it. And we'll walk you through the exact process on how to make sure people don't get upset, how to position it, how to handle groups if you have that for your customers, how to script out a video so you can say it the right way, make it look classy, the whole thing. Get all 4 for free. solving the real constraints of 1,026 plus businesses like yours. This took 2+ years to figure out all the problems and then document and test each one of the solutions so we can put them in these playbooks so that we can hand them out to businesses being like, oh, you have a show rate issue. Solve it with this. Oh, you have a churn issue. Solve it with this. Oh, you have a pricing issue. Solve it with this. Oh, you know what? We should increase LTV. Solve it with this. This isn't theory. There's solutions we charge $35,000 for. Plus, to be clear, I want to be upfront about this. People also got 1 day in person with us. All right? That's also why this is $6,000, not $35,000. But they got 1, not all 12. So think of these as your treasure map to scaling from wherever you are to where you want to go. So today you get all 12 playbooks for free when you donate $200 to entrepreneurs who need them. And if you want all 12 implementation playbooks, just go to go.acq.com right now. All right, it's the link at the bottom. And if you qualify through a firm, you can donate to get everything in your hands for as low as $249 a month, interest-free. And if you aren't seeing a firm, just hit the top right, hit checkout as guest. There's also one at the bottom there. And you will see the payment option for a firm at the bottom of the page near the Pay Now button. All right, so you have to select it in order to see it. So if you have trouble checking out, we do have a phone number that will appear for you to call to get support. So call them. We got 300+ people who have been trained to help you guys out. All right, now, while you're checking out, let me show you how we're going to make sure that you implement the right solution, the right time for you. So imagine you're about to begin your quest, right? But what happens when you hit a roadblock specific to your exact business situation? Most people get stuck and give up. Now, I couldn't personally consult with everyone, but I had an idea that changed everything. So I told you earlier that we met with 1,026 plus businesses who paid over $35,000 each. That's $35 million in advisory work. But the one thing I left out is I also personally met with 226 plus businesses that paid $135,000 or more each for me to one-on-one break down their business. Now, look at this behemoth. I compiled all my notes. These are my actual notes for meeting with 226 businesses that I worked with. And so if I spaced out working with all these businesses with no weekends, it would be one business every other day, end to end, for 2 years. And these are just some of the pictures of the meetings that I actually did over the last 2 years to put this together for you. A truly back-breaking amount of work. And I definitely didn't do it because one-on-one consulting in person scales. But because the biggest issue I continue to have is people asking, Alex, what should I do to grow my business? And I really want to answer that question for you. I mean that. But there's only so many hours in the day, and I still have my main job at ACQ. And so I personally documented the exact problems and solutions for 226 plus businesses. I did this monstrous amount of work that cannot scale for a very particular reason. To build something that can. So here's what I did. For every business I met with, we had intake calls, we took down their stats, their industry, we took extensive notes, did a constraint analysis. I personally delivered the recommendations in person. I documented their exact problems and solution, exactly what they would act on and in what order, and organized follow-up to give them their next steps. Now, to all the $135,000 folks who are watching this, don't worry, all your data is protected. All right, so it's safe. No one's going to see your stuff. But again, I personally consulted with every business, recorded every intake call, every constraint analysis, every recommendation, every follow-up call, all my actual notes. I recorded all of it, all in preparation for this very moment. Violent, obscene, ruthless, wise. I trained a custom AI on everything. ACQ AI. My end-to-end analysis of each of the 226 plus businesses that paid $135,000 each. Every constraint, every solution, every implementation step, plus all 3 books, $100 million offers, $100 million leads, $100 million money models, and the notes that aren't published that made those books, all trained in ACQ AI. Then I trained the AI on all 12 implementation playbooks that you just got, the leads implementation playbooks, the sales implementation playbooks, the delivery implementation playbooks, the profit implementation playbooks. And I plugged into this AI so it could have consistent inputs and outputs. Now, I work with a lot of businesses. There's a lot of businesses here. But let me just tell you a couple of them. I worked with pest control, carpet cleaning, restaurants, waste management, logistics, cannabis, lighting, legal, accounting, wealth, financial advisors, tax, marketing agencies, content creators, influencers, media companies, roofing, construction, remodelers, real estate brokerage, lenders, real estate agents, real estate investors, fund managers, crypto funds, web design, IT services, content ads, branding agencies, design shops, online coaches, gyms, nail salons, hair salons, massage therapy, med spas, auto repair, coaching, courses, community owners, online business, e-commerce, car dealerships, logging, franchisers, meal prep, e-commerce brands, virtual assistant agencies, recruiters, insurance, physical therapy, B2B SaaS, B2B services, B2C SaaS, B2C services, cash practice, general practitioners, dentists, surgeons, urgent cares, pharmacies, HVAC, plumbing, lawn care, residential, commercial cleaning. So, if you're wondering, but will it be able to help with my specific business? Yes, for 3 reasons. First, I helped 226. That was 60 of them. I did 4 times more than that. Second, because I probably helped a business exactly like yours, not once, but multiple times. Some bigger, some smaller. Third, even if I hadn't worked with a business exactly like yours, you should want insights from outside of your industry. That is how you get ahead. And as the result is that you get answers in minutes that would otherwise take years of trial and error to discover on your own. And the best part, you'll never have to wonder, hey, Alex, what should I do with my business again? So if the playbooks are your map, then ACQ AI is your vehicle. It's getting there. This is the first time this data has ever been made available to anyone, and at no small cost. And if this sounds absurdly valuable, it's because it is. Normally, a fraction of this intelligence or work would cost $135,000 per consultation. It's literally the most valuable thing I can give you. And here's business owners who just got in yesterday, who started using it. This is the Ultra Business Owners Group, by the way. So Thad, has anyone used it yet? He said, I played with it all last night. I've been using AI for business coaching for the last couple of years, tried them all, but this thing has been so much more direct and decisive. I love how it references places in the books to read instantly. Yes, loving this thing so far. I've been back and forth with its answers, plugging them into knowledge base. I've already, things are already getting dialed nicely. Shayna, I was shocked at the specific details it asked for and how quickly it gave me detailed game plan. Not wishy-washy at all. In true Alex fashion, this is what you need to do, full stop. Shayna, 100%. I was starting to feel that all common AI models were leaning towards telling us we wanted to hear, so we use it more. This AI from Alex is completely different in that regard. It tells you what to do and doesn't cater to your feelings at all. Sorry, I tried to make it nicer, but I guess it's learned too much from me, which I need right now. And Stephanie, I found the same. It was also super specific to my business. I didn't have to give it as much context. It asked the right questions. This is real people using this now. So why would I give such an unstoppable machine away? Well, let's not pretend I'm just giving this away, because I'm not. There is a catch. But before I tell you, books, experiences, and tutors changed my life more than anything, which is why I want to get these books into the hands of every entrepreneur in America and eventually the world. And if you're already donating 200 bucks and see how this AI tool is more valuable than any one-off consulting that people even pay $135,000 for, and will give you hilariously more value than hiring another mid-level employee or a vendor with a fraction of the experience, and is way faster than trying to figure out everything for yourself through years of trial and error. And again, to put this in perspective, not even counting the fact that this AI is trained on all 3 of my books and the notes that are unwritten that you haven't seen, all 12 of the implementation playbooks, the leads playbooks, the sales playbooks, the profit implementation playbooks, the delivery playbooks, and the notes that you didn't see about creating that. And $31 million of real cash value advisory work, real checks that were basically that was money that people spent to help develop this for you. And more than 2 years of my life meeting with business owners one-on-one, day in, day out. These are the actual pictures. And before I tell you the additional books that you need to donate to get this for free, let me just ask you a question. How much is knowing exactly what to do with your business worth to you? How much is getting the right strategy without years of trial and error worth to you? How much is having the answer to your biggest business problem in minutes to your exact specifications worth to you? How much is unlimited access to intelligence that never sleeps worth to you? Donating an extra 1,000 bucks to other entrepreneurs? Extra 2,000 bucks? 5,000 bucks? 30,000 bucks? Hold that number in your head. If you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt this custom trained AI would help you solve your biggest constraint, which of course you can't because all business involves risk. Your execution will vary. But if it did, wouldn't it be worth at least that much? So if I price this at 2,500 more books on top of the 200, I think it'd be beyond reasonable. 2,500 more books to get $31 million of consulting value at your fingertips. And that's why the ACQ AI is definitely a bargain. And not 2,500 more books, but 1,000 more books. And consider this. If all this did was give you the one solution to the problem that's been holding your business back for years, or we let us see the opportunity from the outside of your industry that lets you leapfrog all your competition, or save your business from one catastrophic mistake, if all it did was give you the confidence to make your next big move, knowing it's built on a foundation of hundreds of real-world business solutions, businesses I actually work with, conversations with people in industries just like yours who are dealing with the same problems as you, wouldn't it be worth it? I think so too. That's why I'm doing this. Which is why it's an even bigger bargain at not 1,000 books, but 400 more books. Because even if only one single time you get one actionable answer to your exact specification with 10 times the clarity at 100 times the speed, it's the same thing these high-level business owners paid $135,000 for. And they did that because you only get that level of understanding by understanding the value of risk and speed. That's why people are willing to pay that kind of money. And the best part is for you who are watching me here right now, today, live, Sunday, is that you only have to invest once, but you get to leverage it to your exact specifications as many times as you want. Which is why leverage with skill is the best investment. Look, if I had taken that $31 million from consulting and just parked it somewhere, it'd just be a pile of money. Who cares? But instead, I took 2 years of my life and the fruits of all that labor and put it into an AI tool you can use. So which would you rather have? 400 books worth of cash or the help you need to get to where you want to go with the custom ACQ AI trained on everything 24/7 on demand? Right, me too. Which is why this may really be the best offer I've ever given at not 400 extra bucks, but only 200 extra bucks. Because I want each of you ultra ballers, the truly serious business owners, to have an unfair advantage. To 2x, 5x, or 10x your business over time. And I know how game-changing having the right answer at the right time has been for me. And I want this to be within your financial means, but still a serious decision. So I'm not going to ask you to donate 400 more bucks. I'm not even going to ask you to donate 200 more bucks. And given this tool adds clarity, structure, speed, volume, and wisdom, it only makes sense that it has a real cost. It only makes sense to do right by everyone who's ever invested in the development of this project, all the people who were behind me yesterday, which is why I'm going to give you access to the ACQ AI custom trained on everything, 2 years of my life, for an extra donation of, a one-time extra donation of free with the original 200 book donation. So yes, it's all included when you donate 200 bucks. All right, as my way of saying thank you to all the players for putting books in the hands of the entrepreneurs who need them. All right, you guys are all amazing, so thank you guys so much. So let me quickly recap what you're getting when you donate 200 books at go.acq.com. All right, so you're getting 200 books right off the bat, $5,998 value. On top of that, you're getting the lead system, which includes GoDaddy's playbook, the Hooks playbook, the branding playbook, the marketing machine playbook. The Hooks playbook is so underrated. If you think about what this does, like every single person who enters your business begins entering your world through a hook. Whatever it is, whether it's an email, a post, an ad, a piece of content, whatever it is, there's a hook, the first thing. And if all you did was just double the effectiveness of the hooks across your business, nothing else would need to change and your business would double. That's not a promise that's going to happen for you. Your results will vary. But the idea is that if you can just execute this consistently, it can have tremendous impact on the business. That's just one of the 4 playbooks you get in the lead system for free. And in the sales system, you're getting lead nurture, closing, and the proof checklist. Right now, like one of the things you can immediately do is create proof-based assets. I talked yesterday about this at length. But right now, if people are taking way too long to close, it takes you long calls, it takes you multiple calls, the issue might not even be the script of the offer. It might be where and how you're implementing proof. This checklist solves that problem. So just think, fewer sales, more deals, higher close rate percentages. I'm saying that's the goal. Not saying that's going to happen for you. Most people do nothing. All right? So you're going to get the lead system for free, you're getting the sales system for free, and you're getting the delivery system for free. So you can juice LTV, keep people paying longer, Keep them sticky. And you're getting the profit system absolutely free. These are the fastest things that you could implement in a business tomorrow if you had to cover this donation. I'm not saying it will happen. I'm saying that's what I would do if I were you, is the first things I would implement. Because you don't have to do anything. You don't have to change anything about business, just changing how you position your pricing. And you get the ACQ AI trade on $31 million of consulting. That includes all of this material that I just said, custom trained to personalize it to your specific business the same way people who paid $135,000 paid me to customize to their business. And that's why I trained it for 2 years to be able to actually deliver something valuable to you. When you help me put 200 books in the hands of entrepreneurs who need them. But I've got one more free gift for you when you do. The ACQ Virtual Implementation Workshop. Let me get you a nice pretty setup here. There we go. Look at that. So to make sure you use the AI to the best of your ability, I want to walk you through the same process that people pay $35,000 or even $135,000 for and love it. All right, so when you donate 200 bucks, you'll also get the ACQ Implementation Virtual Workshop. So I'll be personally leading you through the entire implementation process to find the playbook that'll help give you the highest return today, the one, which one you'll need next, and how to best use the ACQ AI to implement it. At the virtual workshop, you'll identify which constraint gives you the maximum return on effort using our most effective frameworks to help you use ACQ AI to find and create leverage. Now, you'll pinpoint whether your bottleneck is demand or supply, and then you'll install what I call quad promotional funnels that allow you to scale across both sides of the business. You'll leave with a clear roadmap showing which playbook to start with for maximum impact, personalized by the ACQ AI for your exact business. So here's the result. You'll get clear on what's holding you back and then know which playbooks to use to solve the issue and unlock what I call leverage growth and use ACQ AI to maximize it. So if the playbook's your map, think of the ACQ AI as your vehicle and the workshop as your guide. An in-person version of this is $35,000 run by my team. I'm not involved. It's just my team. And it's one day. The experience is this one right here, is virtual and it's led by me. So that's the difference. That's the trade. But here's just a few happy stories of our in-person experience that my team runs. So this is Joshua Thompson. I followed Alex's content for a long time. Expectations were high. Needless to say, they absolutely delivered. Happy Bay Construction. We've never been to an event packed so much value in 2 days. Straight business, worth every penny. Sarah, been to Vegas twice now, can say without hesitation, helped my business tremendously. Mike Lynch, one of the best high-level business events I've been to, recommend for any business owner. Julie, nearly instant ROI every time we come. Noble Solid Service. If you've ever gotten value from video, let's be real, we all have. Imagine that times 1,000 being blasted at you like a machine gun for 2 days straight. All right? So, there's a lot of these, and I could keep going. There's many, many, many of these. And you get access to the ACQ Virtual Workshop for free when you support 200 entrepreneurs by donating books. All right? So, when you donate 200 bucks, you're going to get the lead system, all 4 playbooks free. You're going to get the sales system, all 4 playbooks free. You get the delivery system to juice the hell out of LTV so you can get your customers worth more so that you can spend more money to scale, so that you can spend more money on talent because customers are worth more to you than they are to your competition. And you're getting the profit implementation playbook, 3 playbooks that you can instantly use inside of your business to drive bottom line, which one of the biggest things you can do in a business that requires little operational effort. On top of that, you're getting the ACQ AI trained on 226 one-on-one consultations with me that I did extensive amounts of work with so that we could find as many business prototypes one-to-one with you. The best thing I could do is okay, well, how do I consult with the 226 most common businesses that exist, which then cover 80, 90%, 95%, 98% of businesses out there? Again, that's not a promise. I'm just saying it's very likely that I not only work with one business like yours, but multiple. And the ACQ Virtual Implementation Workshop, so help you, guide you on how to use this tool, how to wield it, because this is a tool, right? I'll show you how we wield it internally, because our team uses this too, right? So, this tool is my internal tool. And you're like, why would you give away something this valuable? Because I'm trying to, I was going to say I'm trying to break the record, but we already did. All right? I'm trying to put the books in the hands of every entrepreneur in America, right? That's what I'm trying to do. If you're like, wow, that sounds absurd. That's why I'm doing this. And it's also why this is going to go away. And it's all free when you donate 200 bucks to other entrepreneurs. You can go to go.acq.com. So if you want my competitive advantage to be yours for less than the cost of Chipotle burrito every day, that's $8.33 a day with a firm. You can go to go.acq.com right now. Now, I've seen many of you already donating books during this presentation, and it makes me incredibly grateful. So thank you guys, like genuinely, thank you. But I also know that some of you guys still might have a question or two. Before I bring up our 5 mystery headliners, which we won't because they actually went yesterday, let me address some of the questions that I expect people to have. So first off, this is a significant commitment, so let me be direct about something. If you've gotten value from my free nuggets, free YouTube videos, free podcast, free scaling roadmap, free audiobooks, free keynotes, free newsletter, free courses, free events, please donate some books, which you can do here, right now, at go.acq.com. And if you haven't gotten value, then please don't. I really mean that. With that said, while you guys check out, I want to share something cool with you guys. Over the last year, I've been studying something that I at least call risk-reward decision-making frameworks of the wealthiest people in history. People like Rockefeller, Paul Getty, Bezos, Musk. And what amazed me was a common theme. These guys had to make huge bets and go all in multiple times. And those moments are the inflection points in their lives and wealth. You can watch it when you look at their wealth graphs over time. And so, for example, Elon, age 27, exits his first business, Zip2, 22 million in cash. Most people would retire here. Instead, he goes all in his next thing, a payments platform. Then, 31, exits PayPal, 175 million in cash. Most people would for sure retire here, but instead goes all in again on rockets, cars, and solar. Age 37, SpaceX almost runs out of money. He puts everything he has in and has his first successful launch on his 4th try. But wait, there's more. Age 46, Tesla's 1 month away from running out of money. Risks his net worth to borrow money to float the company and turns the corner with the Model S. 54, now the richest man in the world, with 3 of the most valuable companies ever in position for growth. And the others have the same wild stories and understanding of risk and reward. Bezos actually has 2 of my favorite quotes of all time on risk reward. One of them was the opener to my offers book. Outsized returns often come from betting against conventional wisdom, and conventional wisdom is usually right. Given a 10% chance of 100 times payoff, you should take that bet every time, but you're still going to be wrong 9 times out of 10. We all know that if you swing for the fences, you're going to strike out a lot, but you're also going to hit some home runs. The difference between baseball and business, however, is that baseball has a truncated outcome distribution. When you swing, no matter how well you connect with the ball, the most runs you can get is 4. In business, every once in a while, when you step up to the plate, you can score 1,000 runs. This long-tail distribution of returns is why it's important to be bold. Big winners pay for so many experiments. And the second is short and sweet, and because of that, it's easier to remember. So I think about this one a lot, which is just that humans tend to overestimate risk and underestimate opportunity, which led me to one large conclusion. History rewards us for being bold. Because I know some of you guys are stuck trying to figure out your next move, scaling like crazy, trying to keep the wheels on the bus, and some of you guys are just trying to stop the bleeding. And I've noticed this common theme for myself. Every sticking point I reach in business, there's usually some big bet I have to make to get to the next level. And so I like to remind myself of this when I don't feel courageous. And so each of these figures had moments where they had to make high-stakes decisions, not once, but multiple times, and go all in again. And since decisions are the highest leverage actions we can take, I thought sharing some of the decision frameworks and bets that shape my career might be the highest value leverage that I can give you. Is that okay? I think they're cool. Okay, rock and roll. 10 decisions and frameworks that changed my life. Big decision number 1, quitting my job to becoming an entrepreneur. So I'm on the phone with a close friend, Victor. He was my first free client, by the way. That's his before and after. Pacing around my apartment for probably the 50th time, debating if I should quit my job and start a business or not. So, I'm saying the normal thing, like, what if this doesn't work? What if I run out of money? I'm doing okay. Why change anything? I've got a lot going on right now. Things are super busy right now. And, like a good friend, he listened and waited for me to list all my reasons. And then he said something I'll never forget. He said, dude, the only thing that's guaranteed is that if you risk nothing, you get nothing. It sounds like all your reasons not to do it are the reasons you should do it. And so we ended up both quitting our jobs after that conversation, and I ended up driving across the country to become an entrepreneur. And I can safely say that that big bet, that big investment, was one of the best decisions I ever made. And my friend Victor helped me. Which led me to big decision number 2, learning the gym business. So I find this gym expert on the internet, and I drive across the country straight to his gym. So believe it or not, this is actually the picture that I sent him right outside when I got there. No idea what I'm doing. I just quit my job like a week ago, and I'm just like completely like free in the wilderness. Like, what is happening right now? And I took a picture in front of some random guy on the internet's gym being like, I'm here. So after driving 36 hours, I really didn't know what to expect. And so as soon as I sit down in his office, he offers me to join a gym owners group for $10,000. So I freeze up. And I tell him, I'm not sure I'm at the point of my business career to make an investment like this. But Sam says, have you ever made a decision like this before? I said, no. He's like, well, you only have to answer 3 questions. If you answer no to any of them, don't do it. Deal? I said, okay. He said, will this get you closer further to your goals? Yes. Okay. Does it increase your chances versus doing it on your own? I said, yes. Okay. Do you have access to money to get started? Yes or no? Yes. He said, well, since you said yes to all 3, it's a logical decision, so I don't think you'll regret it. And so I did it. I invested in me, and it ended up being one of the best investments I ever made. It was the first big domino that moved me in this direction to where I am today. And to be clear, that one group isn't why I'm here, but the decision to invest in learning skills is. It was the first big investment I made, and so I always frame these decisions directionally rather than absolutely. So instead of asking, will this thing scale, save XYZ my business? And the answer is, it certainly won't. Only you can do that. But instead I ask, does this get me closer or further from my goals? And for me, when the answer is yes, I move forward knowing I'll figure out the rest along the way, which you can do by going to the link at go.acq.com. And despite being terrified to spend that kind of money, I did. And that decision ended up being one of the largest factors to why I'm here today. So here's what happened next. I go to my first gym owners meeting. Remember, I don't own a gym here. And that led me to big decision number 3. What kind of gym model should I start? So I liked bodybuilding, I liked powerlifting, I liked fitness stuff. And so I showed up to this meeting. I wasn't even sure I should be in a room like this. And my turn to talk comes up. And so I say, I want to start a 10,000 square foot gym. And the gym owners jumped on me and were like, never go above 5,000 square feet for a training studio. I was like, oh, got it. All right, noted. And then I mentioned specific equipment. And I said, this is what I want to get. And they said, you don't need that. You know, you can get most of this stuff for 10 cents on the dollar at auctions. I was like, oh, okay, got it. Wrote that down. And then I was like, okay, I want to get retail space. So I'm thinking like $5 a foot. And they said, oh, never go above 150. I was like, oh, got it. And so in 30 minutes, they saved me 5 years and probably $250,000. I couldn't even gotten a higher ROI if I tried. And that's when I realized just how steep the price of ignorance is. It's a tax we all pay in time or money. And we pay with whatever we value least. But we pay the ignorance tax either way. The cost of not knowing. These decisions I made, to be clear, before I was ready. And I think of those decisions now like a rocket ship. Like a small directional change in the beginning can create huge changes down the line, good or bad. So sometimes starting before you're ready is exactly when you benefit for the most. It's also why I secured financing through a firm, which works out to $249 a month for anyone who qualifies and wants to donate. You just go to go.acq.com. All right? Just remember to check out as a guest to use the financing. And to be clear, don't be dumb. I just tried to make it so anyone who's motivated can donate and get it. Just hit the link at the bottom. You can walk through the steps. So anyways, the decisions that Sam and that group helped me make set me on this better path, which then led me to decision number 4, starting my first gym with my partner who never was. So Sam connects with another gym owner in the area and says, we should partner up, start a bigger gym together. So 2 weeks before the gym opens, my to-be partner says, hey, I think we should go to this workshop. It's $3,000, but they promise if you don't make $10,000 by the end of the workshop, you can get your money back. $3,000 was still a ton for me at the time, but it sounded like stuff I needed to learn, so I paid and I went with him to Vegas. Spoiler, I did not make $10,000. I didn't even make $1 from the workshop. But I did learn a little skill called Facebook ads in 2012. And so believe it or not, I actually just got this picture this year. So a friend of mine that I've known for years, obviously, now, he looked through his phone memory and he took this picture of me at the workshop. This is me at the Aria in Vegas actually learning this. Anyways, I thought this was really cool. Like, I have a picture of the exact moment. And so I'll fast forward this. So my to-be partner didn't make $10,000 either. And he actually got upset and asked for a refund. But I didn't, because I saw how I could use this to get people into the gym. And so the night before we had to sign the lease, my to-be partner, who never was, backed out. And so I had to come up with his half and my half, which is why I didn't have enough for 2 rents and slept on the floor, for those of you who know my story. But learning to run ads in exchange for a $3,000 investment, yeah, you could say it worked out for me long term. So the bottom line is this. For the right person, ROIing should be the least of their concerns. Because to winners, learning skills is always worth it. And winners only become winners by taking action before they are. And that's how they win. But if you just need to take a bet on yourself, then do it. You're the only asset you can never lose, and so investing in you is the best long-term move you can make, with this or anything. And I made it easy for you at go.acq.com. But that takes me to big decision number 5, find a way or make a way. So I open up my gym. I get chairs and a table from a dealership down the street. So there's actually a car dealership, and they put this out on their front lawn. And as I open my gym, because I have no money, I only bought gym equipment, and then people were coming in being like, hey, can I sign up? And I didn't have a printer, I didn't have tables, I didn't have chairs. So I think the first people I walked around and realized this. I was like, oh my God, I need this, but these things cost money. So anyways, they gave them to me for free, and I think I gave them a month of membership or something. But anyways, so I run my ads, and I sign up 22 members. And I actually remember texting this picture to my dad, which is, it's crazy. Probably the first 5 years of Gym Launch after this picture, I used to choke up every time I saw this picture. I have now habituated. But I remember killing myself to get 22 members. And I was super proud of it. That's why I splayed it all out to show it off. And so anyways, one of those members changed my perspective. Her name was Jamie. And so single mom, 4 kids, 1 job, comes in, says she wants to lose weight. I told her the price. She said she couldn't afford it. And so then I just paused, as a good salesperson should. So then she finally said, I'm going to do it anyways. I'll figure it out. And so she became a huge success story for me. And so much later I asked her, I was like, hey, what'd you end up doing to pay for this? And I asked so I could also tell other people, who were saying they were struggling with, financially or weren't sure. She said, I just drove Uber one day a week when the kids were at their dad's. I was just resourceful. It was so interesting to me because she taught me the difference between resources and resourcefulness. Everyone thinks you need the first when you really need the second. Whenever we have something tough that comes up, what do? We become resourceful. And so the thing is that we only tend to be resourceful to things that come onto us rather than things we want. It's one of the interesting things about humans, right? Especially business owners. Like, if you had a big tax bill tomorrow, what would you do? You figure it out, right? If you have to pay payroll, what do? You figure it out. If you have to pay rent, what do? You figure it out. And so what's interesting is that when it's the government or when it's a landlord or when it's your employees, you always are resourceful. But when it comes to yourself, you stop being. And that resourcefulness is the thing that you need to get to the next level. Learning that skill, which it is a skill, it's a behavior set. To be able to use it constantly, not always when you're just in need from external threats. And so as a single mom, you can imagine she could have easily said she didn't have the money. But it just came down to priorities. She just decided this was more important than the least important thing that she was doing and spending money on. And then she made the trade. And I think about this a lot because I'm like, if I want something, whatever it is, I want to make an investment, I want to go somewhere, I want to buy something, whatever it is, right? I think to myself, of all the things that I do and of all the things that I spend money on, is this thing more important to me than the least important thing that I spend time or money on? If the answer is yes, I trade up. And I continue to make that trade, and if you keep making that trade, life gets better. And so, in addition to that, if I think my situation is hard, on a bad day, I think about Jamie, and I'm reminded that there's always somebody who's had it worse and done better, right? And I found one of her first progress pictures, and she actually ended up losing close to 100 pounds. It's not this picture, but I just thought it was kind of cool. I found this from 13 years ago. This is actually Jamie. Kind of cool. So, and she did it by focusing on her resourcefulness, not her resources. And the best way to increase resourcefulness is to learn new skills. It is a behavior set. And so that's why I distilled all the practices into playbooks and checklists. You can just follow them, right? Each playbook you can get through in one sitting. Like, key point here. You can get through these in one sitting. It took me time that you don't have to pay to figure out the 100 ways to do these wrong. With these playbooks, you can just start with what works. You stop wasting on time on what doesn't by donating 200 bucks at the link below at go.acq.com. So that led me to big decision number 6, learning high-ticket sales and high-ticket services. So, fast forward. My gym's growing, but not fast enough. So I reached back out to the guy who ran that workshop. He had like 10 gyms at the time, and I asked him, hey, can you help me grow my gyms faster? He said, sure, and then he told me the largest price I'd ever heard. And of course, my initial reaction is, I'm not sure, right? He says, I'm not here to convince you to spend money you don't have. My goal is to help you save time you haven't spent. You're going to have to figure this out to get to where you want to go. So you're going to buy the lessons either way. And everything you're telling me is that your business isn't growing fast enough. So you're already paying for this with time. So the question is that how you will keep paying? Is that how you still want to pay? Because you can pay with time or money, but only one of them you can get back. Which is why I made this to save you time and money. So if you're ready to avoid the ignorance tax, the only kind of legal tax you can avoid, by the way, you can go to go.acq.com and you can get all of the stuff that's pictured below. So I ended up making the investment, And this guy was in Australia. So I did it, and I flew across the world, and I learned about semi-privates and how to sell high-ticket services. And these pictures, by the way, when I got there, he was like busy working. And so he just had his secretary basically take me around town for the day. And I have 57 images of me in front of just like all these random landmarks inside of Melbourne. Just me. And like in my 20s, just like, I don't know, I'm just flexing around because I'm here to learn about this stuff. But I did end up learning it, and you could say that it absolutely changed my life. But it was a huge bet at the time, which led me to big decision number 7, going all in on the skills needed for gym launch. So I only knew how to run ads locally. I needed to learn how to run them globally. And I reached out to a bunch of agencies, but I couldn't afford their services. And so finally I get on the phone with one guy, and I ask him if he'll just tutor me. He says no. But I was desperate, so I asked, what would it take? Which, by the way, way better question to ask yourself and others if you truly want something. Anyways, he says more than I was prepared for, so I hesitated. So anyways, he says, think about it like this. Over the next 12 months, you're going to spend this money either way. That money's already gone. So it's not about spending it. It's about where it goes. So are you going to keep spending it on stuff that doesn't move the needle, ads that flop, leads to waste, sales you don't close, people who churn out because you don't know how to fix it, hires that don't deliver, you not having a brand, even though you keep trying? Or are you going to exchange it for something that builds your business? Because money only has value when it's exchanged for something better. And what's a better trade than the skills you need to build the business you want? And so I did it and became the best student I possibly could and learned what I needed to advertise B2B and start launching gyms, which ended up being one of the best investments I ever made. And my hope is to provide you the same opportunity for you and 200 other entrepreneurs, which you can support by donating books at the link below. Again, your life will be different from mine. All right, so will your results. I share these to explain how I made the decisions that changed my life, not to guarantee any outcome for yours. Big decision number 8. My next big bet on skills. So fast forward, gym launch works, but we've plateaued. For 3 years, I'm stuck at $30-ish million a year. And I get on this podcast and I talk about a company that I'm a huge fan of. The host, after the podcast, says the founder's a personal friend and he can make an intro. So I asked him to, and he did. And at the time, the founder said his company was doing $1 billion a year in sales. This guy was the richest person I'd ever spoken to at the time. So we talked for a while, and I asked him what he thinks that I should do to get unstuck. So he tells me this. He says, well, sounds like you need a different way to advertise. And so I counter with, well, I've tried some stuff in the past and it didn't work out. I'm not sure if that'll work. Let me just see if my current initiatives will work out. I've got some coals in the fire. And this guy does not need to help me, but he drops this bomb on me. He says, if you've done something in the past and it didn't work, the only thing worse than making one bad investment is letting a bad investment prevent you from making a good one. And if you do, you let the bad investment burn you twice. And then he follows up. He says, listen, imagine you could go back in time and talk to your younger self, opening your first gym. I said, yeah, okay. He said, would you have things to tell him about what to do differently? I said, yeah, of course. He said, right. But now imagine younger you doesn't listen and says, I'm super busy right now. I've got a lot of coals in the fire. I'll get to that later. He says, you get it? That's what I'm trying to do for you right now. You're only hesitant because you can quantify what you have to lose, but not what you stand to gain. And that's why making big bets is so hard and why so few people make them. So I made the investment of time and money into content. I listened to his advice, and it was one of the best investments I ever made, despite being unsure of it at the time. And so if you're feeling any of those same hesitations, that might be your business telling you exactly what it needs. It isn't about the timing being perfect. It's about solving what's making the timing feel imperfect. And so if that sounds logical, go donate some books. If it doesn't, it's cool too. Which led me to big decision number 9. So there are moments in your life where everything branches, right? You can probably think of some now. If I hadn't gone to that coffee shop or signed up for that class, this great thing wouldn't have happened. So for me, one happened 8.5 years ago when I was swiping on my phone during lunch. So I saw a fit Persian chick and I figured, why not? So I swiped right. But I think about this a lot because what if I hadn't swiped the other way? I wouldn't have met her. And I shudder to think about what my life would have been like without Layla. And I think about this because without her, I wouldn't be where I am today. And the thing is that there's a version of you 6 months or 6 years from now looking back on this moment, wondering, what if I hadn't taken that step? Right? What if I hadn't gotten the tools I needed, that piece that then fixed the business, that thing that fixed churn, that thing that fixed our sales, that thing that fixed our show rates, the thing that fixed our ads, the thing that fixed our content, the thing that got our brand actually spinning? What if I hadn't had that piece that's been pivotal to us getting to the next level? What if I hadn't done that? Which is why it's important to take the leap and be bold. So if you feel like taking the leap and being bold, you can go donate books, help 200 entrepreneurs, and you get everything you see in front of me. You can go to go.acq.com, which then brings me to one of the biggest leaps that we made together. Decision number 10, buying this building. So we weren't sure if it made sense for us to get a building, definitely not this big. And we were considering the decision, we came down to this framework. When we're old, will this matter? When we're 85 and looking back on today, if we do this, is it going to change the outcome? Well, if it doesn't work out, and we're 85, we're looking back, is it really going to change anything if we bought the building or not? Probably not. But if it does work out, it could change everything. Because the downside's limited. We could sell this building, not a huge deal. You could sell these books. That's the downside. You could just sell the books, not a huge deal. But the upside is unlimited. We could turn this into a campus for talent, culture, team, clients, and build the life we want, which is a framework that we use a lot when we're thinking about bets. What if it goes wrong, and what if it works? And no matter what, we figured we'd do what we always do. If something bad happens, we just figure it out. We're resourceful. And so we let the investment be something that motivated us rather than made us hesitant. So that stomach-y feeling, like right before you're about to click a button, right before you're about to make a move, like that little feeling, I have trained myself to know and identify that feeling as a good feeling rather than a bad feeling. Instead of it being anxiety, it's excitement. It's something about me about to make a decision, me stepping into a new identity, me stepping into a behavior set that is foreign to me, but might be the behavior set that I need to step into to get to where I want to go. Because buying this building and our annex now, the second building on our campus, have been some of the best investments we've ever made, despite being unsure, turned out better than expected. And so if you have questions about your business, that's why I made ACQ AI. That's why I spent 2 years with 226 businesses, one-on-one, doing so many days of work that did not scale, was to create something that could so it could help. And why we have a whole day dedicated to making sure they have exactly what you need at the virtual invitation workshop that people pay $35,000 plus for in person for my team, and I will be leading you through the whole day virtually. And that's so that you can use these tools to your advantage. So those are the 10 decisions and frames that helped me make some of the biggest bets and investments in my life that paid off. Was that helpful for you guys? Because I know some of you guys are stuck trying to figure out your next move, scaling like crazy, trying to keep the wheels on the bus. And some of you guys are trying to stop the bleeding. And going all in, taking the leap, may be the best thing you do. At least it has been for Rockefeller, Paul Getty, Bezos, Musk, and it certainly has been for me. To be clear, I'm not saying what happened for me will happen for you. You can't make the same decisions as me. Your life is unique. So is yours, and your results will vary, right? And to re-quote Bezos, humans tend to overestimate risk and underestimate opportunity. This long-tail distribution of returns is why it's important to be bold. Big winners pay for so many experiments. We are rewarded for being bold. That said, for those of you who are motivated to be bold and take action now, I've got one more surprise free gift for you for helping me help 200 entrepreneurs. But it disappears the moment this live stream ends. The $100 million launch blueprint. Available now only on this live stream. So this is different from yesterday, by the way. Most business owners are terrible at launching things. They post once on social media and send a single email. Nobody cares. And they wonder why. Then they watch competitors with inferior products destroy them simply because they know how to create demand. I spent the last 14 years mastering the art of launches. From flying city to city, launching gyms, living out of extended stays when I was dead broke, to launching supplements that did $74 million in sales with almost 400,000 orders, to launching software that had 15 million users, to launching books that shattered records, both topping the all of Amazon lists. Launching is how I built what I have. This launch that you're watching right now, I invested $4 million in ads alone to execute. There you go. There are the receipts. And it just broke a world record. One that literally 9 out of 10 of the people who had this record beforehand were literally world leaders. Like, I can't emphasize this. Like, if you learn these skills, you can change your life. And I'm not saying you have to do it with this. This is just a way that I can hopefully incentivize the business owners to donate other books to other entrepreneurs, because I had to come up with something. And so every email, every ad, every piece of content was strategically designed to create maximum engagement, maximum impact. And so here's everything I spent 14 years learning, 2 years assembling this whole plan, and millions to create for this record-breaking launch. So here's what's inside. You'll get the email and SMS sequences that drove hundreds of thousands of registrations. I think as of yesterday morning, it was 580,000 registrations. You'll get the video sales letters, 5 different VSL scripts that converted cold traffic. You'll get paid ads, 1,000+ ads that profitably scaled this launch. This complete webinar, which I think is 1,700 slides, transcript and production notes, and the launch timeline, day-by-day blueprint for recreating this exact launch. Launch memos, our internal documents, I think this is one of the most valuable things we have, because your ability to make high-quality decisions with high stakes is going to be the thing that allocates the resources you have against the highest leverage opportunities that exist. And if you do that, you will move forward faster than other people who have the same resources as you. This is how 2 people can start with nothing and 1 can achieve something. It's because of leverage. How do you get leverage when you have nothing? Skills. And so the launch memos explain our internal documents that explain the strategy and thinking behind the launch and the 2 book bundles, the 200 and the 800. All right, the 800 is for anybody who's a super baller. It's on the thank you page. I don't spend too much time talking about it because it's only for super ballers. You know who you are. All right, but for everyone else, it explains all of that. Now, this launch blueprint, let me explain why I think this is so wildly misunderstood by most business owners. From launching a lemonade stand to launching the iPhone, every business of every size needs to launch stuff. You need to make your offers available. This was something that took me way too long to learn in the beginning of my career. From launching new products to new locations to new services to new features to new events. The difference between businesses that explode and businesses that die is their ability to channel demand into buying behavior. These assets work. The same psychology works whether you're launching to 100 people or 100,000 people. You're getting the exact multi-million-dollar assets that just shattered a world record. No one else, literally no one else can say that. But only if you donate while this live stream is on. The moment the live stream ends, it will no longer be available. And so this is your final chance to get the launch blueprint, worth more to me than just about anything. And so if you want to master a core skill that built my material wealth and get everything we use to break records, go to go.acq.com right now before it's gone. And so special note, the live-only bonus launch collateral, this stuff, is digital, unlike all of these playbooks. And the main reason is because we're still doing the launch. All right, so we couldn't print it ahead of time. Now, this offer won't be for sale after the launch, so if you want it, you need to check out at the link below right now at go.acq.com. And this implementation mega system is first come, first serve. So when you help me on this mission, my hope is that I not only help you achieve yours, but that we together can help 200 other entrepreneurs save their businesses, save the world. So that's why I'm trying so hard and spent so many countless hours doing the absolute sheer volume of work, the unscalable, over 2 years to make all of this for you. This was an absolutely melting amount of work to do this, to actually create something that would really help. And so let me tell you everything you're getting when you support 200 other entrepreneurs at go.acq.com. So when you donate $200, you're getting $200 right off the bat. You're getting $200. That's real value. You could do a lot of things with that. All right. On top of that, you're getting the lead system, which includes go-to ads, hooks, branding, and the marketing machine so that you can really scale your content, really scale your ads. This machine gives you fresh content to make every single week without you creating content. It creates it for you. All right? That's the first 4 playbooks of the lead system free. Next, you get the sales implementation system, which includes lead nurture, so you can get them to schedule, get them to show. Once they show, you have the closing playbook to help you actually close the deal. And if they're taking too long, that's what the proof checklist is for, so you can streamline the process and then diagnose your entire funnel or sales motion to figure out where the holes are, where you need to insert proof. This thing's awesome. You get all 3 of those for free when you donate $200. On top of that, in the delivery system, you get the lifetime value and retention, so you stop losing customers on the back end and you make them worth more to you than anybody else. Free. On top of that, you get the profit system, which includes fast cash, pricing, and the price raise letter playbook. Fast cash are these instant plays. You can just literally they're already pre-made. You just fill in the blank and send them. You can put them on a cadence. They are things that drop disproportionately to the bottom line because every business has existing customers, or at least a business that has customers has a list that you can hit. And using this is one of the fastest ways you can generate cash flow in a business. I'm not saying that's going to happen for you. I'm saying that's how it works. The same thing with pricing and price raise letter. You can literally send them and immediately see changes in the business. They're the lowest operational drag things you can do. That's all 12 playbooks you get for free. On top of that, you get ACQ AI trained on all of those playbooks, 226 plus consultations, the unwritten notes for all 3 of my books, the unwritten notes for all of the playbooks on top of that, to train on businesses probably identical to yours, both bigger or smaller and the same size, so you know exactly what to do next. And you can ask the specific questions to get specific answers. And to make sure that you know how to wield this tool with skill, we have the virtual implementation workshop that we'll be leading you through, that people pay $35,000 plus for, that I will be leading virtually, and you can invite friends. By friends, I mean your employees, to come too. All right. And while the live stream is on, the launch blueprint, which contains the collateral for this launch that broke the Guinness World Record for the fastest selling nonfiction of all time. Like literally no one else could say that. And this took 2 years to put together and plan. And you'll get the internal memos from months and months and months ago of putting each of the pieces in place. And I promise you, the little breakdowns that you're going to see on X and LinkedIn, that you do not know what they're talking about. That will show you why this worked and how you can model it to launch whatever it is that you want to launch. New locations, new services, new businesses, new products, new events, anything you want, you can launch using this framework. And if you qualify through a firm, you can donate books to get everything in your hands for as little as $249 a month, interest-free. And if you aren't seeing a firm, just hit the top right, check out his guest, and it's also at the bottom of the page. You'll also see it right above the thing. You hit the button after you've made sure that you put in your address. It'll pop out. All right. And if you have any issues checking out, hired and trained 300 plus phone reps to help you. And so you'll see their number on any failed checkout. Just call them and they'll help. All right. So let's do best case, worst case scenario. I think I've covered best case scenario, but big picture, you change your life forever. Your business scales faster than you thought possible. Save the world. All right. That one's pretty clear. But let's talk about worst case scenario. So right off the bat, you get 100% dollar for dollar tax write-off as a business. Number one. Number two, instead of giving these away, you could just literally resell all 200 yourself and then just keep the bonuses if you wanted to. And to give you context on this, we sell lots of books, like before this launch too. So before this launch even started, we sold 1.3 million copies of the book. So we sell thousands every day. So if you wanted to, there is demand for these. These retain their value. So you are getting 200 books on top of this, and everything else is just free. You could also use these books as lead magnets. I've already seen so many people like getting people to join groups, getting people to hop on calls, getting people to show up. They just use these as lead magnets to get people to take actions, to get prospects to turn into customers. Or as gifts to new customers, or as a bonus for joining a community, or coming to an event, or a great one, leaving a testimonial or review. Or as an onboarding gift for new employees. This is actually a big surprise. One of our largest use cases of bulk buying for books is actually companies that hire, they basically train all their employees using the $100 million series. So it was one that I didn't expect, but pretty awesome. And all of those use cases, all of that worst case scenario is before you even use a single tactic from all four of the lead system, the sales system, the delivery system, the profit system. That's before asking the ACQ AI even a single question. That's before the value multiplication that you're going to get and the skills you're going to learn at the ACQ workshop. And that's before deploying even a single artifact from the launch blueprint. I feel like it's a pretty amazing worst case scenario. 100% tax deduction for the business. Sell the books to recoup some or all the costs. Give as a gift to new customers. Use it as a lead magnet. Give as a gift to join a community like school. Use them as an onboarding training or a new employee gift. Gift bonus given at your next event or meetup. Plus, you just feel good about helping 199 other entrepreneurs grow their businesses. Just a quick reminder, but for those of you who just want to do good but don't want to take the time to give them away, we will gladly handle the distribution of books. It was the number one request from last year from people who did who ordered more for distribution. All right. But if you want some of them, just use the code you get in your email to get free books. Whatever you don't want, we'll donate the rest. All right, and the codes are good for a year, so use whatever you want. Everything you don't, we'll donate. So here's what happens next. Go to the link at the bottom of the screen, go.acq.com, hit this button, check out. If you have any issues checking out, call the number that pops up. And for the larger businesses, which is about 15% of you here, I took a couple screenshots from inside the community for the largest business owners who already donated more books, which is awesome. But for the larger ballers that are here, I do have a special thing for you guys on the thank you page. You guys already know who you are. And it's just a one-time thing that I'm doing only for this launch. It's the number one request I've had over the last 4 years, and it's something that I'm only doing for 6 months just because I really want to hit this goal. All right? And so there's a short video on the next page showing how you can get access to me for 6 months, meet each other, and some other cool stuff if you choose to donate even more books. All right? It's a one-time thing I'm only doing for this launch. There's more details inside. All right, and I did it this way mostly to create a barrier so only someone who could spend that without needing a sales call or convincing would be in. Right now, I think there's only like 400-ish people in the group. It's not very, like, that's not very hard to manage. So like it's a smoking deal right now. And you can upgrade your order with a click at checkout. All right, but you got to donate 200 books first to get that one. All right, so that's the deal. So do that first. But the launch bonus disappears the moment the live stream ends. So if you want that, go to go.acq.com. And so here's what you're getting. Huzzah. All right. Now, perhaps I will have my lovely assistant, and I will remind you, as long as this live stream is on, you can get this, but the moment the live stream ends, the launch blueprint disappears. $100 million men, can you please assemble our getup, our Hormozi hotline?
I'm not green.
You're not green.
But here I am. And we have somebody from Guinness who's coming out.
All right.
Share some news.
Yes. Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
How are you today?
Good.
How are you?
Good. Hi. Hi, everyone. My name is Tina, and I'm so honored to share a great news today. That's Alex Hormozi. You break a new Guinness World Records title.
Oh, wow.
And the title is the fastest selling nonfiction book. And your final result is 2,917,443 copies sold within 24 hours. Wow. That is a new Guinness World Records title. Congratulations, Alex. You are officially amazing.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Would you like to share?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, here we go. Yes.
We'll go on both sides.
Yeah, this is
We'll go
how
on
it
both
looks
sides.
like.
There we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. We'll do it like this. Greenman, we got it? We got it? All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So amazing.
Oh, cheers.
I just want to remind that for nonfiction, we just have to get to 3 million copies in 48 hours to beat HP number 4.
Is that really what it is?
Goblet of Fire.
It's
yeah.
48 hours?
Mm-hmm. They did it in 48. So we have 48 hours to reach it.
Sick.
So I think we got give it 60 minutes and we're going to beat Harry Potter Goblet of Fire.
Well, let's rock and roll then. All right. Green men.
Assemble the table.
Yeah, like release the Kraken. All right, guys. So we're gonna do a little Hormozi hotline because honestly, it was like you guys liked it, and it's like one of the few things that I really enjoy.
Hanging out with me.
Yeah, hanging out with Layla. Yes. Thank you, sirs. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, this is fun.
You want some paper?
Do I want some paper?
Should we get paper?
Yeah, we get some paper. Let's get some paper going. All right, you guys are awesome, by the way. I appreciate you. Like we couldn't do I didn't say this yesterday. No, I did say this yesterday, but some of you guys who weren't there, I'll just tell you guys right now. A little bit more. I read you a little bit of that letter, but I'll tell you some more behind that. So when I was looking at launching this book, I looked at what the records for nonfiction were, and what was crazy is that 9 out of the top 10, it might be 10 out of the top 10, were all politicians. And I was like, we are the ones who spend, we're the ones who get taxed. We're the ones who fund all of the media that funds all these politicians. And I was like, and they're the ones who have all the records for nonfiction. I was like, that feels bad. And I thought one of us should own that, right? As an entrepreneur, one of the entrepreneurs should own that. And so, that was one of the big catalysts for organizing this whole thing and doing multiple years of work to put this together. So, without further ado,
Hormozi hotline.
Hormozi hotline is now open for business.
All right, and we will put the phone facing down so we do not show your phone numbers. All right,
Yeah.
We've got Corey Reed. His business is Altair Capital Group. It's lending.
Okay.
Revenue is $3 million. Profit is $1.9 million. We're going to
Okay.
give Corey a call.
All right, Corey, let's rock and roll.
Hello?
Hey, Corey, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on?
What's revenue? What's the problem? How can we help?
So, problem that I would...
Wait, what'd you say revenue was?
$3 million.
$3 million? Okay.
Yeah. So, problem is, in our business, sometimes, or actually a lot of the time, there might not be anything that we could sell them necessarily today. We work in private lending for investment property, and so these people oftentimes they are highly qualified. They're doing deals. They've done deals. Maybe they just don't have a property that they need financing for, like when that initial call happens, and so it makes that initial framework of that call difficult for us, and then it turns the business into a highly nurture-driven business in terms of staying relevant, so that at the right time. But my question is specifically developing that closing framework, at least to be able to have a solid framework for that initial call, so that we can have the best chance, moving forward, in case there's not something that we can, deliver on for them in that initial call.
So I think big picture, you need a reason why to move forward today to create some sort of activation point within the relationship, right?
Exactly.
Right. So I'll tell you something. So I'm actually a member of a platform that does M&A for $1 million to $100 million checks. And one of the things that platform did that worked, pretty good for me was it's just $10,000 a year. And they basically just pre-qualify and vet all my stuff so that they can fund me way faster. And so by doing that, they could basically transition me from being a prospect to a customer. And then whenever I reach out, they are the first people I'm thinking about because I already have basically a $10,000 a year subscription. Right. So the question is, what other things would someone be willing to subscribe to that would add value to them? Now, obviously, for them, it's going to be the likelihood of getting completed, the speed of the lending. And so it's can we do more pre-diligence? Can we do, how much of this can we take up so that we can provide more value to them? Because fundamentally, if you think about value from the value equation, right, you've got how can I make it risk-free? How can I make it fast? How can I make it easy? So those are your vectors for value creation. And so we want to do that as the core elements of the offer that we get them to say yes to today if we're trying to transact in some way to activate them. Now, maybe activation for you guys might be you might find out it's just meeting them in person, right? So if it's a cash flow issue, then we'd want to have some sort of transaction. If it's not a cash flow thing and you just need to have some sort of higher investment, for some of these guys, just meeting them in person might be more meaningful than paying $10,000, right? They're actually taking the time.
Yeah, essentially all we've been doing in that call is essentially gathering data, asking questions, and then delivering information about us, and then effectively from there trying to kind of stay top of mind in outside communication so that when they have an investment property that they are looking to acquire, we can then step in and be the financing arm for them on that. But it just can become difficult, I guess, especially if we're not saying or doing the right things in that sort of opening appointment where we're introducing ourselves and then vice versa.
So are you opposed to doing the model where you essentially have people pay to get pre-qualified and already have done diligence on their company?
No, but it's unconventional in the sense that
well, conventional is that you're having the problems that you're having right now, right?
No, I don't mean your strategy is unconventional. I just mean in terms of our lending process, in the sense that I guess in a conventional loan scenario, where if you were going to buy a personal house, you could pre-qualify somebody financially creditworthy, and then
right, and you have it's deal by deal. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, for us, it's very much asset-based. So as much as we would want to be able to pre-qualify the person individually if they come to us with a deal that's not financeable, then we're kind of stuck in the mud there.
Is there any way that you could give them essentially an estimate on their pre-qualification based on the kind of asset they're going to bring to you?
Yeah, absolutely. We get very granular in terms of the types of assets that we're willing to finance and all of the specifics with regard to that. Yeah, we can definitely get pretty granular on that.
Yeah,
I would do that.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Well, part of the things that I'll say this, man, is that it may be a feature, not a bug, which sometimes happens within businesses, right? Trying to so I'll say this, and this goes for anyone. There's a lot of times where you spend inordinate amounts of mental effort trying to solve a problem that is unsolvable. So I'll give you an example. So if I were to cater to, people who want to start a business, and I had a subscription software, right?
I should expect that I'm never going to get to 100% retention. Why? It's structural. It's a feature, not a bug. Because there's just so many people who are, entrepreneurs or people who are interested in business, but, don't have the commitment, don't have the consistency, haven't really gotten going yet, that it would be ridiculous. Like, that's about them, not about the product, right? And so Shopify doesn't beat itself up because they only keep 60% of customers every year. They just know that a certain percent will eventually succeed, and that's where they actually make their money, right? And so to the same degree, there are structural things within the business that you're in, which is that you have to base your lending on the underlying asset, right? And so if I'm thinking, I'll say this. I think the original question that you started the conversation with might have been the wrong question for you to actually scale. Because it's unlikely that that's even the limitation of the business. Because fundamentally right now we need to get more people in front of you. And then is the truth, do you have cash flow issues right now? Are you struggling to pay bills?
No, not at all.
Okay, so then there's no advantage to increasing the cash conversion cycle right now. It doesn't matter. So what really needs to happen, which is completely outside of the original question frame, is how do we increase the promotional activities that get people to find out about who you are so you can do more deals? And is there some sort of retention mechanism, which I would cover in the delivery systems that we talk about in LTV, of how we can put this in on a consistent basis to reactivate and reengage people on a cadence.
Got it, right. Exactly.
Heard? Because that's where the two levers are going to be in the business that are also going to allow you to scale, more so than this, what I would just consider an inconvenience or fact of life for the business.
Right.
I mean, it's kind of the same with we talked yesterday about when Alex, quote, interviewed me for the money model for acquisition.com. It's I'm not going to say what? I really wish that I didn't have to spend so much time and effort to get someone to want to be a portfolio company. It's okay, actually, how can we just get paid more for that time and effort? And how can we make it easier? I think it's the same with this situation, which is you're not trying to get rid of it. You're just trying to make it more ROI positive for you. But what Alex said, which is but is that the constraint of the business? And if it's not, then it's would you get a higher return just getting more customers?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I guess I was just viewing it from a KPI standpoint. It seemed like it would be on the lower end in terms of our ability to just convert these leads into paying customers. And so I guess that was the only reason why I was trying to address it, was that I felt like it was a bottleneck in that sense, but maybe it's not.
No, I don't think so, man. Well, maybe that was the most value I can do, is just reallocate your resources to the thing that's going to get you the highest return. This isn't the thing that's going to have the highest return.
Yeah, it's also we've talked to a lot of businesses in lending. This is fairly
it's normal.
This is just what
it's
it
normal.
is.
That's not the thing you need, though. You need more deal flow.
Right. Of course, yeah.
Heard? All right, appreciate you, man.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
You bet. Donate some books.
Trust me, I am.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. And thank you on behalf of the other 200 entrepreneurs that are getting those books, so thank you.
Absolutely. It'll be a lot more than 200, man.
Oh, okay. We'll rock and roll, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you guys.
Appreciate
you. All right, we've got Timothy Shucker.
All right.
Business's advanced agent marketing agency.
Okay.
Revenue, $4.8 million. Profit, 25% profit margin.
So 4.8 top line.
25% margins, marketing agency.
All right, 20.
All right, Timmy. Oops. Oh, shit. What happened?
There
we go.
Cover it.
Hey, Tim, can you hear us?
Loud and clear. How's it going?
What's up?
Not much. Just watching the live stream.
All right, so 4.8 top line, 1.2 million bottom line. What's the issue? Where do you want to go? What's the problem?
Yeah, so the short-term goal is getting to $1 million a month.
Okay.
So we're pressing the foot on the gas in terms of scale.
Okay.
We're at a similar revenue level. I was watching the stream yesterday. You talked about at gym launch before you guys added in the back end and the continuity.
Yeah.
That you guys are around the same level as we are, and so our back end and our continuity, I feel like could use some work.
Yeah.
But really, just want to kind of get an idea of what the highest leverage moves are for us in terms of where we are to. I mean, basically, we're talking about tripling.
Yeah.
While also keeping the profit margin at a solid level.
All right. You wanna
What's
attack?
your price and who do you sell to?
Yeah, so we sell to insurance agents. It's a $15,000 offer, $15K for 3 months.
Okay.
And it's basically, it's like a marketing package. So essentially we help them brand themselves so that they're viewed as an expert.
Okay. Heard.
Wait, so it's not just, it's a branding package, not running paid ads.
It's a combo, right? So like basically we put them in the ad and then we put them in like a video where by the time they go through the whole process, it's like they're seeing the agent's face over and over versus just like buying leads and then cold calling people.
So are you putting content on social media for them, or are you just doing like campaigns and retargeting campaigns, and is it just?
It's mainly paid ads. Like
okay.
It's the posting on social is not part of the service delivery. It could be, but to be honest, like most of them are not going to do that.
So do you say that you like this is just us girls talking? Do you tell them that you're building them a brand, but you really just like run ads for them and generate leads?
Well, the whole idea is we call it the personal brand funnel. So they are building a brand because they're the face of it. But it's not like we're like posting and building like an Instagram or anything.
So you're basically just getting them in ads and then running ads, but they're in them. Okay.
I have a question. Do you know what percentage of payments fail and what percentage of customers pay in full the $15K over 3 months?
I mean, we've been running the $15K offer since April. Our payment completion rate on the $15K is pretty solid.
Okay. So
honestly, exact metrics, I don't know.
What's CAC? What's CAC?
The CAC is like 3,500.
What's LTV fully loaded?
To be honest, I don't have like those numbers right in front of me.
What percent? Well, like you wanted to get to.
Changed quite a bit.
How many customers do you get per month, and how many customers do you have active right now?
We get about 50 a month.
Yeah.
It's scaling up currently, but currently in our group we have over 250 people.
Okay, so do you know what churn is? So after the $15K, what do they pay for?
So that's kind of what we're trying to create and structure. So basically what we've been doing now is my business partners just jumping on back-end sales and trying to re-enroll people. But the idea would basically be to like help them scale their agency, help them scale their brokerage.
Yeah.
And then just, ideally a $5K per month retainer would be what we would shoot for. But we've had a couple of people take that. Honestly, like the take rate on that has not been as high as we would like.
Heard. Let me give you some nugs. All right. So thing one, if he's trying to sell them on the back end, you're too late. You want to get the renewal before the end of the third month. So you want to be looking to get in the renewal at like end of month 1, halfway through month 2. You want to have them still in cycle, not like this is now a new purchasing decision. So it's more like let's keep the party going, not like now do you want to take the next step. All right, to be clear, that's number one. So from a timing perspective. Number 2, I think you need to have a better offer for the back end. And so what I would do is like maybe it's they bought 3. And you say, hey, if you basically let's roll this forward for another 3, and we'll roll your last month into the next month. So basically, it's like you buy 2, get 1 on the back. So then it's $10,000 for 3 months as a continuity. And the main reason I can take that $5,000 off is because the setup that we did up front, we don't have to do it again. So I'm willing to do that. Right? Because the thing that you're actually looking for, I'm just telling you right now, so if you're selling 50 deals a month, if you want to get to $1 million a month, you need LTV to be 20K. And right now, you're close, which means that I'm going to guess that your conversion on the back, I mean, you already said it, is pretty bad, right?
I mean, honestly, up until very recently, we had the CSMs trying to do it, and they just weren't.
Right, they're not sales. No, heard. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, also the other piece is, like, an interesting option here is that you can just, like, there's 2 that come straight to mind for me. One is that you just sell the 15 for 3, and then you sell them again, 6 weeks in, 4 weeks in, whatever, for the next deal. Credit a $5K for the setup that they don't have to do, and then they can pay for that. That's option 1. Option 2 is that you just say it's $15K, and then after the first 3 months, it continues at $3,000 a month or $3,500 a month. It just automatically continues. Now, when you go in, you still want to sell them on it, but you don't need to actually have them do anything transaction-wise. So it's like they just say yes, and you say, awesome, well, you're already squared away. We just want to make sure, tell you what the next steps are looking like, and this is where we're going from here.
Got it. Makes sense. So, like, I think you call it, like, what is it, short tail, long distribution?
Yeah, big head, long tail. Yeah.
Yeah, got it. Okay. What are your thoughts on doing like rev shares or app splits or contracting the agents directly.
Everything that
we met at the school games, and you were saying the brokerage is like 100% the play.
Oh, well then, yeah. The brokerage is the play. I mean, like, if anybody who's listening to this, like in general, if you have a legal way to actually split revenue with a business that is, like, and if you're, mind you, if you're good at what you do, which if you listen to my stuff, please be good at what you do, that is always going to be the best way to, because performance is always the most lucrative for winners.
I think there's a huge caveat on that one.
Okay, then put your huge caveat on it.
Well, I would just say, like, what are the results we're getting people on the front end? Because, like, even if your offer is shitty and your sales...
That was my caveat. You got to be good.
I'm asking.
Okay.
Like, that's why I'm curious. I was like, what are the results
I was
we're
like,
getting?
I'm trying to say, like, I said this.
And I know, but I'm just... I know you said it as a caveat, but I'm asking specifically right now because, I mean, we've seen it in our businesses, in our portfolio companies, which is if you're good enough on the front end, you can have a shitty sales team, a shitty CSS team, a shitty offer, and people just keep wanting to pay you.
Because you're good at sales and marketing.
Because you're really good on the front end for getting them the results. So I'm just trying to understand is it an expectations issue or a procedural issue?
Are you asking if we're getting people results, just so I'm clear on the question?
Yes.
Yeah,
or what's the average results?
Yeah, correct.
Well, honestly, to be clear, I have a hard time getting people to report the results back to us. That's been like a big bottleneck for us, I would say, on that. But the clients who are crushing it are like really crushing it. Like we had one girl who just came in. On her first appointment, she found someone who was going to roll over like $4 million in annuities. We get people that close like six-figure insurance policies all the time.
So let me tell you what Layla. The first thing that Layla wrote down when you said the name of your business or what you do, she wrote down price and then she wrote down avatar. And so right now there's two elements that you need to control, right? So like what I hear from you is right now is that you have volatility in your results. You have some that are super good and some that are nothing, right? And from the perspective that all outcomes flow from you, which you should take that ownership on life, then you need to pick either better customers or number two, you need to train them better or a combination of both. And so maybe there's a client that you're getting that is a certain type of avatar of insurance agent that this thing is worth $50,000 for, and those people all succeed, rather than trying to find the blended average of zeros and 100. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so you're saying like maybe decreasing units and just selling
Yes.
to the top percent?
Yes. So I'll tell you a story. I'll tell you a story that'll reinforce this. So you gave the analogy with gym launch. So I just want to make sure that you remember this one point before I say that, which is that you need LTV to be over. If you really you want to hit $1 million a month, you need LTV to be at 20 or 25,000 minimum in order to get there. All right, that's what gets you there. So anybody who's watching, it's sales velocity times lifetime value equals hypothetical max. So if you're curious like how that works, it's SV times H max. And so this equals your hypothetical max. You're like, hey, so if you want to reverse engineer a goal, you say, what's the revenue goal I want to hit? You say, cool, well, I'm doing this many deals a month, which means this is how much I have to have every deal be worth over the lifetime in order to get this revenue eventually. Okay, back to you. So Layla is suggesting that you do $25K for 3 months instead of 15.
We've tested this in multiple businesses where essentially it's literally the exact price increase actually, which is you go from 15 to 25K. There's barely a difference in terms of conversion as long as we're qualifying it a little bit more on the front end. So maybe you lose, I think it's like the average business we've lost like 2 or 3%, barely any on conversion, but we've increased the price by $10,000. And so like I actually think you could get the 25K on the front end if you just qualify your clients more heavily.
And just be okay with CAC going up. So if CAC goes from 3,500 to 5K, who cares? Because the thing is that those people are going to stick, and that's ultimately going to make your business way more valuable.
The biggest issue that we see with agencies, because we not only built a software for agencies, there's tons that come through the door, is just they're so scarcity-minded that they will not dial in the avatar. And it seems contradictory to what you're trying to do, but it will absolutely result in, you get two things from that, right? One, you're going to get better talent because you have better clients.
Yeah, huge.
The better clients that you have, the better talent you're going to get. And that's one of the hardest things for an agency to scale is that a lot of people don't want to work for an agency. It's a commodity. There's so many agencies out there. And so what makes yours different? And the worst thing for good talent is shitty clients. When I was hiring, for example, for Acquisition.com in the beginning, I asked every single person I brought on for the portfolio, what's your biggest fear and what would make you quit? And every single one of them said, if we bring on shitty partners. Mm-hmm. It's the same. And so in order for you to have to reach the revenue goals that you want, I really feel confident that if you raised your price, you had better clients, you're going to be able to get better talent, they're not going to leave, and it's going to make the business, in the short term, it might feel like, oh gosh, we have some refiguring out to do, but I think in the long term, you'll make way more money, and it'll be a better business to own. You're going to like it more.
So let me tell you one of the breakthroughs that we had with Gym Launch. In the very beginning, obviously, like, a personal trainer could conceivably use what Gym Launch taught, right, and what Gym Launch licensed. They could. There's nothing that really stops a personal trainer from using it. The problem is that they're just not ready. They're just not that level. They're just not. You know what I mean? They're not responsible enough. They haven't learned the meta skills.
They're like, why aren't you working my leads for me?
Right. Yeah. Just like
I can't make a sale.
That sounds so familiar.
100%.
Yeah, I can't make sales. This is your problem.
Right. And so what's interesting is that everybody who competed against me. So this, like, I really want you to like take this to heart. Everyone who competed against me in the gym space, and I will just say the fitness space, couldn't say no to money. And as a result, their brands were diluted because they had so many people who didn't get results. And it might not have been because of anything they did, but because of a strategic decision they did to choose to take bad customers. And so instead, we just said, we figured out, because just like you have like a couple people who are doing well, right? So we looked at our top 20% of customers, and we said, what do these people have in common in terms of the behaviors they do and the people they are in terms of the demographics and like quantitative facts about their business that are objective. So we figured out that it was it must be a gym owner, number one. Number two, they must have a signed lease, number two. Number three, they have to have at least one employee. And number four, they have to have at least 30 members. Yeah. And if they had those four things, then they would have a very high likelihood of being successful. And so that became our qualification inside of our funnel, inside of our application, inside of the copy of our ads, inside of our landing pages. We repeated it everywhere. It was the first thing we said on sales calls. And by doing that, the right person's like, oh, yeah, perfect. I meet all of these requirements. This is for me. And to the same degree, people who are not that are like, oh, this isn't for me. And so it actually didn't really increase our CAC that significantly, but it dramatically enhanced the LTV of each customer. And this is why, like, I've told a story in, I think, one of the other books, maybe I told in the Money Models book, but there was a guy that I helped who was in the same space in fitness, and he also sold personal trainers and stuff. He was doing the same sales velocity as me, same number of sales per month, but his LTV was like 7K. Our LTV was 42. And because of that, we were making like 300 times the profit. That's the game.
Okay. Got it. So just, I mean, that's interesting you say that, because we've done that over the last year. It's just gotten better and better and better every time we do that. So here's kind of the thing I'm trying to balance is because, like, I don't want to stop at $1 million a month. Like, I mean, I know you're a huge fan of the insurance industry, and there's a lot of room that you can go here.
Yeah.
So it's like I view the marketing agency, like, it seems like in this industry, no one has the skill of marketing.
Yeah.
So I think this is a good launch pad to kind of get into something even bigger.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to figure out is what that play is.
So let me just tell you what.
Yeah, go ahead.
You got to do this to do that. All right. So don't try and cure cancer before you figure out how to do like test tubes and do things in our microscopes. So the point is this: if you can figure out who the right agents are and what the quantitative metrics are, that will then inform if you want to do M&A and do partnerships down the road, because you need to have way better predictive skill as who's a winner and who's not for you to even think about getting into that. And so you got to do this first either way. It's step one regardless. So that should give you a lot of like big exhale. You're not doing the wrong thing. You're doing the first thing.
Okay.
Cool?
Would you, because we're spending like almost $200,000 or over $200,000 a month on ads.
Yeah, dude.
Like,
no.
if we need less volume,
yeah.
Do you think we would need less ad spend, more like cold outreach kind of stuff?
No, I think you should still spend the same money. You just need to be very clear in your ads who it's for.
Okay.
Yeah, just call out the avatar in the ad.
Yes.
That plus the price, plus maybe you add in, a VSL or something like that before they book a call. If you already have one, if you don't already have one, then I think like that alone will make the biggest difference. It's just the messaging.
Yeah.
Got it. So I just need to do 80-20 on the clients.
Yes.
Dial that in.
Yes.
Yeah, when it comes to an agency, it's just like the really hard, high churn just does not scale. It breaks at some point, whether it breaks because your talent flywheel doesn't spin or because the client flywheel doesn't spin. One or both of them, honestly.
I'll tell you right now, I have yet to see an SMB agency crack 10 million. And I've seen a lot of agencies. Most agencies get stuck at 1 to 3. Sometimes they get to 5, maybe 7. Right, but the reason is that like churn is too high. So they just become these churn factories, and CAC continues to go up, and they never get any kind of compounding. And so then a new agency comes in and then just scoops up lower CAC, and then eventually their CAC gets high as their reputation catches up, and that's like the spin cycle that everyone goes on. The only way to break free of that is you do one of two strategies in agencies. Number one is that you actually actively decide to be strategically low priced. So you say, I'm going to organize the entire business with VAs and AI and automation so that I can provide basically a low price commoditized service of lead gen or whatever it is for $300, $500 a month. And then, believe it or not, you can get 38-month, 40-month stick rates, super low, 2%, 3% churn for those types of customers because they're like, I know I should market, but I don't want to do it, and these guys do good enough, right? Or you say, I'm going to go up market because I'm going to go to a legitimate business. Because the middle ground is where everyone lives, and everyone in the middle there wants somebody who's going to be their savior. They want them to do this. I want you to do the sales for me. I want you to do the lead nurture for me. I want you to do everything for me and just send me money in the mail. It's not going to happen. Only the experienced business owners get that. That's not going to happen. Or you actually price so that you have the gross margins in a very, very, very scalable, very low cost version of this. That you can price it at a place where it's like they know they're not going to, because for them $2,500 a month, $3,000 a month is everything. It's so much money, right? So $500 a month is what it feels like for a legit business to spend $5,000 or $10,000 a month, right? Heard. Okay. Rock and roll.
Awesome.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you, dude. Thank you for donating books.
Absolutely.
All right. All right.
Yeah.
Was that fun for you guys? So some of the things that we talked about are actually heavily in the LTV playbook. So that process that we talked about in terms of reverse engineering client so that you can maximize LTV, that's just one of the plays. It's like I only have 3 bullets to explain because you don't want to put like, let me tell you every single thing that's in every playbook. It would just overwhelm people, but that's one of the processes that we run in order to increase LTV for a business. All right, what do we got next?
Oops.
No, you called somebody.
No, I did Jimmy, but I didn't look at his stats.
Oh.
What's wrong with this phone?
Oh, I think the phone died. Oh, no, it didn't. Here we go. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up?
Rock and roll.
I'm watching on YouTube, so.
All right, what's up, Jimmy Lay? So 1.9 million, you're a law firm.
Yes.
Okay. All right, what's margin?
Margin is only at 7%.
Ooh, okay, we might have a pricing issue. What's going on here?
Well, I mean, I guess I'm doing quite a bit of, so we're kind of a general service law firm.
Okay.
Covering 5 different practice areas, personal injury, criminal defense. So we cover quite a bit, and we have 7 other attorneys doing all the various practice areas. And I guess that's probably why maybe the profit margin might be low in the beginning, because we're kind of aggressively growing and adding people.
You got 7 attorneys, dude.
Yeah, 3 years ago, I started the business because, I had to start a business to stay in the U.S. because I'm originally from Taiwan.
Okay.
And so kind of aggressively growing and all these different channels and profit centers, we call it, and then just grown to about 23 full-time, part-time MBAs.
Dude, that's insane.
Revenue to employee ratio is probably not ideal. So
No.
And that the reason that you have so many is because you essentially have. They're saying they can't.
Yeah.
Because you have so many services that you're providing, correct?
Yes.
I'm guessing right now, before we get into this, how are you getting customers right now? I'm guessing it's all via referral, but tell me I'm wrong.
No, we have Google Ads.
Okay.
I would say 50% is organic. We have really great Google Maps ranking, so we get about 20 to 40 phone calls each day. And yeah, I think I've always been told to niche down, but I'm the person that couldn't focus. I don't want to put all eggs in one basket, so I'm doing all the different, contrary to traditional advice.
You can't put all the eggs in one basket, then you drop all the baskets.
Yeah, so Dale Carnegie's advice is put all your eggs in a basket and then watch that basket. So, you're in the swamp. You're 1 to 3 million. It's a very classic spot. And you need to niche down. I actually cover this in the scaling roadmap. You need to niche down because you're not getting any efficiencies. You're basically having to rederive solutions for every single person, right?
Yeah.
Especially with and I'm going to bet you right now that operationally, and this isn't me, I'm not throwing shade. All right, I just want to be clear. I get it. Things are kind of tough right now. I think you probably need more operational discipline. right? And so, like, I'll say this: do you have more demand than you can handle, or do you have a lot of excess capacity right now?
We probably have 30% more capacity.
All right, that's not good. So that because like let's say that we actually maxed you out, you're not going to get like your incremental margin is going to be tiny. Even if you got the extra 30%, you're still going to be running like 10% margins. It's going to be nothing. Right. So we do have a little bit of a model and pricing issue. Number one. Go ahead, Layla. I know you're about to say.
Yeah, and I'm just curious, like, of the services rendered, what would you say take up the most amount of, like, what contribute to the most amount of revenue? Personal injury, estate planning?
Sure. Right now, it's family law that contributes to about 50% of our revenue.
Okay.
We build hourly. The personal injury side, we just built that out 3 months ago, and I've signed up 20 clients since then. So just a small investment, because with personal injury, the runway is typically 6 to 9 months before revenue.
Yeah. Dude, I think you need to let me say it this way. If I'm going to go get surgery, right? I'm not going to go to a generalist. I'm going to go to a knee surgeon, or I'm going to go to a nose surgeon, or I'm going to go to a back surgeon. If I'm going to get legal help for my estate, I'm going to go to somebody who specializes in estate. If I'm going to go to a personal injury, if I have a personal injury, I'm going to go to a personal injury specialist.
And the people who will go to a generalist are not the people who want to pay a lot.
Mm-hmm, because they weren't smart enough to figure that out.
Okay.
So which of these different services do you run the highest gross margins on?
That's something that I'll need to work on. Part of it is I probably need to get a CFO on board or something.
No.
Let's ask this.
No, yeah.
How many attorneys do you have that focus on family law?
4.
And then how many, and you have 7 attorneys total?
Yes.
And then of your VAs that you have, what are they doing? Because you said you have 23 people?
Yeah, so we have 3 on the sales team intaking people, and then some support staff, assistant work, paralegal.
Okay. What would you say their split is? About the same, 50% focus on family law?
Yeah, I'll say that, yeah.
Okay. So half of the firm, essentially, is family law.
You just put the mic next to it so they can hear it. Oh, okay. So I'll say this, man. I do think you're probably mispriced right off the bat. Like you need, like, if you're a service-based business owner, which is exactly what you are, you need to know your gross margins like the back of your hand. And in the business that you're in, I'd be like, this will shock you, but I like to have at least 80% gross margins in any service business that I run.
Wow.
Yes. Now,
I'll need to figure this out.
Now, so you have a packaging issue as part of this. Now, one of the other issues is that you can choose to not bill hourly, and you can just bill by solution. That is one way of doing things, which aligns you with the customer and also allows you to drive down your costs as much as possible and aligns everyone's outcomes, and especially with AI in your firm. Like, I'm still surprised you have so many attorneys. Like, if you're looking for the future, man, like, AI is one of the, like, legal is one of the biggest, businesses it is actively getting disrupted. So we need a niche down, number one. Number two, we need to pick the thing that has the highest potential for gross margins. Number three, I'd want to package this in such a way that I'm decoupled from hourly rates so that my team isn't like, well, they're making this. It's just like, it's independent. We're operating these things independently. And then I want to make sure hardcore that I am auditing the time of my, the subordinates, the people who are actually running the legal side, so that I can make sure that my revenue per head count is going up. Like, that's probably your North Star.
I have one question.
Yeah.
I have one question for you. You said that you had to build the business to stay in the United States. Do you come from a law background or a business owner background, or neither?
Neither. I just graduated law school, I think, 3 years ago, and I kind of had to start my own business with the visa to stay in the U.S.
Got it. So you didn't, before that, did you study specifically family law or personal injury or just general law?
No, just law school, just general law. And myself, I practice immigration myself. So that's the irony of, we do flat fees for immigration.
Is it profitable?
Yeah, it's profitable. And then we're trying to grow that out, mostly doing Facebook ad strategy right now with immigration.
Thank you. $100 million man. Let's go.
Amazing.
Full attack mode.
I think
we heard you.
Like if we zoom out and we're like, what created this problem? I think part of it is that when you got into it, you hadn't had a business before and you hadn't practiced that specific law before, right? And so you don't know what's normal, what's not, how many attorneys can handle how much. So this is completely normal. I just want to put that out there. Like when we had our first business, we overhired and overshot by a lot. And it was painful to fix that because essentially we didn't know. We're like, I don't know, how many tickets can a support rep take? How long does it take one staff accountant to do the books? How many calls can a sales rep take? I don't know. I've not built this before. And so I think that's really normal. And especially if you haven't done those things yourself, you don't have your personal experience to call upon. And so it makes sense that this occurred. And I think that for you, in order to get out of the situation, we have to solve the original problem, which is understanding that we kind of have to go backwards from that, right?
Right.
So I think just in general, putting it out there, it's normal. So for everyone watching, very normal for this to happen. We talked about this yesterday on the live stream as well, which is there's so many times in business where you start something and then you get into this situation and then it feels like I want to double down on this. So it's like, no, I've already invested in having personal injury, in having the family law, and having the immigration. And so the worst thing that you can do when you make a mistake or a misstep is to double down on it. We don't want to double down on mistakes or on sunk costs. We instead want to pull out of it. And so I think this is one of those situations where the instinct is always going to be, I want to double down because you're like, crap, that sounds like a lot of work to undo it. But I think you are 12 months away from a much more profitable, less of a headache business.
And there's probably one or two attorneys that you could probably let go right now. And I'll bet you the other ones, if with a little bit of AI and a little bit of training, could probably absorb that workload. I would also strongly question, because you haven't quantified anything, you made an estimate that you could have an increase of 30% in utilization before you hit capacity. I would bet, and this is not me doing this as a slight, just because it's your first run, you probably have 2 to 3 times the capacity with that existing team. Yeah. You just don't know how to utilize it, which is why the margins are what they are.
Right, true. Yeah, so I need to do more homework, and I'm glad. I'll need to a lot to do before trying to reach my ultimate goal. Thank you.
No, you bet, man. Thank you, dude, and good luck. Just know this, man. This is the ignorant step, man. This is it's painful, but when you look back in 24 months, you're like, oh my God, I can't believe I didn't even know that. I didn't even quantify. Yeah, I didn't even quantify utilization. We weren't even tracking their hours. We didn't have them allocated, and we didn't have all these services templatized, so we get immediately 2 or 3x the throughput per attorney. There's all these things, right? And you just aren't doing it yet. And so I would encourage you to do this. Do not keep trying to grow your top line. I would want you to focus entirely on growing your bottom line. How do I increase the margin from 7 to 40?
Okay.
If you don't have enough profit, you can't hire the best attorneys. And if you can't hire the best attorneys, you don't have high-paying clients. If you don't have high-paying clients, you don't have good margins. So it's just a round and around circle, chicken or the egg problem.
Vicious cycle or virtuous cycle. So you just need to stop the buck stops now, and then you need to flip how you're thinking through the business. From unit economics up.
Yeah, you're right. I think that was so great. I've been just focused on the top line instead of looking at the bottom line.
It's kind of like vanity metrics, you know what I mean? People are like, oh, look at how many followers I have. But then their followers won't buy anything that they have, right? It's the same with revenue. It's like vanity metrics. It's instead, if you were at the same revenue a year from now, but you had double the profit margin, would you be satisfied?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Great. Rock and roll, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for donating books, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, cool. Donate tons. Congrats.
Thank you. See ya.
All right. We got another one. Let's see what.
Loaded.
Whoa.
Charles Bradshaw.
All right.
Abyss Gaming. It's gaming and SaaS. They are pre-revenue.
Let's hit it.
And we're going to go.
All right. Gaming and SaaS. Oh, pre-revenue. Okay. Oh, this sounds like a.
All right, Charles.
Hello.
What's up, Charles?
How's it going? So I'm working on a video game, and I've got zero revenue because software takes forever to build.
Yeah.
But I wanted to get your thoughts on 2 limiting beliefs that might affect me in the future.
Okay.
So for a little more context, I think I'll get about $500K revenue in the next 2 years, selling 25K units with $30 per unit, and then the platform takes a 30% cut, so it'd be about $21.
Is this Steam or what platform are you doing on?
Yeah, it's Steam.
Okay, got it.
So the first belief that I have is that it's very difficult to get customers to spend way more. Like, I don't know how I could do what you did, where like you're selling $30 books and like multi-$1,000 upsells. Right now, my plan is like offer a 4-pack bundle and extra content or art as an add-on. But I wondered if you feel like I'm missing anything obvious as a higher ticket option.
So the first thing that I would do is I would look at some of the, like the League of Legends, like some of the big games that have existed for a long time, and look at how they're basically their money models. So whenever I enter a new space, I look at all of the biggest players in the space money models, and then I think, okay, of these, and usually they're fully built out, and what you don't want to do is say, oh, they have this money model, therefore I will mimic that 100%. That took them years to get to. But I will look at, okay, of these, which one has the highest contribution margin, and which of them can I most easily replicate, and then just go focus hardcore on this one thing.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I think because the software is winner take all, I won't be able to do the same money models, but I think that principle applies well.
That's how I think that if I'm going to a brand new market that I don't know anything about, that's where I start. And if I'm using my meta concepts, like when I think about from a utility perspective, most monetization is going to come from speed, risk, or ease, right? But in the game that you're playing, a lot of it is going to come from status and entertainment. And so most of the things that you're going to sell are going to be, how can I have more status? How can I have more entertainment? Now, status is going to be in some ways like skins and things like that, but there's also like tools, weapons, et cetera. Like I'm just using this figuratively speaking, right? Those are the things that I think ultimately drive the most. But again, at the end of the day, the game has to be exceptional. If the game's exceptional, then long term it never matters because that's the only thing that matters in the big picture.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that for games, you don't think the back end matters as much, and value and virality is more.
Yes, because in the game business, think about it like this: in the game business, you can either win on LTV or you can win on low CAC. And almost every major game that exists in software, they win on low CAC. Like enterprise B2B SaaS, Salesforce, they won because of insane LTV, right? So it's not like Salesforce is viral. They're just so expensive they can spend so much money to acquire customers. That's why that business worked. But for a low-ticket business, right, you're going to win on low CAC, which has to be word of mouth, which only comes from being really, really good and having people talk about it.
That makes sense. That brings me to my second potentially limiting belief. Do you think that I can, it's possible to profit from direct response ads if I'm only getting...
Yeah, is it possible? Yes, but what will happen is that you will slowly. Well, okay. Let me see if I'm going to draw this so everybody else who's at home can see this. So fine, you want to put him there. There we go. So in the beginning, let's say like day one, you run ads, and let's say you actually figure out a way to make it profitable, right? So you've got your cost, and then you've got your revenue, and that seems like you're like, okay, cool, this is working. The thing is that as you go to colder traffic to people who are less and less likely to convert, what's going to happen is that this cost basis is just going to keep increasing until eventually you reach this point. And so the scale of your business is going to be dictated by how cheaply you can acquire customers. And so all of this, if you're on the live stream, is the only excess kind of gross profit that you're going to be able to realize in the business, and then quickly you'll cap out. And so the long-term play, especially in a high-volume game-type software, is going to be on word-of-mouth virality, which is why it is, to your point, a winner-take-all market if you are really good. Otherwise, you kind of play these onesie-twosies. You saturate a couple tiny markets, some players that really like it. Maybe you do like a guerrilla marketing on Reddit forums and school communities that are into games, whatever. And that is a way. But the whole point of, if you're going to run ads in the beginning, is you want to run ads to get the customers in so you can learn their behavior so you can improve the game.
I was going to say, do we want to think about an upsell right now?
No, that's like the core engine has to be exceptional. That's the main game right now, pun intended.
That makes sense. Can I ask, what's your rule of thumb for how much profit margin per customer do you need before it makes sense to start doing ads?
Well, you should have. Your incremental margin should be really high, right?
Maybe I used the wrong term, but would you expect to make $40 per per purchase before you run an ad? Obviously you wouldn't run an ad for $1 purchase price.
You're saying what should you price your software at in order to run ads to be profitable?
No, I'm asking a very general, like, at what dollar of profit per unit would you consider running ads?
It wouldn't be an absolute profit per unit. It would be a percentage.
Okay.
And fundamentally, if you can acquire customers at break even or better, and then you still have more things to sell, that's the point of a money model, right?
Okay.
So if you get customers for free, then everything else is juice.
Sounds good. Yeah, that's all the questions I have. I just want to say that I love the work that you're doing, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that, dude.
Have a good one.
You
Yeah.
too. You too. An interesting one. All right. What else we got?
Chris Martinez.
All right.
Your business is IgniteUps.ai, AI SaaS, revenue $140 million.
Oh, congrats.
New venture. Chris previously exited a company.
Sick.
Let's go, Chris.
Let's go, Chris.
Oh, shoot. Here we go.
Oh, there we go. You can actually hear this. Yeah, this sounds nice. Thank God. Here we go.
Oh,
that was painful
Let's
for
go.
a second.
He's not going to answer.
Yeah, right.
It's like, I'm busy. I made $140 million.
Yeah. Yesterday.
Don't give a fuck.
Hello, this is Chris Martinez. I'm currently unavailable.
Wait, leave him a message.
Oh, that would be funny. Fine, next
No
time.
fun.
Dash. Okay, we're going Ash. Business's digital spotlight. Okay, revenue's $250 a month, profits $110 a month. Okay.
$250K?
Yeah.
Okay. What was it? Digital spotlight? What's
Yeah, I don't know what that means. We'll find out. This is decent sound.
I have no idea. I'm just watching to see if they say.
Yeah. Y'all are great, by the way.
Damn, we're getting ghosted.
I know.
You've reached Ash's voice. Call you back.
All right.
Thank you.
This is such a
At the
janky
tone,
setup.
please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may
I
hang
don't
up
know.
or press 1
No,
for
Ash.
more options.
Ash was his name. Go for it.
Bye.
What?
Well, they pulled somebody out, actually. They said not to. And so I think it was the wrong. Oh, yeah. Yeah, wrong one. I replied to that one, said they pulled out.
Oh, they pulled out?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
All right, let's go. That's wrong. Okay. John.
Marketing. All right.
Marketing. Revenue 1.1 million. Profit 130K.
Okay.
All right, John.
1.1.
John, I don't want to get ghosted again.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm in high school again, making prank calls. Dude, where's the...
Hey,
John,
what's
can you
up?
hear us?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Thanks for not ghosting.
My pleasure.
So tell us, what's the constraint in the business? What's preventing you from growing right now?
Great question. Let me pull up my notes. I help brands on Amazon, get their products seen, sold, and loved by customers.
Right.
Right now, we're primarily working with brands that are doing anywhere from $100,000 to $2 million a year on Amazon.
Ooh, small.
Yeah, and so they're really getting squeezed by, rising ad costs, tariffs, Amazon fees, and then, of course, slow cash flow that comes with an inventory business. So I guess my question is, if you were in my shoes, how would you help these brands, again, who primarily sell on Amazon, solve this problem, ideally in 6 weeks or less?
All right, ideally in 6 weeks or less. Wow, we got a big timeline here.
Alex looks excited right now.
Yeah, I'm pumped.
He's got a great idea.
Yeah, no. So basically, you got two options, man. And I don't know about your 6 week timeline. That's irrelevant to me. But you have two options in terms of the strategy of this business. Right now, you have a bottom feeder. You're doing with like barely entrepreneurs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And again, this is everybody's listening to this. $2 million a year for physical products versus $2 million a year for services, wildly different. All right, because they have cost of goods. There's always cash flow issues. They've got supply chain. There's all the other problems, right? And then obviously, and especially with Amazon, it's like they also have platform fees on top, so it can be a pain. All right, so I just want to put that out there. Now, that being said, I would say that if you want to stay in this business, I would say either if you're going to serve that avatar specifically, you're going to have to figure out the most automated, the most scalable solution. Otherwise, you will create a churn factory that like basically your churn will be indicative of their volatility, of the volatility of their businesses. So their volatility will reflect in the volatility of your business. And so you have to price in such a way that that even with their volatility, you have to basically price to their worst month, not their best month. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think and I don't want to make you repeat yourself because I know you talked to another agency already about that situation. So I guess my next question then is that if we did go with, kind of that prosumer, if you will, how would you do that from an upfront offer? Like, would you do something like you guys did with Gym Launch where you have, well, I guess Gym Launch probably isn't that good of an example, but where you'd have an offer of $1,000 or $3,000 upfront, and then move them into a monthly fee of $300.
Yes. So I would 100% do that, and there's two options too, right? So this is a waive fee offer structure, which is I don't know what chapter it is in the book, but it's the last one in continuity. So the way that I would position the offer is, hey. And this is, again, if you think that these people are worthy of like keeping their commitments. I'm going to guess as a prosumer, they're just not. So let's just go ahead and just nix that. So it's going to be $3,000 up front one time, and then it's, pay as you go, $300 a month. Or you might be, can you control the processing flow or the income flow? If you can, then you'd want to do a percentage there. If not, then 300.
No, not really.
Yeah, then 300 to 500 a month is where you're going to want to be. And then I would say you could probably get away with maybe even 5,000 up front, but I'm going to bet 5,000 up front, 5 or 6, and then 300 to 500 a month will be pretty good for that type of avatar.
Okay.
And it's a one-time setup, and then after that, obviously the maintenance of the account should be significantly lower, and so your gross margins on the recurring should still be very strong despite it being significantly lower cost. And the upfront is really just to offset cost of acquisition.
Right. So what would you recommend as far as that transition from the upfront offer into the continuity to make it as successful as possible?
Well, they're sold together. They're sold together.
Okay.
So it's $300 a month, $400 a month. It's $5,000 one time upfront, a setup fee.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else that you haven't talked about so far that would be important to know for this kind of
if you want, you can add in a second tier of service. Now, you could just peel apart your existing thing into two quote tiers. Give the second tier for free as long as they do XYZ, just to make sure that they get activated. So that is an option. Because at the end of the day, like, you have to get them activated, you have to get them onboarded, you have to do all those things. So what are the things that can maximize the likelihood that it happens? Which is either carrot or stick or both.
Tell me a little bit more on it. I don't think I fully understand.
A stick would be, we'll charge you a fine, right? A carrot would be, we'll give you a discount, right? Or we'll give you more of this good stuff for free if you do XYZ.
Okay. So just hypothetically, what would that look like? Okay, let's say it's a $5,000 upfront, and maybe we give you a $1,000 discount if you do this in your account and set up this and do that.
Yes. So I'll give you an example of how this would work. So let's say that they pay $5,000 up front, and you say, but you'll get a $1,000 rebate as soon as you do this thing that activates the user, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now that $1,000, you don't have to pay it all up front because then you're going to eat 3 months of cash flow, which you don't want to do, right? So then you take that $1,000 and you spread it over 12. And so really all you're doing is decreasing by $83 a month. And so you'd say, hey, our price is actually $383 a month, and it's $5,000 down. But you get a $1,000 rebate if you activate. And then when they activate, you take that $1,000, you spread the 83 across all 12 months, drop 83 down to 300, and then you magically make it be $5,000 up front and then $300 a month. But now you put incentives. Like, this is a money model. This is how it works.
Perfect. Sounds like I just need to get to work.
No, dude, congrats. I mean, cool that you have business though, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and thank you for all you guys do.
No, you bet. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it.
Have a good Sunday.
Yep.
Donate some bucks. All right, who we want next?
All right, we've got Hunter Finn.
Okay.
His business is Pet Method Animal Hospital.
Okay.
Love me some animal hospitals.
Well, let's do it.
Revenue, $1 million. Profit, 22% after a $100,000 salary.
Okay. Animal hospital is a super M&A heavy.
What's wrong with this phone?
There's nothing wrong. It's just because it's blocking the top. What? It's failing. Let's try it one more time.
Maybe he gave us a prank number.
All right, there we go.
There we go.
Boom. All right. I feel like we get to be in this together.
Hello.
What's up, Hunter?
Hey.
How's it going?
It's good. I wasn't going to ghost y'all, so.
Well, I appreciate that.
We appreciate that. I feel ever so lucky.
Well, I appreciate you helping me, so.
No, we appreciate you, dude. So tell us, the animal hospital, right now, my curiosity is what's the goal with it right now? Do you want to scale it? Do you want to get more money per location? Do you want to just make this location run on its own so that you can, be with your family? Like, what's your goal with the business?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm a little younger. I mean, I'm only 32, so like I figured I'm going to do this for a long time. Ideally, I would like to have more family time, but right now, like, I'm actually kind of bored at the clinic. Like, we need a lot more patients to be seen. And I'd like to help.
By patients, you mean animals, right?
Yeah, so more animals, yeah. So I'd like to help the most amount of patients that I can while also making the most amount of money.
Okay. And so, again, can you repeat your revenue and profit? 1 million?
Yeah, so this year we'll be at 1 million. Last year we were at 700,000. The year before that was 499. So
That's
we're
great.
growing. We're growing, but I feel like the jump this year has mostly just been due to my price increases, more so than like actual new patients coming in.
And what's where do you reside? Where's your business located?
We're north of Dallas in McKinney, Texas.
Okay, that's a good location.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of people, tons of
Tons of pets
as well.
Tons of pets.
Lots of pets.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what did you do the years prior? From essentially, right now you want to see how do I grow faster and not be bored?
I want to feel a little bit more fulfilled. Like I'm making, a good amount of money, more than it is an associate, but I want to do more. I want to build something very special. I want to help pets. I mean, honestly, I've always wanted to nationwide, but I figured out how hard this was with my single location. So I kind of scaled back my vision a little bit after that.
Oh, let's not do that.
Yeah. This is just a step, man. There's
I mean,
a lot
you're
of steps.
already, you've already put all the years into this. Like, I don't think that's unreasonable.
Yeah. So whatever path would help me help more pets. And again, obviously be a little bit better off financially and spend time with my family is where I want to go. But I'm fine, sticking to it, seeing as many pets as I can myself, to not put myself in a bad spot to set that up for success.
Okay. So I have a couple questions. One, are you the primary caregiver?
Yes, so I'm the only doctor. I have one receptionist and 2 technicians.
And then how many days per week, hours are you working? How many patients are you seeing?
So we see on average about 16 patients a day, and that's Monday through Friday. Fridays are half days right now.
Okay, so how many hours do you work a day?
It comes out to about 36, maybe 40.
Okay. Next question. So you have 16 patients per day.
Mm-hmm.
And then how do you get those patients?
Well over 60% of it is absolutely referral, just word of mouth. People seem to be really happy with us, which is great. It just seems to take a while for those people to come in, unless they have an issue or they get a reminder that they're due for something and then they remember us.
Well, how actively are you, what kind of cadence are you basically nurturing them on to, do you have them on a maintenance plan right now?
So there's no membership plan. It's basically kind of pay as you go. So they come in, they pay a consult fee.
Yeah.
But we do have reminders for core things like vaccines, fecals, blood work. If their cat has kidney disease, reminders to come in for those checkups.
Cool.
But they're only sent out 2 months before it's due, 2 weeks before, and then 2 weeks after they've missed their appointment. That's all we do.
I like that.
All right, we have a plan.
So there's the 101 version and there's the 201 version, right? So the 101 version is something that we call BAM Fam, all right, which is book a meeting from a meeting, which that no one ever leaves without booking a meeting. So let's say their kidney got fixed today, great. Well, we're going to want to book the next meeting for 3 months from now or 6 months from now. So you just look at the patient or the pet, and you look at their file, and you see which one of the next things that's due, and then you just book that meeting. That is the requirement.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's how it works. As simple as that. Literally, no one leaves without already knowing when they're coming back.
Okay, we can do that.
Done.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we literally don't do that at all. We just,
Dude, that'll probably double your business. I'm not even joking. Like that alone.
Yeah. No, we don't. I just started sending like emails to our existing clients. I mean, we have about 2,000 clients right now, and I don't nurture them. They just kind of come in.
Yeah.
And that's how we make our money.
So is it primarily like you and the receptionist that run the business?
Yeah. I mean, really, yeah. The techs just kind of help me go room to room. But we all kind of answer phones. Like I'm still answering phones, to be honest. But yeah, it's mostly just us.
I mean, I think the first focus is the profitability piece, getting more of them coming back in and rebooking.
Mm-hmm.
I think the second piece is having the right people so that you could scale it in the future if you want to. But you would have to first get yourself out of this location.
Out of this location?
Well, how are we going to...
So we got to increase cash flow, right?
Increase cash flow.
Mm-hmm.
And then we say, okay, how do we bring in another practitioner?
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, we say, okay, if we can get ourselves out of this one, we can scale others.
Okay, real quick. How much... how at capacity are you right now, you seeing all the pets?
Oh, I mean, I could easily do 1.5 myself. If not, I mean, I'm going to be a little, I'm probably closer to 1.8 million, I would say, myself.
But why are the margins so low?
I'll be honest with you, they were even worse last year. This is all from me increasing my prices.
What's the cost? Like, where are the costs? You have a secretary and you got an office.
Yeah, I mean, my rent seems to be a little high, but it's not like killing us.
What's your rent?
We spend it's $8,500 a month.
I mean, it's a little high, but okay, fine. Yeah. But that's not eating up.
How much do you pay your staff?
So each staff member gets between $20 to $23 an hour.
Okay. Well, then where's the cost coming from? I mean.
The other 40% clients that aren't referral, are you paying to get those ones?
Yeah, well, I am, but those I only spend $4,000 a month on ads right now.
And where's the money going?
I mean, we have profit. I mean, we have around, if I pay myself $100,000, we have around $200,000 left over. I don't do anything with it. I don't know what to do with it.
Okay. But you're running 30% margins figuratively, right? If we added in your owner pay.
Yeah.
Still seems a little low.
Okay.
Given there's no, you're the one doing the service. That's the thing.
What's
right?
I think the pricing is what we...
Well, yeah,
you
no.
said you raised it already, but...
Probably needs to raise it again.
Yeah, what did you raise it from to?
I raised it, so let's say, my exams I really didn't raise. My exams are $95. But most of my other costs, I raised them close to 100%. And no one cared. No one said anything. So that tells me I'm probably still too low.
Yep.
But our average transaction, like each transaction is about $250.
Yeah. So let me just give you this. So have you read? Did you get my that email? It was a Mosey Minute email where I talked about pricing versus close rates.
Yes.
So I'm guessing your close rates are basically 100%.
They're pretty good. Yeah.
Right. So you and you probably saw that if you're over 80%, you've got a triple.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, you saw a double and nothing changed. So that that pricing guide is pretty accurate rule of thumb. And if you also doubled and still saw no change, then the double or triple still remains. So you might be able to get to $250, to $500, $600 per, and you still probably have room there because right now. In order of operations, it's let's fix pricing, even though you didn't fix it. It's we need to increase pricing still. Yeah. With the increased pricing, we need to bring somebody else in to buy you time. With the extra person and now at added capacity, then you need to start emailing your list on a regular basis. And from this point going forward, you institute BAMFAM as a way of life. No one leaves the office without knowing when they come back in. If you just do that, you're good.
Okay.
Cool?
Yeah. No, I like that plan. I'm going to sweat a little bit about the price increase again, but I'll do it because you told me to.
Dude, the worst case, they say no, man.
And that's what I expected everyone to say no last time, and no one cared.
No one cares. Dude, it's their kids. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you should worry about it. Also, McKinney, Texas is pretty good in terms of average income and such. It's on the higher end, so.
Yeah. People will spend what I consider a large amount of money on their pets, which is great. It allows me to practice
the gold standard, which I like doing. I don't try to play the low cost game, but maybe unintentionally I am a little bit lower cost. Like people do make comments that, oh, you're cheaper than so and so.
Yeah, you don't want to be known for that.
No, I don't.
No, you're in a service business, man. Like service businesses, especially with humans, it's like you pretty much only have one play, which is build a brand and continue to charge more. Like if you think about a meta concept of service businesses in general, your prices should really only go one way, and you can measure how much you've succeeded as a service business by how high your prices are. Because if you succeed as a service business and you do a good job long enough, then you will always have more demand than you have supply. And if that is the case, then you continue to raise your price. And so that then reinforces the brand, which brings better people who spend more, and you do a good job, you get a better reputation, which reinforces the brand. And so that's the virtuous brand and pricing loop. And so you can measure how advanced you are as a business owner by the prices you're able to charge because of how good you are at the service.
Right.
I feel like you're really good, and it's just a literal matter of like self-esteem and confidence.
Just charge more, man.
No, it is. I struggle with it because I never want, people to feel like I'm taking advantage. But like, I do consider us to be top quality. Like people love us.
Dude, you're not taking advantage. You only continue. Yeah. Go ahead.
You take the money and then you invest it in getting better talent,
better equipment,
better training. Like we talked about this yesterday, me and Sharon, but like that's how the flywheel works. If you want to have a high quality business, you have to make a lot of profit because if you don't, then you can't invest to have that high quality business.
Right, and I have started to understand that.
Good.
The only way for me to help more pets and do what I want is to be profitable and continue to.
Yes, if you want to go national, you need to have. Yeah, it's interesting because it's almost counterintuitive because like the people who really need to raise their prices the most are like your type of person. They're usually the ones that are like the most hesitant. Yeah, it's the Laylas, right? Like when I met Layla, I'll just say just so you feel a little better about this. Like this is totally learnable, and this is a perspective on the world. And when I met Layla, she was like, I just want everyone to be healthy because we were in fitness, right? She's like, I just want to help everyone. And I was like, don't you think you'd be able to help more people if you actually made a profit? And I would just say that our life is a living testimony of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
We couldn't make this content unless we had businesses that make money. We wouldn't have time. We wouldn't have the resources.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
Well, I can do all these things. Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely.
Well, you have the 4-part plan. We're going to increase prices with the extra cash flow, hire somebody with the extra time that you get back from that person. You're going to nurture the leads and put up basically the fast cash playbook. We have the cash calendar system in there. That plus the LTV playbook will be the two things that I'd want you to focus on to install in the business as the first two things. And then after that, and Bam Fam is like, you can do that tomorrow. Like that's not like an option. Like do that tomorrow. So those are the 3 actions, and then Bam Fam is just like assumed. Okay?
Okay. Yeah, no, I can do that. I appreciate it.
Rock and roll, dude. And the pricing playbook will help you just kind of with some of the messaging around how to raise the price. Cool?
Yeah, I'm excited to get that. I appreciate it.
You bet, man.
Thank you
Rock and roll.
for doing the hard work. I had 18 pets growing up, so I love animals.
Yeah, that's crazy. I have about 18 right now. You and my wife would get along well.
Great, man. I'm happy to hear it. All right, rock and roll. Thanks, man.
Okay.
Thank you for donating bucks. All right, see ya.
Bye-bye.
Hashtag bring back Bill.
I know. We had a cat named Bill. Freak death. Very sad. Natasha?
We paid
got a
like
girl.
$1,000 to put him down. You know that? It's crazy. I'm like, man, you make $95 for an exam, pay $1,000 to put the cat down.
Thank you for donating bucks.
All right. Natasha. I thought this was for Natasha, no?
Yeah, Natasha Green.
What's up, Natasha? How are you?
I'm amazing from the Boogie Down Bronx. Thanks for taking this call.
No, you bet. Thank you. You're on Hormozi Hotline. How can we help?
Okay, so I have a mobile archery business in New York City where we bring archery to schools, companies. We set up the archery range and we pop up. So in the past couple of years, I have seen an increase in revenue, but it's been staying around the same. So in 23, we made like $249 and $100 in bottom line in profit. And last year we made like $273 and $90 still like around profit. And then this year to date, I did a lot better, y'all.
Awesome.
We're around $297 with the same around $90 for a profit. But I'm trying to get to $1 million. And so I would like to ask you a question on a strategy or something that's like been bugging us.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
Go for it.
So a lot of schools share that they have a cap on their spending, and it usually varies. So here in New York City, you know, each school is like their own business. They have their own like budget. versus elsewhere, school districts have the higher level budget and it pushes down. And so last week, I was pitching and I was using some of the techniques that you taught. And someone was like, to my 30K offer, they were like, hey, no, we really only have 10K to work with. And so now it's sort of interesting. I'm trying to figure out, do I sow good seeds? Do I say, hey, let me work with this 10K, but knowing that, when more funding comes in through different grants or funding source for the schools, they'll buy more. But then do I hold the line and say, let me hold that space for another school? But the vision and goal is to have more youth taking part in archery, right? Olympic archery. It's fun. It's healthy. So that's where I'm at. And it's been exciting. I think we can make 500K this whole coming up by end of year. But I just feel like there's going to be points where there's pushback because of, schools have a certain budget.
You want to take it?
No, go for it. Pricing.
Yeah. So Natasha, one of the really interesting things about the more money you make is that in the beginning, sometimes you have to artificially hold this line of supply and demand so that you can make higher margins. Now, over time, your demand increases, and then you feel very confident in holding your line because you're like, I don't really care. I have more demand than I can deal with. But in the beginning, you basically have to make this trade, which is why I think so many people kind of earn the right to continue to charge more over time because they do better and better. The demand goes up, and supply stays fixed or goes down, and so then price rises, right? So if you feel confident that you're going to get 500,000 and you want to keep those prices because your margins are, they're good, but they're not insane, especially as a smaller business. I'm more inclined to try and say, how can we increase your flow so that you don't feel this dread about not taking deals? Does that make sense? So we use marketing to artificially inflate the supply demand so that we can maintain the pricing power that we want for the services and products that we sell. So right now, the question is, what are the core promotional activities that you're doing from advertising to let more people know about your stuff so that you can have more interest, so that you have 5 other deals behind this deal so you're not as worried about it?
Good question. So in our group, one of the things I shared, email marketing was my go-to, because one of the things you share a lot is y'all pick one. Don't be everywhere. Okay. And so email marketing was what I did this past year, but I did it monthly, and it worked really well. That's why I'm in, further along on the revenue. And then we're doing Archery Con in Brooklyn in September. And I plan on doing, I was inspired by you yesterday. And I was like, Tasha, don't just make it free, to run ads. Why don't you make it free, but have upsell and maybe do an Archery Con bundle where they get a arm guard and get some stuff to cover the ad spend. Yeah. And so I'm working through some of the things you were sharing yesterday, but that's going to be my lead generation too, right? For schools and communities and companies and all things in New York City. So I hope that helps. I've been listening. I just feel like I'm in this weird space.
No, you're good. So let me ask you this. So what would it take for you to 5x the amount of email outbound that you're currently doing to generate deals and leads?
Just doing it.
Okay. So Natasha, why don't I just save you so much time and risk and effort and just say, just do that? Because the thing is most businesses, especially under $1 million a year, the solution almost always is more. And so what you perceive as high volatility is actually a symptom of a root cause, which is insufficient volume. You're not doing enough, which is why it feels so sporadic. So that's it. So instead of being like, I have to change my model, what about my pricing? It's like you're just not doing enough volume. So we just need to let more people know about our stuff. Keep the prices where they are. Margins are okay. If you were able to 5x the amount of deals you're doing, you would have a disproportionate drop to the bottom line, right?
I would.
Right. So it's let's not mess with things. You have is there a model issue? I'm sure there's things that could get improved, but that's not the constraint of the business. Okay?
Got it.
We just need to put more go.
Sense.
Yeah, just need to put more go in the car.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I think one of the things that I want to tell you that you would be happy about with me is I reached out to like some folks I know higher up superintendents. I was like, do you want to do a district tournament? And then that allows me also to pitch like schools to do a district thing to help kids compete.
Yeah.
And then it goes back to the messaging you said I got to do more of. But you'll hear about it, and I'll give you an update in a week or 2 or 3.
That's great. I love that. I think you're also our lucky hotline caller because we just hit 3 million copies sold.
So we just passed Harry Potter. Golden, not golden.
That's all you. You gave us the lucky.
Yeah, the Goblet of Fire.
I just want to put that on you that you gave us that luck.
Yeah. Well,
Super snaps, Layla.
Well, Tasha, do you feel clear on that?
Yeah, so my homework is to jump into my CRM.
Yep.
We'll definitely look at some of the materials that you sent us and just start crafting a great offer sort of too, right? Like don't make it.
Where do you have your current offer though, right? Your current, like I want to change as few things as possible.
Why do we need to change anything?
Just do more volume of the thing that's getting you 300. We want to say, okay, well, you're doing a monthly thing. Why don't we think about this weekly or bi-weekly?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Heard?
I will do that.
All right. Rock and roll. Appreciate you.
All right.
Focus.
I will, Layla. I will.
All right.
Nice to meet you, Natasha. Thanks again.
Have a good one, Natasha.
Have a good one, y'all.
All right. The $100 million men also wanted me to let y'all know. So right now, these calls are coming from people who just bought the mega pack. So they donated $800. So we're doing that as a thank you for everybody who donates 800. So if you want, donating 800 happens on the thank you page of the donating 200 page. So if you would like to increase the likelihood that we're just trying to call, we're trying to call them as they come in. All right. So if you would like
today.
What?
In our group, answering questions.
No, I know, but I was just saying like we're pulling from there. So if you want to call, then go donate more books. Okay. So if you were like, where is that coming from? That's where it's coming from. All right. So next one, do you want to go with Mustafa? Mustafa? Dreamlift. I wonder what that is.
Dreamlift?
I wonder if it's like it could be. I was thinking like a truck lift.
I was going to say it's one of those.
All right, let's see. Mustafa.
Hello.
Mustafa.
Hey, how you doing, man?
What's up? What's up? Talk to me about Dreamlift. Is this a gym or a truck car related thing?
It's a car-related thing. Good guess.
I said gym. He said car lift. I lost.
There you go. The wifey picked it.
Damn.
How you guys doing today? I just want to obviously say thank you for all the hard work you guys put in.
No, you bet. Thank you for donating books. Thank you for donating books, man. I appreciate it. And thank you on behalf of the entrepreneurs who are going to get them.
You would be surprised, but your book helped me save at least tens of thousands of dollars in advertisements. So
well, thanks.
That's awesome. I have to put that out there.
Well, let me ask you this.
Thank you guys.
No, you bet.
Yes, sir.
So I want to help you make as much money as I possibly can so that you can donate more. So how can we help you? What's revenue right now? What's profit?
So right now at Dreamlift, what we do is we're a subcontractor to a school transportation broker, if you want to say. It's called alternative transportation, or it's transportation for students that, whether they have some sort of a condition,
okay,
or they have troubled homes, or they're far out from the school, from the bus lane.
Mm-hmm.
So it's more like a pre-booked Uber for students, if you want to say it. That's booked by the schools.
Okay.
In the last couple of years, we've been the number one provider for this company.
Okay.
And we've been doubling our business. But it's still limited because all the sales are coming through the broker that gives us the rights. So we're not the broker ourselves, obviously. But at the same point, I'm just trying to figure out what's the best direction to go about that. Of like how to, we don't have to break free from them because obviously they're 100% of our business right now. I was at the mastermind, and you said, if you have a whale, that's an issue, and they are a whale.
Heard.
So we're just trying to figure out how to.
Well, you have two options, right?
Break free from that.
Okay, so actually there's three doors you can knock on. So door one is you can try and decrease the risk of this specific whale by getting them to commit to longer periods of time and more business through longer contracts. That's option one. Option two, you can attract more whales. Option three, you can say, you know what, this is too risky. I want to get some more minnows, but I can get enough minnows privately rather than relying on the systems.
Rather than relying on the broker?
Yeah.
Okay, because then we'll be competing with them for the same schools. And we're trying to stay away from kind of biting the hand that feeds us.
Yeah, no, I understand. Well, so can you not, basically, does this guy have a complete monopoly on the entire area of all schools?
No, it's, there's, like, it's one of the smaller companies in the field, if you want to say. Their revenue about 20 million, but the competitors are like 200 plus millions. So we're kind of growing as they are growing also. But my biggest issue is that we're not in control of the sales at all. So we're just kind of like getting we're eating whatever they can catch. We can't catch our own in a way.
Well, long term, the dependency is not good.
Yeah, of course. Yes.
Right.
I learned that in the master.
Yeah.
So what I was thinking is potentially that we have like we have built our own, like we white labeled an app, very similar to Uber, if you want to say.
Right.
And we were thinking of going after private pay, so where it's like parents, serving the people that are able to afford like $40, $60 rides per day for their students.
So is that not biting the hands that feed you?
No, because they're only doing, school direct to school contracts.
Then we agree. So to me, what you just described is door 3. That's what I was saying earlier. So 1 is we're aligned there. I'm okay. That's what I say minnows. That's what I mean. Like individual onesie twosies is going to be the minnows.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you can get them direct, then that seems fine to me. Like you might even be like, you're in a space where it would not shock me that you might have absurd CAC to LTV ratios.
Got it. I see. Yeah, it's just about capturing that one. Like once the lead comes in, they're probably going to be worth, thousands of dollars.
As long as the driving experience for the kid is at least positive enough that the parent wants to keep going, you're in the nuisance business. And that means like you're doing something that other people don't feel like doing. And so with nuisance businesses, people pretty much just like, as long as it meets a certain caliber, they'll just never think about it again and just let it keep going. So it's kind of like trash. It's kind of like alarm. It's like, no one's like, oh man, my alarm system's so good or my trash removal is so good. It's just like, you just got to do it and not mess up. And as long as you don't mess up, they'll pretty much stick with you. Yeah, exactly. So you're in the nuisance business. And so I think as long as you have a channel where you can require customers, I think the white label app thing seems a little bit like 201, a little bit advanced. I'd rather just be like, is there a way that we can, post on Thumbtack, post on some of these maybe more local things in order to, or maybe it's local ads.
So the thing is, we were thinking about that, like started off as that, but we don't want to have our own vehicles because right now all the drivers are 1099.
Okay.
They're all using their own vehicles. So we want to keep the same structure, if you want to say.
Okay. But how does the acquisition matter for that, though?
For the what? I'm sorry.
But we're talking about advertising though. So how does that affect, like the fact that you have 1099 drivers versus employed drivers? What does that change?
It will change the way we. So the way it's advertised. So we can't advertise as a transportation company, but we can advertise as a transportation platform. If that makes sense. Like there's cities that have.
Yeah, heard. I got you. Yeah, to me that changes.
Companies.
Yeah, I got you. I don't think that changes very much though. For what we're talking about, that's more semantics.
Could you elaborate on? I'm sorry, one more time on what you meant earlier.
So, you need to advertise a way to advertise. And I'll say your transportation platform. I'll put this in quotes here, so that you can acquire customers who will then use the services through your distributed base of drivers. Correct?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And so fundamentally, that's all this is going to come down to. And so we need to either, like, you could still post on, Angie's List. You could still run ads. Either of those things would still work. Whether you're actually doing the delivery or a 1099 is doing it matters very little from an advertising perspective. Because the job to be done for the service is still the same to the end user. So the promise in the advertising or the promotion will remain the same. We will pick up your person, they will get dropped over here, and we will do it on a consistent basis, and they will not complain. That's the promise. And so as long as we can acquire customers at a decent price
and know we can recoup it on some regular basis, that's not a bad gig. I do think that it might be worth having some sort of one-time setup fee so they can offset CAC, but I would just look at what CAC looks like in the beginning for either of these acquisition channels, meaning whether it's Thumbtack or it's paid ads. I would just look and see what it actually costs just to see, and either we have to improve our marketing once we find out what that CAC is, or we can change the money model such that we can break even on the front end and then let the back end be margin over the long haul. Does that make sense?
Yes, definitely. Okay, I see. Because I was thinking of if we could kind of set it up where it's more like a subscription model.
Yeah, of course.
And that would kind of give them a higher advantage on the pricing, if you want to say.
Totally.
Okay, so then that we can recoup our
Yes,
CAC
and then you can have them
upfront.
prepay. You can have them. You can like just so you have some weapons in your arsenal. Okay. So in the Money Models book, I talk about this extensively on discount continuity and bonus continuity. All right, in the continuity chapter. So weapon number one you have is if you're going to go in memberships, you have unlimited names for fees, onboarding, setup, whatever, first time, first month, whatever it is. You can charge a certain amount of money up front one time to get somebody on, and the main purpose of that is to pay cover the cost of acquisition. Beyond that, you still have other things. So you can still say, hey, we only do 3 months. Like if you didn't want to charge that, you could say we only do minimum 3 months. That would be an option, right? It's like, listen, if we're going to have, if we're going to dedicate a driver and they're going to be full time on this, we need minimum 3 month commitments. Now you can move, you can step that up and down depending on, the cash flow for the business. But these are ways that you can accelerate it. You can also have prepayment discounts for people, buy 10, get 2. For the year to, again, accelerate cash flow in the business, pull it forward. Now, will people be willing to prepay for the year? That feels less likely for this type of service, but I think you could for sure get 1 to 3 months.
Yeah, I had to tested kind of some ads.
Yeah.
And we were able to get, a decent, I think it was like $40 per client that would sign up for a month. And then we told them, hey, we're actually going to, we came up with something just to tell them, like, hey, we're not going to service it right now, but keep them happy with it at the same time.
Well, do you feel clear on what you need to do?
It helps a lot.
Good.
Okay, so basically keep that second section where we're just kind of fulfilling for other company or doing the dispatch for that company, but also kind of grow this side on our end.
Yep.
Or, private side. Okay.
Rock and roll.
Wonderful. Thank you, man.
Congrats,
Appreciate
man.
your time. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you. Thank you for donating your books.
Thank you very much.
All right. So for everybody who's online, if you're like, who are we calling? We're calling the people who donate the most books. So if you want to get on the list, donate some books. All right, let's rock here. So that was Mr. Mustafa. All right, let's go. Rohan, 4 roofers. You want to do roofers? Or do you want to do virtual rock star?
No, go for 4 roofers.
4 roofers it is.
Confused by the revenue profit piece.
Which is very high, it looks like.
Hello, can you hear me?
What's up?
Hey, Alex. Awesome. That's been an awesome event so far. 3 million is crazy. Congrats.
Thank you. Goblet of fire status.
Yeah, and I think happy birthday or belated birthday as well.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is it tomorrow?
Yeah.
I don't even know. It's like whatever. I just don't even care.
That's funny.
All right, man. So talk to me. So roof it. Yeah, four roofers. Is that the name of the company?
Yeah. So I own a business. I'm looking at it more like a learning, not earning phase. So it's really just me at about $200K a year profit. I kind of look at it again. It's more or less a job, at least at the moment. So performance-based marketing agency for roofing companies. And the main reason I did that was I wanted to try to learn marketing, and it was almost a vehicle to do that.
Okay. I love that. Love that, dude. Awesome.
And so I appreciate that. I took a lot of it from the content that you put out there. So obviously, yeah, I did it, but a lot of credit will go to you on that.
All the credit goes to you, dude. You did it.
All right. So then it was a means to achieve that. Not really the end business I wanted to end up there. And I'm still doing it, of course. But about 4 or 5 months ago, I've been working with one of my clients for a really long time.
Okay.
And I added on consulting just for them.
Yeah.
It's a really good opportunity to learn a lot really fast.
Okay.
It's worked out really well, learned a lot, helped them grow. and I want to keep doing that, and also made money because I've had a performance deal with them as well.
Okay.
So again, I want to learn as much as I can. So my thought is, if I learned how to run and grow a roofing business, that would be really viable. I could then productize that. So then, that's all the context that I have. So I'm head down working on this, but what I'm trying to think about is, in a year or two, where do I go from there so I can position myself best to then align with that?
Yeah.
So the three things that I'm considering later on, to try to learn and get to that point would be, number one, trying to facilitate roll-ups, something I've seen you talk about.
Yep.
And then number two, either just buying a roofing company and trying to grow that, maybe acquiring other ones, growing it, organically or through acquisitions. And then number three would be, I don't know, like a private equity firm that buys and grows roofing companies as well. And I'm open to other suggestions too.
So,
and the only additional other thing I'll say is that my number one goal is just to grow, if that helps you answer anything else.
No, that helps. So I'll say that the three doors you have are not mutually exclusive. So they actually sound more sequential than they sound different. And so I think that the next natural step would be for you to take over or buy one of the roofing, one of the roofers, right? And then you install all the stuff that you've learned between, working with all the different roofing companies to actually run it well, right? So that's probably step one. Step two is, once you have all the operations down, you have that business, you've grown it, you've expanded EBITDA, then you can say, okay, you're going to be in the situation of like, do I buy or do I build? Right now, in the space you're in, there is a lot of M&A activity, but at the same time, there's a lot of M&A activity because there's still plenty of roofers that, just like will sell for not a tremendous amount of money, especially the smaller ones. And so you could buy those up, especially if they're older and they have a phone number that always keeps ringing, because that's like nice because there's always, an established, they just have like kind of a book of business that just continues. But roofing is so transactional and sales heavy up front. It only makes sense if there's long-term maintenance plans that have already been built in, so they have recurring revenue, on an annual basis. So with that being said, step one is, I think, like right now you're doing $220,000 a year, which is okay. I would want to make sure that you're really confident that you can take this over. It's going to be a little bit more risk, though. To be fair, and I mean, it was the presentation I gave today, like, you're going to make a bet here, right? But you're betting on you. So you make the bet, and then you acquire one of the roofing companies that you feel like is structurally sound, that you can drive, a huge amount of improvements in the business. Step one. Step two, you can expand that business, continue to improve the cash flow of the business, and at that point, you can choose to acquire other roofing companies, or depending on how much it costs you to open a new location de novo, you could just do it yourself. And that's going to be the decision that you make then once you have more information from the existing roofing company that you just took over.
Okay, so then you wouldn't go into then the private equity side and or like roll-ups. It would more so be buying your own and then expanding that.
Well, there's nothing wrong. So the things that you outlined are sequential. So I would not say go do a roofing roll-up without ever having run a roofing company.
Yeah, okay.
Or done a roll-up, for that matter. Like, that's two entirely different skill sets, and you have neither right now. So it's like, I'm trying to pay down ignorance tax number one, transition from just marketing agency and a little bit of consulting to truly owning and running a roofing business, which will come with a ton of other things and ignorance that you're going to have to pay down. Once you pay all that tax down and you succeed, then it's like, okay, to expand, we can buy or build. In the buy or build concept, that is where M&A and kind of the roll-up concept that you're looking at comes from. But the end goal is maximizing EBITDA for lowest amount of effort and capital. And it's a blend of those two things.
Yeah.
But it's a return on effort.
I can figure out the other ones later on. Obviously, the first step will be buying that.
Yes,
and in
exactly.
terms of buying it, I've seen like some older things from you. Would you suggest like waiting a little bit, then trying to do a seller financing type thing? Or like, I guess I'm not too well versed on how I would buy a roofing company, I guess.
I mean, I think right now step one is like you just need to like go like you're thinking probably like 2 years from now.
I mean, I would be open to doing it sooner.
Oh, no, I know you're open to doing it sooner. I'm saying that I'm telling you this will probably take you 18 months to 24 months to learn.
To learn
how to run the roofing business.
So let me just clarify. When you're saying to learn it, are you saying from the company that I would then buy, or from the consulting side to then buy it?
Yes. Like
what has to happen in order for him to buy the company? Like how does he learn? Does he buy one and operate it, or But then you're saying, well, then he would buy it now so he could learn.
Yeah.
Okay, so buy it now, and then so then would I try to do like a seller financing?
Oh, so how do you make this first deal? Yeah. Sorry, I misunderstood.
Yes.
Yeah. You want to get the lowest purchase price possible, and then you want to get as little of that to be cash down, and then if you need to have a third-party SBA loan or something like that to cover some of the cash down payment, you can do that. So you'll probably have a mix of three things, which would be some of your capital, some capital from a third-party financing arm, which a roofing business is a pretty established, normal business to get lending for, and then you'll probably try and get the seller financing for, call it between 20 and 50%.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Cool. Well, that helps a lot. I appreciate it. And I appreciate all you guys. And like I mentioned, like a lot of the frameworks that I've been mentioning here just come, right from a lot of your guys' content. And so, just really thankful. And I appreciate all the help.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thanks for donating books, man.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. All right. What?
Oh, nothing. Be right back.
Okay.
We're hot swap.
Oh, yeah, okay. Fine. I see how it is. See you, Layla.
3,000.
Yeah, I know. We hit 3 million. Yeah, 3 million. Rock and roll.
What do you think?
We're partying. All right, Bill Humphreys. Virtual rock star. Let's go. 4.5 top line. I think 600K bottom line.
Hi, this is Will.
Billiam, tell me. All right, virtual rock star. All right, so we got 4.5 million top line, right?
Yep.
600K bottom line. Okay, so we got 15% margins. All right, so talk to me. Tell me a little bit more about the business before we go any further.
Absolutely. So, first of all, congratulations on 3 million.
Thank you.
Epic to watch. I was watching in real time. That was so cool.
Well, congratulations on 4.5 million top line.
Well, right. I guess we're all winners.
That's right.
So my business, we hire insanely talented virtual assistants for private practices.
Okay.
So we hire people from this.
Virtual rock. Yeah, I thought this was like a rock star, like a guitar hero. I was like, these margins seem low for some digital music thing. Okay, got it. This makes a lot more sense. Now, let me just make sure that I understand the actual monetization structure of this. Is 4.5 million the representation of the aggregate payroll that you are taking on? Like someone signs up through you and then you're handling the payroll of that specific VA and then you pay them? Or are you doing placements, one-time fees?
No, we're doing the aggregate payroll.
Okay, got it. So that's why the margins are slimmer. That makes more sense. Okay. So just so I understand gross margins really quickly, what are you charging versus what are you paying for talent?
Yeah, awesome. So, what we're doing a little bit different is we're paying a lot more overseas, $7 to $8 an hour.
Ooh, big spender.
We're charging our clients $12.
Okay. Got it. Heard. The margins now make sense. So basically 50% of gross margin is going to overhead and then the other 50 is profit. That's fine.
Yeah.
That works.
Yeah, that's amazing. You guys could both see that so quickly. It's interesting because I'm working with your advisory board. The first thing we're doing when I come out next month is we're raising my prices.
Yeah.
As I'm expanding.
Love this for us.
Yeah.
Well, Sharon has a portfolio company that literally does this, so I'll let Sharon take it.
No, this is great. I think Alex hit the margins on the head as well. You want to be 50% gross margins is the right approach as well, and I think you're doing 50% of that being net margin, so it's totally okay. The increasing price points are good. The issue then becomes can you still stay sticky with increasing the price points? Can you do it with existing customers? Can you do it with new ones? Talk to us a little bit about that strategy and what's the big goal here?
Yeah, so without a doubt, great and nice to meet you. I'll tell you that we are confident we can raise our prices. We have a strong brand in the healthcare space. I'm a private practice owner and I built this out.
Better.
So I'm confident we're going to be able to raise those prices with existing customers, but we're branching out. I started in physical therapy, which is where I was born as a PT. And the margins in that industry are the worst in healthcare. So as we're expanding into orthopedic surgery, when we tell them our pricing, I could say way more. I could tell they don't care. So we're very confident we're going to be able to raise our prices.
Love this.
Yeah.
Love this for us.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Are there other niches that are adjacent that are easy for you to have the talent and linguistic kind of ability to say, hey, we already service this, and it's easy to kind of turn them on, or do you think about it differently?
Yeah, no, that's exactly how we're branching out. So we're in that rehab space. We started with PTOT. We're dominating now like the speech language area. We're getting more into functional medicine and chiropractic. And the big way we've grown is through me speaking a lot on stages. And so I'm speaking on a couple stages every month, going into different industries on different like business related topics. And it's a natural adjunct for us just to bring up the virtual assistant. So that's where I'm spending most of my time. So we're confident we can get the business.
So what's the question? How can we help?
Yeah, man. So this is it. Like this has been a masterclass on your book launch.
Thanks,
like watching the power of a brand multiply it against all the things that you teach in your books, right? And part of the reason I've been so successful, and I just have to say this, is because this company I started 2 years ago with your books. So it was leads and offers as I was building the foundation. So I attribute a lot of my impact to those two elements. And so this book launch is a masterclass of all those concepts multiplied by brand. So I've been aggressive in my brand for about a year.
Good, man.
And even though I'm super proud of my dozens and dozens of followers, I will tell you, I feel, I've got this rocket ship and I'm going to be looking for someone to run it for me. I've got this crazy cool team with people who've been with me.
Okay.
But dude, on the brand side, I'm speaking, I'm, writing a book. I've got like all the social media and it feels diluted.
Yeah.
So there's kind of this thing of like, either I need to hire someone over there so my big question was like, what's the one thing I can do to increase the impact of my brand without like diluting the growth of this rocket ship I'm on?
So before Alex gives you a brand answer to this, right? Let me give you I think you're thinking about it the right way. And the question that you ask is a good one, which is, do you hire the brand or do you acquire the brand? As in do you do it yourself or do you actually hire it out? Alex will tell you some portion of this takes a little bit of time. The question is, while it's taking time, how can you still get some endorsed introductions? Is there, and maybe Alex can comment on this, is there a way that you can say, hey, are there 5 influencers in the healthcare niche right now that can be helpful in driving traffic while you help build your own brand simultaneously, so you can actually see if a brand in that space actually makes sense? Right?
Yeah.
Because yes, the brand will make sense as an overall delivery vehicle. However, I will tell you, there are some sectors and there are some niches where you can have the brand, but if you don't have an endorsed introduction capability, you're not going to drive any sales. So could you experiment with that right now, where you can say, could you find a micro influencer in each of those areas, or one or two, to see if that actually helps? I'm curious what your thoughts on that.
Sorry, were you asking me?
No.
Oh, sorry, I was asking Alex.
Sharon was asking me, how fast are you growing right now?
Really fast. We launched literally 2 years ago. We project 10 million next year.
Great. So I upon hearing what you originally said, my first gut reaction before hearing anything else was just that I think your initial fear is warranted, which is that you have a very new business and it's growing really quickly, which means that you probably do have some operational debt. As much as you must love your team, I can promise you that the team you have 5 years from now, you're going to be like, I can't believe I had the team that I have today. All right, so
right.
I want to lay that out there. This isn't your first, is this your first business?
No, this is my third. I started 2 others and sold.
Yeah, no, you sound like you have, you sound like you have chops. Okay. So then you probably do have slightly higher standards with your team, so that's good. I hesitate when I see that kind of growth of like diluting yourself. So I think it'd be more, okay, now I have my answer for you. I think you absolutely should invest in the brand. I do think it's a great long-term asset that it's going to position you long-term for what you want this to do. That being said, there are some things that I'll bet that you're doing that are taking a decent amount of time that have low return on brand impact. And there are other things that probably have significantly higher. And so like my time is extremely limited, right? And so there's probably a reason that you've noticed that like I don't speak on any stages. I don't know if you've noticed that. I don't speak on stages because speaking on stages is really low ROI for me. The only thing that I get from speaking on stage is if I choose to make a presentation, and if I do that, my presentation gets 1.5 million views on YouTube, and the 1,000 people there, amazing. But like, it makes no difference for me, right? Same with podcasts. I only do podcasts if they come to my headquarters and come to my studio, so I can walk from my office into my studio, and it's just the same as like a Zoom call for me. And then I walk back into my office and I keep working. And so, in looking at all the different things, and then trying to translate this into how am I creating the strongest associations, which really just means like, how am I demonstrating status, power, credibility, and likeness for the decision makers who are buying the types of services that I offer.
Got it.
And
that's brilliant.
And so when I think about that, I think, okay, I want maximum. So the brand playbook, which is inside of the 200 pack donation that you got,
yes,
that one outlines this in steps, right? So it's like, these are the associations. We need to, if we know these are the associations, it's like branding is what you let someone know about. Advertising is that you let them know about it. And so branding and advertising happen together, but they're separate functions.
Got it.
And so the brand will get built by who you are and the content that you share. The advertising is what's going to grow the business in terms of the number of eyeballs and people who see it, who are relevant and can make purchasing decisions.
Makes sense.
So I would want to say, okay, so taking all that out, I'd say, all right, where are the fish? Like you said, you speak sometimes. I'll bet you some of these conferences have higher density of potential buyers and other ones don't. It's probably one thing.
For sure.
So it's like, I want to speak more at only the places where I have the highest concentration of the buying pools. And then that's my super targeted, very high ROI. And then my brand coverage, I'll put quotes here, is how can I give a little bit of coverage in terms of content so that when those people check me out between when I speak and when they buy from me, that I look like I have a pulse and I'm providing value in between. And I see that kind of quote branding or making content as almost lead nurture for the higher ticket nature of the sales that you're doing. Because I'm assuming you're selling not just one person, but you're selling multiple headcounts, per account or whatever, right?
That's correct.
Right. So that's how I think about it in terms of lay of the land, in terms of how do I build this brand. And then the brand loop that still always has to continue, which it sounds like you're doing it well, but I'm just reinforcing it for you, is that the product that you have is still is the third part of the brand loop. It's what completes the loop. Right? I could advertise whatever I want and make content all over the place, but if the stuff that I had, if the books that I had weren't good, I would get everyone to introduce it. It sounds interesting. They'd check it out, and then they would go away. Right? So the product still obviously completes the loop, and then that's what spins the wheel.
That's such a good point. Yeah, and it's great because as we look at getting somebody to oversee the ops of that, it will help me free up my time so I'm focused on the highest revenue producing actions, whatever those are. And obviously right now, speaking on stage happens to be that for me.
No, and that makes total sense. I mean, Sharon 6x'd Reel by speaking on 240 stages in a year.
Oh, wow.
Volume, bro.
Jeez.
200 million to 1.2 billion.
Wow.
Right?
Cool.
Volume. People wild, we had dinner in Q4 of last year, and we were talking about this exact thing, which is that and I think Natasha was on here earlier, maybe Natasha, you're listening, so much stuff in business, once you have the model down, is just breaking beliefs around how much volume is actually required. Right? People see my brand and my content, but I put out, I think 35,000 is what I put out last year. I think this year I probably topped that. I think I probably did 40 or 45,000 pieces of content. There's 365 days.
Right.
Right? So just the sheer brute force, people are oh man, this launch was so big. It's I also made 3,000 ads. Yeah. I did 1,400 for the first round of ads.
Wow.
Right? We're spending 500,000 a day. Right? And so again, it's everything scale. And so once once it seems like your model's fine. I mean, it sounds like it, right? And so now it's okay, you're going to because the business that you're in does have a little bit of operational drag. And so it's going to be a people-heavy business, literally, in terms of what you sell, but also in terms of who's operating it.
Totally.
Well, the one amazing benefit here also is when you can take the brand and put unreasonable units of effort on the front end, you are getting kind of recurring revenue on the back end, which is... the asymmetric return of that is insane, right?
One-time speech, forever paid.
Correct.
Yeah,
and so you could also say, hey, I'm going to do this for 3 years and then just wean off. That will still win because you built your brand and generated the lead simultaneously into a recurring revenue machine.
Yeah, I love that. And it's so inspiring because it parallels a little bit of what you were talking about yesterday with Layla when you were highlighting the big pivot changers, what were the big movements that made everything possible. The first thing you guys said was the content. But the second thing she said was when you guys went down into your company and bootstrapped over again in a way of working crazy hours
100%.
And learned. And that for me is a little bit where I'm at in the brand stage. So for me, I get a real clear vision of ops, this isn't my first rodeo and I'm putting the right attention on it. It's okay that I'm grinding a little bit.
Dude, totally.
It's almost in a way of just acknowledging it, but where I feel really clear now is that I want to focus on just those highest revenue pieces and build in those other elements to support it and not worry necessarily about, 12 to 2 million followers as long as I'm giving good content.
No. Okay, I'm going to say this because it's going to serve everybody else who's listening to this too. And this will be super important for you in terms of your content. You will get lured by the algorithm to make broader and broader content. Mm-hmm. You need to resist that urge with all of your power.
Okay.
Because people will not buy from you because of your relationship advice. And so, right, now you will get more views with that. But and the good news for everyone is that, and I'm so happy about this, is that social media has changed. It's no longer social media. It still uses that terminology, but as of 18 months ago, it shifted to interest media. And so the content is the targeting.
Got it.
Exactly. So if you want your content to reach these healthcare decision makers, then make content about healthcare shit that healthcare decision makers care about, and they will be the ones who see it because the AI already knows what the content's about and already knows the type of people who consume it. And so completely ignore the views. Just now I'll say this, within the context of if you keep the content static in terms of the nature of the content, then use views. Right? So if you make something that's amazing about healthcare and you make another thing that's amazing about healthcare and one of them has 3 times the views, then that was a better piece of content, for sure. But if you're saying this relationship thing or this meme that I'm recreating got 10 times the views of this healthcare thing, it's not going to generate more sales.
Yeah. It's that whole depth of a mile deep versus a mile wide. And it's so inspiring because the big vision for me at the end of this is to have this school community that's got the largest network of private practice owners positioned to just change healthcare, to actually transition and transform it. And it doesn't matter the view. I see your point. If I'm talking about relationships or it's going to shift the idea of when they're seeing me between stages going, oh, this guy is actually about a lot of things that are meaningful to me.
Yes.
I also will tell you, if you have a chance to watch Alex and my breakdown of Rails business, we talk about just having a very clear path from when you speak to how they come into your world. And I love the school community. As long as that path is very tight, you could be doggedly kind of obsessive about that path. That way, more input on the front end will get more people into that same path. And for example, if that path is getting email addresses, if that path is getting into school groups, it's all okay. I'll give you the craziest thing. When I just started out speaking, it would be weird to go out and say, hey, can you give me your contact information? Could you ask for stuff? So I actually made a deal with most of the hosts. I would say, hey, my speaking fee is X, but since I've never spoken for you before and this is a great conference, I want to add value, would it be okay if I traded my speaking fee for the speaker list and I would only send out 1 email to the list?
Oh, wow.
So they give you the list and you stay true to that promise. And in that email, you just say, hey, you tell the truth. The organizers allowed me to do this because they love the fact that I have this group. I just wanted to, inform you of this. Click here to join the group. It's 100% free. If you just did that, now you have a very clear path to goodwill on the front end with the audience, and then
we need a sizzle. We need a tactical bell ringer. There's a tactical bell ringer.
But I think it gives you a way. Also, when you say you have a speaker fee and you're waiving that, you create some goodwill on the front end, and it kind of re-emphasizes your stature overall, which is really powerful too. And you still get what are you doing it for at the end of the day? You're getting it for time in front of the audience and the list, right? Well, let's be very true to both those delivery mechanisms.
And I'll also share something that is Sharon's tactic, but I will take credit for it. As I do with all my tactics. I'm kidding. But why don't you explain the survey from the stage for him?
So the survey close is essentially a lot of times when you show up either on a webinar or on Instagram, especially in front of an audience, the struggle is you have to tell them, hey, they're worried that you're going to sell something, right? And instead of that, you just say, hey, there is no sale in this. I'm going to give you everything that we talk about. All that I request at the end of this presentation is that you would take a 3-question, 10-second survey. Right? And then the survey essentially is half the closer framework. It's clarify where they're at, label their problem, and then sell Maui or invite them to a solution. And that's it. That way you don't sell anything else. That way on all the surveys, now you know that Sharon has X pain. So when you make the call or make the email or make the DM, it becomes so much more clearer because you're reaching out because they raised their hand and told you what their pain was.
Yeah, so it's an engaged list rather than just because obviously getting the whole list is amazing, right? Because then all the people who will engage are on it. But if you want to have I would say a softer ask is like, if you're getting the list, that's like, I would say like that's ideal, right? But you might even be able to also say, also for anybody who wants my slides or whatever it is, like go opt in here, and then you can get you can skim off the top and get the most. The most engaged people. And you can also trade one or the other, because maybe they're like, I don't want to give you the list. You're like, okay, well then can I at least just say anybody who's interested in this stuff?
Right.
And then you can just lead gen from there, and then you can, set calls and close.
What's cool about that too is it's really serving still. Like it's a small ask, but it really is service based. So it really does give us information to help us give them what they need. And it's a very small. I love that idea. I'm speaking twice this week.
There we go, baby.
There you go, man.
Rock and roll. Well, I appreciate you. I want you to make as much money as possible because you donated more books, and that's the virtuous cycle of Mozi Nation. Like more books, more money gets made, more books get donated, which then go into the hands of more entrepreneurs who make more money, who then donate more books, and then around and around we go.
Yeah, dude, I'm giving out so many books because it's like my big like, here you go. Thanks for letting me listen to me talk. So guys, thanks for everything. Have a great day.
You too, man. Thank you. All right.
See you in September.
See you. So everybody who's in the chat, two things. One, we just put a poll up. We're super curious what type of business you guys got. Also, if you're curious who we're calling, we're just calling the people who are doing the 800 book donation. I would love to call everybody, but we're just obviously starting with the people who are donating the most books and trying to provide as much value as we can. So if you want a shot at doing that, you can do that. This is not an illegal raffle. Never mind. Just whatever. You know what I'm saying? Fine. All right. David Edmondson. Very UX. I wonder what very UX. What do you think it is? Okay. I wonder if it's a UX design company.
Hello, this is David.
David, is Very UX a UX design company?
No, it's actually the opposite. I don't do anything.
He's like, I destroy designs. I go and I'm actually a critic.
Yeah, I'm so far away from design, and that's actually how I even got into the business. Is I figured out what I was awful at to try to figure out what I might be good at.
Okay, love it. So talk to me about, so what is this business? So you're doing a million top line? Is that what it was?
$1.3 million.
Okay.
About 500 in profit, but then I also get paid pretty well too, so it comes out to quite a bit more.
Well, what's your total all in earnings?
750 last year.
Okay, so you're in 50%. Great.
Blew my mind.
I could hear your shit-eating grin from what you just said. Okay, got it. Okay. Yeah, that's great. More money, more people you can help. Okay, so 1.3 top line, 750 bottom line, and then I still don't actually really understand the business besides you're not UX.
Yeah, that's been a long-term problem. Also, the company's morphed. I've had the company for January will be 18 years, but the last 5 years is when it really started to become profitable and usable. I focused in on the e-commerce niche, so I build Shopify stores.
Okay.
That's kind of when I first started making money. But then when I really started making money was connecting Shopify stores to NetSuite or Acumatica or QuickBooks.
Oh.
Well, then that led me to the realization that basically 10 to 15% of the time when people buy a NetSuite implementation, it goes sideways, and it goes sideways bad.
That sounds low.
And they're willing to pay anything to fix it.
Okay.
So I went from making $30,000 building a Shopify site to making $300 to $500 fixing a NetSuite implementation.
So is that per deal?
Yeah.
Wow.
And how are you getting these?
So you're not doing a high amount of deal volume though. You're doing a few deals a year.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And all of those come through referrals, mostly through CPAs.
Okay. So what's the goal? What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to get to 15 million. I don't know what the official growth path to get there.
I mean, I can tell you the unofficial growth path. I don't know if it's certified or not, but I can give you an unofficial one.
Do more of the same.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're welcome. This has been great. Thanks so much, guys. Yeah.
Are you the only one delivering this right now?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm basically a glorified project manager. I have CFOs that work for me that do most of the delivery, and then I have several people that are more button pushers, we'll say, and then I have an entire dev team out of Vietnam. And so this is kind of where it gets complex and kind of what took me for forever to get to where I am. we have our own integration platform, our own middleware. So when I connect Shopify to Acumatica or NetSuite, I can do all of that 100% on my own without going through any MuleSoft or any of the other big platforms out there. And also our e-commerce knowledge is typically the thing that makes someone first interested in working in us, historically at least.
Yeah. Okay, so you attract people through, like, it's a ham and the garlic situation, right? So they come in for the ham, but you got to feed them the garlic. So people come because they want to grow their Shopify and then realize their systems are screwed, and so then you got to do the upsell, right?
Basically.
Okay, got it. So fundamentally, right now, you've got these centers of influence, which are these CPA firms. How many CPA firms are currently referring you business? Because you said you're not doing that many deals a year, so I'm like, they're not sending you, one, you can't have that many of them, and two, if you do even have many of them, they're not sending you much. So talk me through that really quickly.
Exactly. I have less than 10, and each of them send less than 2 or 3 deals a year.
A year. Got it.
And I just hired my first sales guy, so I took your advice that says if you figure out what's working, just do more of it, compress the timeline. So I just hired my first sales guy, and his only job is to do networking because that's what's gotten me to where I'm at.
Okay. So yeah, we want to be more, I would say, more deliberate than the word networking itself. I would define that in terms of the actual, like the actions themselves that you need him to take. So it's like, we need this many connections, this many reach outs, this many meetings, et cetera. Maybe even speaking. Speaking actually would probably make a ton of sense for your type of business, but I think outreach is a good idea. But I would say that he's going to be a combination of farmer and hunter, right? Because of the nature of how your business works, which is that each of these are affiliates, if you think about them figuratively, right? Each of these CPA firms, send you business from their existing customer base. And so it takes one thing to get them to send you, activate and send one, but then we need to continue to get them to send month over month over month. And so I think having some sort of way of having a cadence where you can provide value to them at no cost in exchange for them telling you what new clients they have on their books so that they can refer you more business. That's how I would be trying to design this. It's like, what value can I provide a CPA firm so that I can have some touch base with them on a monthly basis that can then allow me to solicit them to, quid pro quo, send me business. And if you have that with 10 guys, it's like all of a sudden you're at 5 deals a month, right? Instead of 1.
Yeah. I have a question for you. Maybe, Alex, you can talk through this. Tell me about this middleware layer.
I don't know more of that. I don't know.
Is this licensable? Can you do something with it? I'll give you an example of this, right? So let's say you have this middleware layer, and you gave away free diagnostic. You said, if you have a Shopify store, plug into my middleware layer, and it'll give you a report on where everything's broken. Is that possible?
Literally, you just read my emails from about a week ago. We had that discussion.
Okay. Because if you're thinking about scale, you've already built the scalable platform that generates, like this is what Alex talks about in the money model, right? You need something on the front end, an attraction offer that gets people to raise their hand. And you want a qualified hand raise. There cannot be a better qualified hand raise than a diagnostic that no one else can provide. So that sounds like since you've already built it, there's no more capital expenditure to that. So it feels like something that is worthwhile exploring.
Yeah, that's the crux of where I'm at. So from a scaling perspective, if I did get 5 deals a month, I couldn't deliver them right now. So my job is I'm trying to fix delivery. I'm trying to take a bunch of that money and hire people that know a lot more than me.
Okay.
So I have some specific people that I'm going to try to target to bring that.
Yeah.
Then that allows me to step back and work on the actual product side a little bit more, which is the middleware. Plus, there's actually an AR invoicing solution that's all built in as well. And
that's great. Dude, you've got all the great bones for a business model. You need to hire a couple people so you can basically get yourself out a little bit more. And then you need to be focused on promotion on the front end so that you can actually handle that 5 deals a month. But like, if you want to get to 15 million, you already actually have most of the bones already there. You just need to increase your supply first so that you can then focus all your attention on growth.
Increase supply first. So increase my ability to deliver first.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Rock and roll.
That was the plan.
Good job, man.
Yeah, congrats.
All right. I'm just a YouTube guy that listens to all your stuff and tries to actually do it. So we'll see how it works.
Well, the more money you make, the more books you donate. And so thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you from the entrepreneurs whose books you got for us. So thank you.
See you soon. Bye.
All right. See ya. All right.
Hey, can you do me a favor? There's a couple of questions around survey close and explaining, maybe you can use the closer framework as an ideology around this, which is explaining what is the clarification, what is the label, and what is selling Maui? Because I know you do it really tightly.
Yeah. So clarification is just why did you do X, Y, Z? So every single person who you're going to sell anything to has taken one step, whether it's why did you open my email? Why did you respond to my post? Why did you DM me? Why did you opt in for my thing? Like, there's always some action. Like, even as simple as like, why'd you pick up the phone and why have you given me 5 more seconds? Like, you can almost always, like, if you're communicating with someone, you label their prior action to them receiving your message as their indication of engagement. So you say, why did you? Indication of engagement. And then that then leads you to them answering the question with, like, ideally, you want them to say a problem, which then we continue to ask the question until we get them to say that. So if someone opts in and I say, hey, what got you interested in a gym membership? They would say something like, well, I was just poking around. We haven't moved past C yet, right? Because, well, you don't just poke around for a living, right? There's a reason you're poking around, right? Well, yeah, I've gained a little bit of weight. Great. Now we can move on to the next step. So now with labeling, we basically reaffirm what they just said and say, okay, so you said you want to lose weight. How much you're trying to lose? Where are you at right now? And they say, well, I'm here. I want to get here. And you're like, great. So it sounds like you're trying to lose 30 pounds. You're trying to do it in 12 weeks. Does that sound about right? Yes. Okay, so you're not going to be upset with us if we do it in less time. Okay, fantastic. Now, then it's like, now if we skip the other steps, I would usually use an O there. But if we're just talking one-to-many, then you could skip. O is overviewing past experiences. So what have you done so far to try and do that, and what worked, what didn't, what was good, what was bad. Let's compare our good stuff to our thing, and bad stuff we say we're not like that. And then it's S, which is sell the vacation. So you're like, okay, cool. So you've got our C. You're trying to lose weight, and specifically you want to lose it in this way by this timeline. Fantastic. So I think you'd be a good fit for our thing. And so that's where the S is on the survey close. So it's like, hey, are you an X looking for Y? That's right. Great. Well, I think you might be a good fit for our thing. And then that's more or less the 3 questions that you're asking after someone gets the freebie. So if you're pitching or soft pitching, you'd say, hey, I've got 1,700 slides. It would take a long time, even if you used AI to remake these things. And so if you want the whole slide deck, just opt in. There'll be a couple questions just because I want to learn more about you. Yeah. And then from there, you just triage the questions to people who are more or less interested. An alternative way of doing this, instead of CLS, which is what Sharon was saying, a different way to approach this would be BANT. So BANT was something that was invented by IBM in the 1950s, and it was because they looked at all the customers they had and they realized they had 4 things in common. And so BANT stands for budget, authority, need, timing. So do you got the money? Can you say yes? Do you need this thing? And is now a good time? And so you can use those same 4 questions as alternatives. Now, they're a little bit more sales heavy, so it depends on kind of the context that you're making this solicitation in. If someone's responding to an ad, makes sense. Right? If someone is responding to an email that is outbound and they're responding, the next natural response might be BANT. Like, hey, before we move any forward, like, this is kind of our range. This is the type of people we work with. Do you have the decision-making power? Is this something that you're looking to do in the next week or 2? Right? We would ask that. Now, on a survey from a stage where there's, let's say, you're at a mega event that has like a super wide personal development thing or something like that, and all different speakers from all different industries, then that might not be your first sorting mechanism.
Yeah, perfect.
You said short, but that was not short at all.
No, it was good. I think it gives people enough context on when to use the thing.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times you want to be as soft as possible in the survey, not to trigger sales resistance.
Yeah.
Hopefully that was helpful. Good questions about that.
And for those of you who are just tuning in, we're calling people who donated the most books. And so right now we're calling the people who donated 800 books or more. To donate books, you can go to the link, or you can look at Green Man, our $100 million man over here. Go.acq.com. Maybe there's a phone number somewhere. I'm not sure. I can't see the stream, but maybe they put a phone number up, because I think we have a couple. We have more than a couple people who are taking calls. All right, so this is D.
Donate books. You can go to the link, or you can. Look at Hello.
What's up, D?
Hey, man.
What's going on? Okay.
My YouTube.
No, you're good. It's a 5-second delay. Okay, so revenue's $2 million a year, profits $500,000 a year. Alpha Omega Wellness ketamine clinics. Ooh, this is more Sharon. This is more Sharon's area.
Oh, no.
This is Sharon's area of expertise. This is not my forte. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
So yeah, great to talk to you guys. Happy birthday tomorrow. I've learned so much from my BAM days when I've been out here.
Oh, nice,
out there in Vegas, and I'm sitting here with my 8-year-old youngest son, future entrepreneur. Say
awesome.
Hi. That's
hey, bud. Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah. So so he's going to blow up business more than me, maybe more than you, Alex, but maybe not.
Oh, I'm sure he will, man. I'm sure he will.
Here's the deal. So we do IV ketamine, and we really see a 75% decrease in depression and anxiety scores in like 3 or 4 weeks.
Amazing.
But I'm trying to increase our show rate to our consultations. So most of our consults are happening online via phone or Zoom.
Yeah.
And so we got about a 40% show rate. And when I was out there at VAM last month, we talked about that. So we're still implementing some of those things. But I would just love to get some feedback of how we can get maybe 60% of people to show. Because I think if we can just build more value. So that, I mean, my goal is I want people to be like, man, I'd leave my mother in the rain at the bus stop in order to not miss this appointment with them.
Mine, I'd leave her there anyways, but I don't have to go to the appointment. I'm kidding. It's a joke. Okay, so I think your instinct is right. There are probably still more boxes you need to check. The playbook that you that's on the way. Literally just follow the whole thing, the entire checklist. All right, that's number one. Number two. I'm going to bet, so some of the biggest levers on throughput are going to be things that you can say, yes, I'm doing it, but it's not a binary of am I doing it, but to what degree am I doing it? So volume is one of those, number one. Number two is going to be the speed. Like if you get a scheduled appointment that you scheduled immediately versus that you're able to book 3 days later, the immediate one is going to have a higher show rate. Also, the latency between when you're booking the appointment from when you speak to them is also going to have a huge lever on show rate.
Yeah, so we did decrease our rolling calendar in GHL to 4 days from like 7 or 10 days. So, and I think that's helping. We're too new into the changes to really know for sure. But we're doing like an ethical bribe with a gift. I'm actually starting to do that.
Okay, good.
My salespeople who are calling with a personal voicemail or personal video from their cell phones.
Yeah.
And so. But I'm kind of thinking of like, is there any little piece of content that I could send them?
Yes. No, it's a great question. So think about it like this. I would ask, so like what I would want to do, like if this is how Alex would really solve this problem. Like if this was my business and I owned it and it was a huge constraint, I would spend all my time calling the 40% of people, 60 you're not showing, right?
Right.
Okay. So call the 60% and say, hey, don't need you to come in. Totally cool. I just want to understand why you didn't. And I think that you will be able to unearth the 3 largest obstacles that people probably have. So like, I'll tell you an example. We'll see like something that blew my mind. So I found out a lot of people didn't want to show up to gym memberships who were overweight because they were embarrassed about like showing up to a gym. And sometimes girls get intimidated, which was a concept I have never thought of because like I've never been like, oh, I don't want to go to the gym because I'm intimidated. It's just never been a thought to me. I'm like, I'm just going to go to the gym, right? But if you're overweight and you're ashamed, or you're like, oh, there's all these guys and they're big, I don't know what I'm doing. What if I get hurt? All these other things, right? And so what you'll find is I'll bet you it's not one thing, but there's probably 3 or 4 buckets that different avatars will present with. And the lead nurturer, one, can account for those things. But also the VS, like, do you have any kind of video prior to them opting in or anything like that on the flow for a new prospect or customer?
Yeah, I just got that filmed and edited. It's about 6.5 minutes. We haven't implemented that
Great.
yet, but we're actually going to require them to watch it prior to confirming their appointment.
Great. Well, I'll bet you that. Okay, so I'll just tell you right now, like secret sauce. Creating the VSL will probably be the single highest leverage thing that you can do. That's a one-time fix for lead nurture and closing, both, than just about anything else.
Because
in a sales motion. It's exactly. You can get away with whatever you want if you frame it right. And a VSL is literally all frame.
I will have one idea that has worked in very similar situations, especially in kind of preventive healthcare that we've seen, which is you have to do this ethically, but let me kind of frame how this works. Let's say the sales rep's call is with Alex tomorrow at 4 o'clock. The sales rep's calls 1 day prior at 4 o'clock. And he calls 1 day prior and say, hey, Alex, this is Sharon calling, and normally get a voicemail or whatever at that point. Oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed. I called you 1 day earlier. I'm actually looking forward to our call tomorrow. I actually have a great game plan set up for you. And so that one early appointment, and then it's like, hey, hopefully you watch the video that we sent you, and I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow at 4, right? That one little call that happened 24 hours prior, even though it seems so innocent, from a chiropractic or preventive healthcare basis, has changed so many people. So it serves as both as a I'm confirming your appointment with the dentist call. At the same time, it shows the the prep and the energy of the sales rep in a very thoughtful way without it being aggressive. And so you can use the playful tone, do that, and it seemed to work. So one idea to experiment, if you will.
So I just have a quick question. So when people don't want to pick up their phones these days, Alex, how would you get the 60% who chose not to show up to their appointment? Like, how do I get them to engage? Because my concern has been, I'm just going to spin my wheels.
Dude, the 60%, we don't need to like contact all of them, man. We're like, this is like a one-time lift. Think about it like a project. Yeah. So it's like if you have, call it 100, people who missed appointments over the last month, whatever it is, right? Just make it your mission to talk to as many of them. I mean, we're worth the last 200. Like, doesn't matter, right? Like, you just want to talk to as many of them as you can to just find out the answer. And then once you have the answer, and this is nuanced but important, is you want to describe the reason they didn't show up in the language they use. So if you saw, I'll give you an example. So you saw the presentation yesterday, and maybe today, right? So in the narrative section where I talk about the 10 biggest decisions that shaped my life, right? So in that section, if I say I've got a lot going on right now, and I also say, let me see how some of these things that I have going on work out, those are all I'm busy statements. But if I say only one of those things, that's only going to resonate with somebody who would literally describe it to themselves in that language. And so by stating 4 or 5 different ways of saying the same, quote, objection, and then overcoming it with one thing that overcomes all 5, which are still the same core issue but still described differently, you'll have a higher % conversion overall. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, for sure.
Okay, so when you're asking them, it's like, one, I would record the calls if you can, but you want to use as close, the syntax as close as you can to what they describe the reasoning behind why they didn't show up as.
So then how do you use that in that nurture sequence leading up to...
It's going to be in the VSL, because think about these as FAQs, or like, these are objections, right? Fundamentally, they're objections. I mean, if you think about like what is required for someone to buy, well, they have to show, right? What's required for someone to show, they got to schedule. Well, you've got the scheduling part down. You might also be, how are schedules happening right now?
So right now...
I love show rate shit.
People request an appointment.
Okay.
They request an appointment, and then our VA reaches out to confirm that appointment, and then the appointment is booked.
But is it from ads, or what is it from?
Oh yeah, most of it's from ads. So we're doing about $27,000 a month in
okay.
ads.
Heard. And it's a VA, so you can't have somebody talk to them on the phone?
We did do that, and then we thought maybe part of our response rate is like people don't want to answer the phone, although I'm getting ready to implement a AI agent to actually do those calls.
Yeah, you telling me that you have 40% now makes a lot of sense.
Right.
Like, it's just like they haven't talked to anybody. So there's no stakes. It's very easy to cancel on somebody you've never spoken to.
But it's even better. It's super optimistic because you're getting 40%.
Yeah, it's actually not bad. Yeah, it's not terrible for how low touch your current thing is. But
how poorly we're doing it.
No, not at all.
No, it's not poor. It's just that like you basically have to sell the appointment.
Correct.
You know what I mean? And right now it's not being sold; it's just being scheduled. And so a lot of the show rate is just how the actual appointment itself is being positioned.
Okay.
There was also
Yeah.
I'll say there's one last thing. You can make the call, but if you can try the multimedia approach as well. If you think that the person is going to, maybe there's a video text message, which is just a 60-second video that goes out, which is just you with a selfie video that is reconfirming the appointment. And you can say, hey, Jenny from my team just called. I wanted to make sure you got the call. And then that's all. Looking forward to meeting with you tomorrow. And that can go out as an automation as well. So you have multiple ways where you're touching them. Again, as Alex said, you're just selling.
You want to touch them in many ways.
You're just selling them a show for the appointment. That's all this is.
So back to the VSL, part of it is like, now you're going to find that things come up and they get in the way. But let me just tell you, so kind of along those lines, that's how you put it in the...
So the VSL is going to, like, if I had to order this, the biggest lever is going to be the conversation. The second biggest lever is going to be the VSL.
Okay. So the conversation with a setter is what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, ideal world. Again, I don't know what the cost basis is, but I'm going to guess that having somebody whose phone reaching out is not going to cost you too much more than current. And I think the lever, like, it could literally flip to from 40-60 to 60-40 just from that by them doing something that we call it integrity tie down, which is just like, so is there anything that's going to prevent you from making this appointment? Let me give you a couple reasons that sometimes people will miss them. Are any of these going to be reasons that you're not going to make it? Once you get someone to commit over the reasons they would normally cancel, the show rates will go up Because like sometimes people will book appointments to get someone to stop bothering them.
Yeah. By the way, just as a super frame for everyone that's watching and listening, if you can figure out, there's an insane amount of leverage value from figuring out kind of, it's the set, show, close, right? If you can figure out the set, show, close ratio, the set to show is a really, really powerful thing to get to obsess over, because sometimes we forget what we are actually selling. The ads are selling what? They're selling the appointment, they're selling you the schedule. Then when you have scheduled, you're selling them to show. And you don't have to, you're selling them to show with the frame, right? But so if you can figure that out, the kind of the amount of leverage profit that you make is insane. So just know, I think I was zooming out here talking about your situation, but you're in a very fixable situation with the checklist, but it's awesome you're walking in with a 40% kind of show rate, which is awesome, man. Good job.
Rock and roll. Thanks, dude.
Well, let me just briefly tell you guys that as you and your team, Alex, help us to scale, you're saving people's lives, because literally I had somebody this week tell me that he's alive because he got this therapy. So thank you for what you do. You're making a real difference in people's lives by helping me touch more lives. So thank you.
It's all you, and I appreciate it. But you're the one the one doing the work, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah. All right. So again, for anyone who just tuned in, this is we're basically just taking calls from anyone who donated $800. Anyone who donates $200 gets everything that's on to my left for free. So you get the lead system free, which includes all 4 playbooks. Here, I'll just show you guys what it is, since if some of you guys are tuning in. So you'll get all 4 playbooks, which is the Goated Ads playbooks to help you scale your ads. The Hooks playbooks will help you scale your content. The branding playbooks, which is actually the content that's contained within your content, so you make the associations to command higher prices and ultimately, create a future-proof business. That one takes longer, but it can happen faster if you do it right. There's Market Machine, which allows you to operationalize the other 3 playbooks. So that's the first 4 that you're getting for free when you donate $200. On top of that, you have the closing, the sales system. So you get lead nurture, which we were just talking about some of that. There's a checklist in the back of this thing, worth its weight in gold. So Alan is a company that we owned, and we analyze 100,000 plus appointments of every single touch point that increases the likelihood someone shows. We put all of that into this checklist, so you can just follow it. So that's lead nurture checklist. You've got closing for one of my favorite parts of this is 7 universal closes that everyone needs to learn, and they work no matter what someone says. That's also free. And then on top of that, you have the proof checklist, which allows you to condense. So when we talk about VSL, video sales letter, that is an element of proof, and we want to follow the checklist inside a proof checklist in order to facilitate, speed up people actually buying. So you get the lead system free, you get the sales system free, you also get the delivery system free. So that's going to be LTV and retention. So this is decreasing churn. This is getting them to buy more times in more ways. And so by doing that, you jack up LTV. So both of those things, delivery system, both those playbooks come for free when you donate $200 to other entrepreneurs. So lead system free, sales system free, delivery system free, and then you finally have the profit system. So when we looked at businesses, some people can't get enough leads. Some people can get leads, but they can't close them. That was his situation, right? Then we have people who get leads and close them, but they can't retain them, and they can't get enough LTV. Some people do all first of these 3, but they're still just not making enough money every month. And so there's 3 different kind of ways of doing this. Now, we talked to one of the people earlier. They needed to hit up, I think it was Natasha. She needed to hit up her existing list harder. This is what the Fast Cash Playbook is all about, is a cadence of making solicitations to the audience in such a way that it doesn't turn them off, but also just generates more cash. This is something that drops straight to the bottom line because it's already working on what you already have. So that's the Fast Cash Playbook. The next one is pricing. This is my top 10 pricing optimizations. I've never seen a business that has all 10. They're things you can immediately use if you're a business owner that can help you cover the donation. I'm not promising that. I'm just saying that's what I would start with. And then you have Price Raise Letter, which literally is exactly what it sounds like. It's just so tested because we've done it so many times. That you could literally do nothing else, just send the letter and just make more. Not a promise. I'm just saying that's how price raising works. All right, so you get all 12 of these playbooks. People pay $35,000, some people are just on the phone, for just a portion of one of these, not even the whole playbook. They also added 1-day in-person delivery, so I want to be clear. But you get all 12 for free when you donate $200. We also trained in ACQAI, which I did 226 in-person consultations. One-on-one, people paid $135,000 over the last 2 years. This was look at this. These are my actual notes. It was just intake calls, recommendations, looking at the actual constraints of the business, coming up with a plan, delivering it in person, doing follow-up calls with 226 unique businesses with the sole purpose to train an AI on how to specify which playbook and how to personalize it to each industry. So that for those of you who are like, man, I don't know if it works with a marketing agency. I don't know if it's going to work for an influencer. I don't know if it's going to work for a coaching business. I don't know if it's going to work for a roofing company. I don't know if it's going to work for a plumber. Yes, it will, because I not only worked with one company like yours, probably multiple, and probably some bigger and some smaller. You can literally just ask it. And so that is trained on all 12 playbooks, plus the notes you haven't seen, plus 226 of these, and the notes that of all 3 of the books that aren't released. All right, and to make sure that you know how to use the AI as good as possible, that's why we have the ACQ implementation workshop. 1 day in person for this is $35,000. I'm going to be leading you through it virtually. You get this for free when you donate $200. And for those of you who just tuned in, you can see the counter right now. This is the Guinness Book record. So we have the fastest selling nonfiction book of all time. So we, on our way up, we surpassed George Bush's Decision Points, and then we surpassed Bill Clinton's My Life. I can't remember what it's called. Anyways, Bill Clinton's book. Then we had Becoming by Michelle Obama. Then we had Promised Land by Barack Obama. And then we dethroned Prince Harry. Please don't kill me, all the politicians. I'm just I'm just a guy on the internet. Anyways, so they were doing. He had 1.4 million was the record, and we did 2.9. And so, anyways, every single thing that we put into this launch blueprint. Okay, so this contains the emails, the texts, all 1,700 slides, which you would not be able to recreate with AI because it would be an absolute nightmare. Like, you wouldn't be able to do it. It has the transcripts, it has the production notes, it has our entire timeline. And I think the most valuable part of this playbook is actually the internal memos that we used to document each of the decisions. So when you put it on an event like this is if anybody's had a wedding before, this is like having 100 weddings. The amount of details that are required to do something like this took 2 years fundamentally to actually put together. And all of the assets, which cost me millions of dollars, like literally, not like, oh, it cost me millions, like it cost me millions of dollars, you get all of it for free when you donate $200 to other entrepreneurs. And so one of the cool things about this one specifically is that this one is a digital asset. This is all physical. All this is stuff, this come in the mail, all right? And comes in this nice premium binder here. But this guy is digital, and I think the advantage of that is that you can use these assets to inform whether you want to launch a new location, a new service, a new product, a new event, whatever it is, you can launch it, because everybody's got to launch stuff. And so that's also free, but that one's only while the live stream is on. And so I'm going to keep going, or maybe not. But if you're on the fence, just go grab them now so you can lock it in. And all that stuff's free when you donate $200. The big mission behind this was that books have changed my life. Experiences have changed my life more than just about anything. And I wanted to facilitate that for as many entrepreneurs as possible. And so 2 years ago, I asked myself the question, what would I have to give to get business owners to incentivize them to help me donate books and put books in the hands of every entrepreneur in America? Eventually the world, but for now, there's 32.5 million in the US, and I'll start in our own backyard first. And I think the reason that this got me so motivated was, all the names that I named on that nonfiction list, something that was weird to me or that stuck out was that all of them were politicians, and both sides of the aisle, so I have no, whatever. But I was like, why is it that all the nonfiction bestsellers of all time are all politicians? I was like, I feel like we're the ones who pay the bills, we're the ones who pay the taxes, and I feel like one of us should own that record. And I see this as our record. I definitely don't see this as, quote, mine. Like, this is 100% a team effort. And so my goal is to put these books in everyone's hands. And so we're able to break the record, and hopefully we'll get way more PR around this, so more entrepreneurs will find out about it, so that more people will get the books, get the help they need. And then the goal here is that we can create this self-licking ice cream cone, this snowball. And you've heard some of the stories of people who called in where, like, hey, I read your first book, and then I read the second book, and then I built the business off of it. I think Virtual Rockstar was saying that. He's like, $4.5 million, $600,000. And bottom line, I'm not guaranteeing that. I'm not saying that. Your results will be different. All right, but he used the books and was able to build the business he wants. And so he would then came here, and he donated more books. So that's the cycle I'm trying to proliferate, and that's why we're doing this stuff. This is a donation book drive, so I appreciate you guys. So that being said, live, it's a lot. All that stuff you'll get. The only one that's live only that will disappear is that red launch bonus, which is the blueprint. All right, so that blueprint goes away when this live stream ends. All right, so if you're on the fence, do it now. Go to go.acq.com. There is also, we got a partnership through a firm. So for those of you who are in the U.S. at least and qualify, you can get it for $249 a month in 24 installments. So Chipotle burrito a day, if you will. So good. That being said, let's call the next one. I'm calling people who donated, who are donating books right now. The top.
Can I frame one thing? There's a lot of questions in the chat about this.
My bad.
No. Alex and I will talk about this, but if you are selling by appointment, this was very important from a VSL perspective. Everyone asked about what is a VSL, et cetera. If you're selling by appointment, you're probably putting a lot of effort on the front end, either with an ad or a video or content, et cetera, and then getting people to schedule an appointment. And then as soon as they schedule an appointment, all we say is check your email. There can be a more delightful thing because at that point, at the height of interest, someone has made a decision to sign up with and schedule an appointment. Do something more then, which is why we suggest this idea of a VSL, which is a video sales letter. And essentially, it is a video creating a next step process for them, right? So two things happen there. One, they're at the height of emotion of why they scheduled it. So you're reaffirming why they made that decision. And second, you're pre-framing what comes next. The most thoughtful thing that you can do is to tell somebody, here's what happens next. That is the greatest thing that you can do in sales. So now they know, hey, I booked this appointment with Alex. What happens next? They know exactly what happens next, right? So the two things that happen there are, number one, is that it is a lead nurture mechanism where now they are happy that they did that. They have some connectivity with you that they did that. And so they show up for they have a higher likelihood of showing up for that call. Second is you're also pre-framing the call itself because now you can reference, did you watch the video as the opening part of the call, which allows you to have a much more easy way to break rapport on that call or get rapport on that call. So anything else you would add on the video sales letter?
That's it.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter if you're a real estate agent, mortgage broker, coach, consultant. Just don't think that they're going to book a Calendly and then you'll see them in 3 days.
Yeah, no one does that.
Take a minute to actually create some delight around that process, teaching them here's what happens next.
Yeah, a lot of so VSL structure, I have like two structures that I tend to work off of with VSL. So if I have what I would consider a like very well understood service, so like I'm a chiropractor, then I'm going to usually do just like a kind of 5 W's, like who, what, where, when, why, how, of how is this going to work. So this is like, let me tell you what to expect, when you're expecting, who, what, when, why, why, how, and then I'm going to go through the biggest objections that someone's typically going to have around purchasing my thing. And then for each of those, we're going to follow the belief-breaking framework. So if you haven't, maybe my camera dudes can walk through this with me. But you're going to say, this is how you break the beliefs on a VSL, or really anything. They believe. Step 1. Step 2, say why they're wrong. 3, say what's right. 4, proof. And so it's like, okay, I've got belief number 1 I need to break, belief number 2. And when I say beliefs, a lot of times it's just like, what are the things, like, beliefs is just like this amorphous thing. It's like, what are the statements that get them that they say before they say no, right? So they say, I can't buy because. And so you just want to handle all the becauses. So because 1, because 2, because 3, and because 4. So they because, and let me tell you that's why that's wrong. Like you name it, and then you say why it's wrong, and you say, let me tell you a different way of thinking about it, and then let me give you proof of somebody who had the same issue like you and overcame it, right? So that is how we structure that. So who, what, when, why, how, and then we look at what are the 3, 4, 5 most common complaints or objections to showing up, and then we cover those. And then if you want, you can just add even more proof at the end. If you guys want to like look at a sample, like literally just go to go.acq.com. I think there might be one that's called, I think it might be recap.acq.com. Maybe the team will know. But it's like a 14-minute video that I have. That's literally, it just follows the same framework. And I would say this, having a VSL will outperform not having a VSL, period. So like if you don't have one right now, especially an appointment-based system, you will significantly benefit from adding it. Secondarily, people want to make it seem like it's a black box, like this is big magic of like there's NLP and there's this manifestation and energy that you have to put into, like, you just need to give them the information required to make a decision.
Right.
Like fundamentally, all we do is we move a prospect from consideration, which no one knows what that means, but from they don't know enough about you to buy to they know enough about you to buy. And so the question is, what are the things that someone must know in order to make a purchasing decision? Now, what's interesting is that there's two vectors on this. Vector one is that some people in general require less information to make the decision. These are more impulse buyers. Some people say they're emotional buyers. I think that is a whole bunch of who knows. But all we know is that it just takes less to get these people to buy. Emotion, not emotion. I don't care. I just know that there's less information, they buy. They buy faster. Some people take a ton of information to buy. But overall, in general, the more information people get, the more they move along the curve towards purchasing. And so the point and the reason that having a, quote, brand will get you significantly larger audience is that 97% of people are not ready to buy right now. Now, that's just a very cited marketing step, but the vast majority of people aren't ready to buy today, right? And so the goal is, how can I just continue to provide information such that when that day comes, not only am I the first person they think about, but they have more than enough information in order to make the decision. And then we then describe them as a fast buyer. But it wasn't a fast buyer. It was just fast from the time they engaged, right? And so I do this little exercise when we have people come to our workshops. And I'll say, hey, who here has, who here heard of my stuff in the last 30 days? There'll be like one hand. I'll be like, okay, who here heard of my stuff in the last 3 months? There'll be like 2 or 3 hands. I'll say, who here last 6 months? It'll be like 6 hands. I'll be like, okay, last year, and then it'll be like 15 hands. I'll say more than a year, and 80% of the room will raise their hands. And so the point of that is this, is that most sane people take more time to make a purchasing decision, period. And that's because it's normal. Now, entrepreneurs, business owners, especially if you sell to consumers, you have to get out of your own mindset here because entrepreneurs in general are more risk, not averse, the other one. Risk-philic, right? Like risk prone, right? Like we don't mind, we risk tolerant. We can tolerate risks, much higher risk than most people can because of the nature of what we do. We play in bets, we make investments, we allocate resources on a regular basis. So it's normal for us to constantly be thinking like, I can make this bet if I lose, it's not a huge deal, right? We can make these bets and then we just try and win more bets than we lose. Fundamentally, that's what we're doing. And so we have to get out of that mindset sometimes for a prospect or a customer and not think, oh, there's something wrong with them. It's just like, it just takes some people more time to make a decision, and that's okay. And so what do we do in the meantime? We give them more information to make a decision with. And that is what the content of your branding is. That's what the content is. You're providing the information that is required for them to make a purchasing decision over the long haul. Now, part of them making a purchasing decision is, sure, there's an element of like, can this person do the thing that I need? Some of it might just be like, do I like this person? Do I believe they're credible? Do they have proof other people like me, right? So these are the layers of what are all, like if you think about each person as like a vault, they have these different numbers. It's like, what are all the different numbers? Now, someone might come in naturally predisposed to not needing 3 of 10 numbers. Okay, so when you market in general, you're hitting all 10 over and over and over again. A sales call, the reason sales in general will increase the conversion of any funnel is that, let's say that, let me pull this over. Thank you. So, hopefully you guys are finding this valuable, and then I'm gonna take the next calls of people who are donating more books. All right, but hopefully you guys dig this. So if you think about this as the total, let's say this is your current audience, okay? And right now, you currently are converting, this percentage of your audience. If we add a sales team, what happens is we kind of artificially go down into our existing audience, and we reach some of these people who have less information, and then the salespeople just fill in the holes. And so when they have the conversation, it's like, okay, this guy's got 2468 covered, but I have to cover 13579 in order to get the sale, right? And so the salesperson plugs the holes, and then all 10 holes are plugged, and then they buy. Now, why is it that sales stops working down here? Because the person needs 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, it's not worth it. We need to market more, right? We need to give them more information prior to them taking action. And so adding a sales team, for example, will just give you a one-time increase in conversion on the leads that you currently have. But you're not going to 10x with a sales team. You might have a double because you're going to double your conversion, but then still long-term, you're going to need to expand the brand, dig the well deeper, expand awareness so that you have more people overall. So that this whole thing could be filled in without a sales team, and then this becomes your new sales team alpha, if you will. What's gained by adding a sales team? Hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. And so with that being said, it's probably time for our next caller. All right. I always think of that. I think it's like, is it It's like, calling your line. My girl ain't giving it like the way she used to. You know that the beginning of that song? It's like a rap song.
I don't, but
she ain't doing the things she used to do. Somebody, if you could put the name of that song, that would be great. There's somebody in the chat. Okay. Man, let's go here. We did D, right?
Yeah.
Did we do Christopher Pell?
No.
Okay. IELTS Advantage. What's your guess? No idea. All right. Oh, it's international. Ooh, exotic. I think it's UK, right? No, it's not UK, is it? 4-4? Hello, Christopher?
Yep, that's me. How you doing, Alex?
Excellent. Are you a UK number?
Yes, I'm in Ireland.
Nailed it. Okay, awesome, man. Yeah. So tell me what IELTS Advantage is.
So we're a test prep company. We're an English test prep company. So we help people move to English-speaking countries by preparing them for an English test.
Well, I never had to, but Sharon had to take an English test when he got here. So I feel like... Okay, so you guys prep people for tests. Got it. And you're doing mostly immigrants, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, heard. So revenues, what was it? You got 1.2 in bottom line? I remember seeing that.
Yeah.
So what's top line again?
3.
Okay, 3 top line, 1.2 million bottom line. Heard. Okay, margins seem decent. So what's holding you back? What are you trying to do?
So we've got a lot of traffic and we get a lot of leads.
Is it a YouTube channel?
Yeah, so we get around 4 million long-form views a month from YouTube.
Right.
It's our main acquisition channel.
Yeah.
And we get around 100,000 email sign-ups leads from our free lead magnets a month. And we convert about 1% of those. So we've been pulling a few levers the last 6 months, and things have improved.
Right.
So just wanted to talk about the things that have been improving and whether to just keep doing those things or maybe think about other things.
Well, let me before you tell me, what's the lead magnet and what's the price and how do you sell?
So there are multiple lead magnets and there are multiple video courses that people can sign up for.
Okay.
But what's been really killing it is tailored lead magnets for each YouTube video. So if we have a general course, we will convert maybe 0.5% of viewers. Yeah. But if we have a tailored PDF, it'll be like between 10 and 15%. So it's massive.
Huge. Really, that's a great.
Just changed that in the last 3 months.
That's your tactical nugget for anybody who's listening. So super specific lead magnet outperforms very vague generic lead magnet. Okay, so you're doing that now. The thing is having lots of different diverse lead magnets can work fine as long as it funnels through a single front door. Mm-hmm. Okay, so anyways, so what do you sell? So I got the lead magnet. What do you sell?
So we sell a course with one-on-one feedback and support.
Okay, so
we sell that for around $400.
Okay, so walk me through. I watch a video. And then I go and get my lead magnet, and so I opt in. And so then what do I do from there to paying you $500 or $400?
So mostly it's done through email. So because it's such an international audience, we've never been able to make sales calls work. They seem much more comfortable through email. So we will send them typically 1 email a day for about 30 days, and then we have monthly launches where we will do like a live event. It could be a 1 to 3 day event, and we do those kind of monthly, and they bring in a lot of revenue as well. We also have ads that would target people who sign up.
So email follow-up plus once a month, you clean the pipeline?
Yeah.
Okay, heard. How many people buy from email follow-up versus the webinars?
It depends on what but generally it would be about 2/3 email and 1/3 from webinars. But even with the webinars, most of the sales come through email.
people just are more comfortable seeing it in black and white and being able to discuss things with us through email than making decisions on video.
This is a deal of the week.
Go for it.
So, one of the things that, hey, this is Sharon. First off, great job building something on a 400. You've told us one product. I'm assuming there's more, but whenever there is an acquisition channel that has kind of exactly what you're doing, people are coming in through different lead magnets. There's got to be one way that you can put all of them together. And so the one strategy that we like to recommend is called the deal of the week, where you can hit the entire list with a rotating offer every week. So especially since you have email readers, which is awesome, you're getting 2/3 from email. If you just loaded up every week I'm making it up, every week on Wednesday you have a deal of the week offer, which is a really simple offer that says, this is the deal of the week, this is what you get. You'll be able to hit the entire list with that. And, or you can do a PS with, reply if you have questions, and now you generate conversations on email follow-up. Have you tried something like that?
Yeah, we've been doing that, yeah.
Okay.
So we send to our entire list, we send about 3 emails a week. 2 of them would be pure value, and 1 of them would be some kind of offer, like on a deal of the week type of thing.
Okay, good.
So I'll say this. So you're converting 1% of lead magnet opt-ins, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that's not, the only way that you're going to dramatically improve that is going to be basically a sales team. So I don't know if you just saw
We tried that
yeah, go ahead.
We tried that in the past. It was very difficult. Maybe we were just bad at sales.
Yeah.
That could be the case.
Well, did they watch a VSL before you sold them?
No.
Yeah, that was the issue. No. I'll just tell you right now, that was the problem. So you had the right idea. You just missed one of the pieces. So the way that this would work, and maybe you'll watch this recording later, but lead magnet then goes to VSL, which is a video sales letter. So it goes to a little video that explains the nature of your stuff. And then at that point, they can schedule a call underneath, right? And then that goes to the sales, the salesperson's calendar, and then they can go on that sale and buy. And on that VSL, they should have an idea of how expensive it is.
Good.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So on this, you'll also still include BANT. So budget authority, need timing. So that'll allow you to qualify the leads. And so if you wanted to say let's just go minimum friction besides the VSL, you could say don't mention the money and don't do BANT. If you want to add friction, then you'd say I'm going to tell how much money it's going to be, and I'm going to have BANT. And so me in general, I would say that I almost always have made more money adding friction in my whole life. And it's always counterintuitive, but I almost always make more, even though my cost per call or my volume goes down. My sales efficiency for the team goes way up, close rates go up, morale goes up. And I usually am also, because the morale goes up, because they're not hearing no as often, they tend to be more aligned within me saying, okay, well, let's increase the price. And so then I start to have more leverage on the pricing lever. And so I just want to say this up front. You increasing this, you might have a double or a triple there, not a promise or a guarantee. I'm just saying that could happen. But you're still going to then, once you do that double or triple, you're still going to be in the same position you are right now, which is you're going to have to increase more of the front end. So you can still do that now, though. Why not? And especially if you're running ads, then increasing your conversion percentage will make a difference, because then you can afford more expensive traffic or buy more of it. But still, no matter what, there's going to be a runway that you're going to want to expand top of funnel awareness with. How do I do a big collaboration? How do I do some sort of brand stunt? How do I take somebody from can't speak English to getting a job that's really, and document the whole thing? That kind of stuff, aspirational. It's what's going to start making the associations with the brand over time that are going to build the bigger footprint. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
I have one thing for you. So you seem like a really savvy email marketer, and I'll say this both for a diagnostic for you and for everyone else listening. Have you had a chance to try in your other emails, which are non-deal of the week emails? Have you tried where if you're doing a piece of content and having them click out, you have some kind of tagging associated with, hey, Alex saw this specific piece of content, so he clicked out since you got a specific lead magnet. And then there's an automated offer sequence based on that click out?
No, we track by UTMs, but it wouldn't be that advanced.
Okay, well, this is actually super easy to do, by the way. If, let's say Alex gets an email about a certain topic and he clicks in the email to maybe go watch a YouTube video or whatever, you know that Alex has an interest-based click. that tags, and then 24 hours later you say, hey, based on this, here's the offer. You don't have to do anything else because that's just set up in the tag, click, auto email sequence. I would look that up because that's one of the easiest, lowest hanging fruit that you can set up, because for every email, content-based email that you can send, if I raise my hand and say I watched that or I clicked on that, you're sending me an offer entirely based on that. That is automatically pre-scheduled.
I see. Great. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, you have a lot of emails. Like this is a no-brainer where you're easily gonna get kind of automated sales machine on this one.
Yeah, great idea.
Rock and roll.
Awesome.
Appreciate you, man.
Good job.
Thank you for donating books.
Thanks very much.
No, you bet.
Thank you. Thanks for everything you do.
No, thank you, man. Seriously, and honestly, I think if you try that, I think you just literally were missing a piece of the funnel. That's all it was.
I'll let you know when I'm back in Vegas.
All right, rock and roll, man. Thank you. All right, see ya.
Thanks.
All right, let's go. Sandra Chang. Oh, it's a startup. Okay. Awesome. Okay, Sandra Chang. Let's dance. 909, Inland Empire. Little Cali. Right, your people.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to
Sandra.
reach is not available.
That's right.
Okay, Sandra. We gave it a shot. Jamie Medlin. Car washers. Or can washers or car washers? Can washers, trash can. Okay. Oh, wow. Cool, these are fun. I love these businesses.
Hello, this is Jamie.
Jamie, let's talk about washing cans.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Good. So you got what, 300,000 top line, like 120-ish bottom line? Is that what I read?
Yes.
All right, got it. So cans, got it.
Yeah,
okay.
fun little business.
Love it. Great gross margins. Really, I actually really enjoy the business overall. Okay, so 300K top line, you got good margins already, which is actually not as common as you'd think at the size you're at, because typically it's huge as great incremental margin, but typically up front. So you're probably running this very lean, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Awesome.
It is.
Dude, keep it up, man. Okay, so what? How can I help?
Well, one of the things that's kind of my go-to strategy has been offering a 50% off the initial service. And we're leveraging Google Ads and a lot of Facebook as well.
Okay. So you just running a 50% discount on can washing, and then I'm guessing you doubled your price to get your 50% discount.
Yeah, but I'm still finding that, I really feel like the volume of new customers is pretty low. And, in our industry, which, I also have a large Facebook group that I help others with. And we have a CRM we built. It's one of those things where I'm finding that 100 or so new customers a month is just really low.
Okay, let's do some math. Okay, so what's your average price point per can per month?
So
this will be fun for everyone watching. So I'm gonna do some math with you. It'll be fun. Okay, so average revenue per can or per
So with our pricing model, our average, I would say, subscription is important here as well.
Yes.
So our quarterly subscription is the most common.
Okay.
It's about 70% of what people sign up for.
Okay.
And with that, around here, on average, there's about 3 bins that they're selecting. So our base price is $35.99 for the first can bin, and then it's $5 for each additional.
Okay.
So it's about 40. I would say there are the onesies, twosies. So I would give you about a $40.99 average is what our...
Okay, I'm going to use 40 as simple math's sake. So $40 every quarter, right?
Yes.
Okay, $40 a quarter. What's churn?
I would say about 4 cancellations per month.
On what?
Oh yeah, churn percentage.
How many clients do you have on the? How many of the 4 are you? For how many clients do you? The 4 contributes to how many on the base?
Yeah. So we have over 1,000 subscriptions.
Okay, so 12, because it's times 4. It's times 3. Excuse me. So it's 4 per month. But you just gave me quarterly billing, so I need a quarterly churn. So that's 12 people per quarter. who are churning. So 1.2% churn per quarter, correct?
Yes.
Okay, got it. So this will be fun for everyone. So $40 divided by 1.02. Where's my little calculator? I mean, it's time 100, but I'll just be precise here. 40 divided by 0.012. So you have a $3,300 LTV, all right?
Yeah.
Great. And how many? And what's your sales velocity right now? You're saying 100 deals a month?
Yeah, I'd say last month we had about 130 new signups.
All right.
So it's roughly 70% quarterly, and the rest are one-time visits that we put on a. We do what we can to send promos and try to get them to repurchase, but that's what we're.
So 70% are on subscription, and the 30% are one-time cleans.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, your recurring should be stacking every month, is it not?
It is.
Okay. Well, then, dude, I think
it's a slow growth, but it's growing.
Well, yeah, because if you look at the sales velocity, it's like you should be. I mean, you actually have a shitload of runway right now before you even get close to your hypothetical max.
Yeah, and that's where we are, from a routing and just growth perspective, we're really pushing quarterly because there's also the additional, our monthly rate, which we just increased actually to kind of leverage we want the customer to essentially go to quarterly. I could stack more customers, and I have more cancellations on my monthly subscriptions than
for sure.
my quarterly.
Of course, yeah. You go to annual, even less.
Exactly, and actually our annual plan is the most canceled because they're like, oh, what? Why am I getting charged a year later?
They just forgot. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I got you.
I mean, and the part that I'm kind of struggling with is, with our Facebook ads this last month, because we also have the weather, and this I would say the shoulder seasons through winter, like it's just slow. It's almost 80% of what we actually get on signups. It's just there's not really a ton of I guess urgency for them to buy.
Yeah, so that 130 per month is only in high season, not in year round?
Correct.
Okay, so if you really sales velocity times LTV evenly distributed per month of the year will give you your hypothetical max. Have you done that math?
I haven't.
Okay. So I'll tell you a little secret from an M&A side. One of my favorite things to do is try and buy into a company where they're like, oh, we're doing 100 deals a month and we're doing, we got a $20 a month, subscription, but our churn's 5%. And so if I know that, then I know that company is going to do 1,000 times 1,000, which means they're going to get to $1 million a month, but they're currently at 200. And so then I can just say, cool, I'll value the company at what it's currently at, but I already know it has a 5x literally sitting inside of it if I change nothing. And so right now, I don't know what your true sales velocity is because you said that was a high season, so we actually have to take the blended. So it is lower, which makes more sense for your impatience. But you still probably have a significant amount of runway compared to what you're currently at, because you're at $300,000 a year, and you're way outselling that right now. It's just slow because it's so onesie twosie to your point. So I think that we need to create so right now you said ads is your primary way of getting customers?
It is, and in the summertime, we're this past month we're on target to do about 3,000 or more in ad spend.
Yeah.
Which, and with that 50% off, I'm kind of my new customers are essentially covering my cost. Of acquisition, but we're still obviously, it's not really where.
Yeah. Can I give you something? So right now, you could probably spend more money and get more customers, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you're in a business that's capital intensive. It's just the nature of the business you're in. It takes a ton of time to get it spun up. You have to have trucks. There's all this other stuff, right? It is capital intensive, which is why many people do take on funding or take big loans to start this out, because the issue that you're dealing with right now, now that being said, you have bootstrapped it, which is great, right? But basically that $120,000, what does it cost you to get a customer right now?
I bet you it's nothing.
About $25.
Yeah, right. Dude, your LTV to CAC is through the fucking roof. Yeah. So, like, said differently, if I were to take that $25, like your $120,000 of profit could translate to 480,000 customers. Sorry, I did that math wrong. Sorry, I did it put quarters instead of $25. My bad. So divided by 4. So it'd be 40,000 customers. 30,000 customers. Jeez, sorry, my brain's going melted. So 30,000 customers is if you took 100% of your personal income and put it into the business as advertising. You would make no profit, but you'd grow a lot faster. And this is fundamentally, like, this is the nature of why, this is the way VC-backed companies are supposed to run. Now, many of them have just, like, messed up economics to begin with. But you have extremely good economics. It's just at a delay for you to recoup it. But they essentially become an annuity because your churn is virtually nothing.
So here's a question. Would you, if you had $120,000 to dump into ads right now, would you?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm fortunate in this situation that I'm kind of an absentee owner in this business.
Dude, this is a no question then.
Yeah.
So if you actually can provide for yourself, I take that $10,000 a month and I'd say $10,000 buys me 2,500 new clients a month.
Correct.
That's $4. Jesus, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
my brain is just dead. Thank you. $400. Sorry, 400 new customers a month. 400 new customers a month is what you'd be getting if you put the whole $10,000 in. And so by the end of the year, you'd have another 4,000 customers, 5,000 customers. And then again, this starts to stack because by the end of that year, now you have an extra $10 times 4,000. You have another $40,000 a month. Huge.
Right.
Now, what are your gross margins, by the way?
So it's about, I mean,
because you are pretty cheap. You are pretty cheap.
Yeah, I would say it's around. Excuse me, I actually need to double check this.
Yeah, worth knowing.
Yeah,
worth knowing.
Yeah, it is. It's just, let's see. I mean, like I said, that was kind of an annualized rate, which was around 300 or so thousand, and then about 114,000 is our take home.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, go ahead.
No. Three really mechanical things. Mechanical thing number one is just for you as the absentee owner here, or just the investor, I would say. I actually prefer investor over absentee owner. It's much better languaging around that. I would offer to count all numbers in the same time period, because I think if you run all numbers as a quarterly time period number, it'll be easier to talk about it and think about it, especially since your packages are quarterly. I would almost kind of...
Your whole life has to be quarterly, otherwise it's confusing. Like, I sell this many a month, I've got churn is this much a month, this much is billed quarter. Like, everything should be quarterly if that's how you bill.
Yeah, that would be mechanical idea number one. Idea number two is if you can afford and if you can actually deploy to this 10 grand a month idea into the business and you have the capacity to service it, this feels like a no-brainer to do overall. And the third thing, this Alex may want to comment on this one, is I'm ultra curious about a little bit of sales scripting on the 30% to actually get them to do recurring. Maybe there is either an offer at play, maybe a rollover offer at play, something at play here, because you've spent the $25 acquiring the one-time client. Yeah. Could you, and your quarterly is 40, if I rolled it over, I still make money.
Yeah.
So
what's the offer that you're giving them? So I'll give you, the nice thing is I've been in recurring revenue my whole life. So this problem's already been solved. So what do you think? I'm just going to walk you through it. So what do you think if I go and I show up at a gym here in Vegas and I say, hey, I want a day pass? What do you think they're going to charge me?
Probably nothing.
So actually it's the opposite of that. So a good gym should charge a ton for a day pass for this reason, the same problem you're dealing with. Provided you're local, if you're, whatever. Anyways, doesn't matter. So if let's say the membership is $25 a month, okay? We'll just keep it simple. So it's $25 a month. Their day pass will probably be $50. So they say, hey, if you want, you can sign up for a day pass, or for $25 a day, you just become a member.
Yeah, that makes sense. In our one time, it is significantly more than the quarterly.
How much?
And it's about, I'd say on average, it's about 50% more expensive.
It just feels like a scripting thing. I think you're going to eke out.
Yeah.
You're going to eke out some, because if you can get the 70
Yeah, the other
30 to even, this may not look like a lot, to 80-20. You're with your CAC to LTV numbers and putting more money in on the front end, this is going to grow exponentially.
And, I've toyed around with the idea of removing one-times completely and only offering subscription at this point, because we've kind of reached that inflection point where it's like, in the beginning, we just really did want to grab as many customers. And
heard.
Kind of, garbage can cleaning is just a newer thing.
Yeah.
And so it was education.
So you could charge $100 for one clean or $40 a quarter. I feel like you do that, people are like, oh my God. So it's like, so it's $13 a month or it's $100 today. It's like, so you're basically going to get 2.5 quarters done for the rest of this next 6 months if you just sign up. I would just go A/B close on this. Okay. And I would also say on top of that, if you want to use a money model, right? You want to use the money model mechanism. On top of this being less, I'll also add in this other element that's a sealant that'll decrease the smell of your can or whatever, right? Just some little thing that is only available if they take the membership. So not only is it less, they also get more. When you do that, the A/B, the other one-time thing will price anchor. So what you have right now, when you go through the Money Models book, is read the decoy offer, which is an attraction offer. I think it's the third or fourth offer in the attraction mechanisms. And it explains how you can price the difference in both of these things, of like what discrepancy you want between the recurring and the one-time, because sometimes the one-times can still be valuable, right? Like if you know that you're going to get 10% of people that pay 20 times more, you can factor that into your cost of acquisition. And like you actually can cash flow because you're saying, oh, well, some of these we can maybe break even. And as you spend more on ads, which you will, the cost of acquisition will go up, right? So having some liquidation up front with maybe 10% of people paying 4 times more, not a bad thing.
Oh, that sounds good.
Okay.
And something that we have implemented is after a one-time, our automation kicks out, like asking if they want to upgrade the plan.
No, you want to sell them right then, man. You want to sell them right then. Yeah. So people have very large motivation for very small periods of time. Yeah. So like latency beats intensity by a mile.
Okay.
Cool? So,
hey, thank you so much.
So I just want to summarize. Mechanic number 1 is you're going to talk everything in terms of quarters. Number 2, you should know and calculate your gross margins. Super important. Because your LTV, I did lifetime revenue, not lifetime gross profit. And we would want to know lifetime gross profit, number 2. Number 3, get everything in terms of quarters and then figure out what your hypothetical max will be for the business. Number 4, then I would say take your $10,000 a month and I would dump 100% of that into the business to grow. That's if your goal is to grow, to be clear. But I'm aggressive, and so I would just want to grow it as fast as I could. But I would just say, okay, well, maybe if I put that much, I don't know if I can handle 400 deals a month. If you can't, then just scale your ad spend to your sales constraint, and then that'll be the next constraint we solve. Cool?
Cool.
Rock and roll.
Thank you so much.
Dude, thanks for donating books, man. Seriously, appreciate it.
Yeah. Good job, man.
Of course.
All right. Rock and roll.
All right. Bye.
All right, bye.
While Alex is getting the next call ready, I saw a lot of comments in the chat as we talked about quarterly, monthly, gross profit, et cetera. Just FYI, there are a few key numbers that it would be helpful for you to know, because if you know that, then people can actually help you with your business. And it gives you a diagnostic on your business. So 3 really important numbers to know. Number 1 is your total revenue. The second is your gross profit. And the third is your net profit. If you know those 3 and you share it with somebody, a coach, a consultant, et cetera, it's easier to help you with those numbers. Second, we don't see this very often, but you want to tie your time period kind of language to the time periods of your general offers. It's easier to calculate that way. Otherwise, you have to do everything in your head, and then you'll start to mess up. And so even Alex and I got tripped up a little bit because we're doing quarterly, monthly, et cetera. So that's kind of like number 2. Number 3, though, if you're ever in between someone's taking a one-time and someone's taking a subscription, there is insane like leverage and variance there. That's what the money models teach you, right? You want more continuity offers. Like, what is a money model? Like, to get more customers to pay you more money in less time, over and over again. The over and over again is the best part.
Yeah.
So you want
the best part.
No, it is, right? And so if that also means that you have to provide a rollover offer or a discount or a decoy offer, something to get that 30% in his case to become a subscription-based offer, that's a really good thing. So if you have a split between subscription and one-time, spend some time thinking about how you translate the one-times into more subscription-based offers. 2 things will happen. 1, you'll make more revenue, and 2, you'll actually start to deliver a better client experience because you want to keep those people longer, so it'll make you a better business.
Also, I just saw some of the chats, like, why did I not get the launch blueprint? The launch blueprint, number one, is digital, but number two, the launch is still going on. So I have to wait till the launch finishes. So I'm not going to send you a half-finished, product, right? So once the launch terminates, that means all the texts, all the emails, all that stuff is finished. You'll get it, all right? And so again, all that'll come on Tuesday morning for you guys, all right? So just as a heads up for those of you who are like, what happened? I promise you, I'm not trying to withhold, the launch blueprint. We're still in it. We're still doing it, right? We're still going. All right. So with that being said, Mahek Varani Roy. All right. Commercial refrigeration. That sounds fun.
Greatest businesses, man.
Really? Commercial fridge? Well, yeah, I mean, there's probably like 10 of them and they can charge whatever they want. Yeah, that sounds interesting.
Hello.
Mahek, what's up?
Hey, Alex.
Hi. What's revenue? What's holding you back? How can we help?
Awesome. Revenue is about $1 million. Gross margins around 40%.
Nice. Oh, gross. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So 250. Yeah. 250 net.
250 net. Yeah.
Okay. Got it. 40% gross margins. Got it. All right. Commercial refrigeration. Got it. Okay. So what's holding you back?
I think pricing. I think I sent in the context text like qualified leads, sales team, and pricing. But since we're talking money models right now, let's go with pricing. I sell a commodity. It's $100,000 per ticket commodity, but it is in the end like hard to differentiate like the value of a $50,000 walk-in cooler versus a $100,000 walk-in cooler, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of, I think, where I'm struggling because I was at this workshop and Ed gave me some good advice about referral bonuses, which I implemented. Got 2 new clients out of that. So I spent $5,000 on the referral bonus, got a $100,000 client and a $50,000.
So you ROI'd the day. Fantastic.
I did. And then the challenge was that one of the clients that I did pick up from that is really price sensitive. So someone comes along with like, an offer that's $5,000 less than ours, and they'll go with that instead of ours, even though we can provide. I would perceive as more value because we actually have stronger communication, which is very rare in the construction industry.
Yeah, I heard. Can I cut you off because I want to help you out because I'm pretty sure I know what you need to do.
Please go ahead.
Okay. So the thing is that like for sure you're providing more value. They just don't know you're providing more value. So it's a communication issue. So we have to frame it. And so I'll explain that differently. So number one, we have 3 vectors of value, right? We have risk, we have ease, and we have speed, right? So you want to win on one or more of those, ideally in terms of your core deliverable. Now, for the business that you're in, I'm going to bet that speed and risk are going to be maybe even actually you have vectors in all 3. We need to basically calculate the cost that they have to incur over a longer period of time by using a competitor versus using you. And so when they factor that into the overall price, it should be a steal. Does that make sense?
I think so, but I would love an example.
So let's say that because the communication is poor, it's like this is where our industry averages and stats are super valuable from a selling perspective. I would say, okay, it turns out the average commercial refrigerator breaks down once every 9 months or every 18 months or whatever the number is, right? It says like now, unfortunately, every 18 months though, it costs 30% of the average commercial refrigerator in terms of price to fix it, or I don't know what the price is, right? And so the thing is that with the vast majority of other people, they're going to save you $1 today and cost you $4 tomorrow. I'm going to charge you $2 today and save you $4 tomorrow.
Gotcha.
And then that way you can price in the savings of the additional services and value that you provide.
Yeah. A quick question for you: when you get this kind of commoditized, price competition, let's say there's a $50,000 offer from you and a $45,000 offer from someone else, how do you respond to that?
Right now, we're doing it wrong by just saying we'll match, or if it's like a significant difference, which sometimes they'll be like, oh, well, they're giving it to me for $30,000. Oh, send me the quote for that so I can compare to make sure that the quality of the products and services are the same.
Right.
So that's our current response to those two.
Got it. So I think you're doing it. By the way, matching is okay if your economics work on the matching. So as long as your team knows when to match, and if the matching is still profitable, that works. The one offer, let's talk about the matching for a second. If you are going to match something, then I would try to find a way to upsell something else. So for example, you can say, hey, we're happy to match that. In fact, I'd love to offer you a 4-year lifetime, 4-year warranty for X that only kicks in year 2. Right? That way, at least you have a potential price increase coming in year 2 that they have to potentially buy, because they know that now you're giving up and matching a little bit now. So if you are matching, instead of taking it on the chin today and not ever getting it back, you can take it on the chin today, match, and then give it and kind of get back some value later. And when you delay them having to pay something out, it doesn't feel as bad. So something for your team to think about on that idea. Give me a second one. If you are competing on price, I think you're doing the right thing from a comparing the invoice perspective. That process, as Alex said, having the 3 vectors of value is really powerful, because if I come back and say, hey, they're willing to offer it for 40,000, you're at 50,000, whatever artifact we send back to them needs to be on point. So what is that like? I would spend a little bit of time looking at that, because if that is hey, they're only looking at 40 versus 50, they're not looking at time in operations. They're not looking at risk of it going down. They're not looking at, the ability to manage the same temperatures. I'm making up stuff. I don't know exactly from an industry nomenclature perspective, but they don't know the things. They're only looking at the one thing they do know, which is the pricing. So we have to provide them some kind of diagnostic report on the things that they don't know, because then you're now creating the value add that no one else has addressed in that way, if that makes sense.
It does. How do I deliver that? Because I think right now what I do to deliver that is just respond, give them a call back and walk through verbally on the phone, because these clients are either general contractors and always on the road, or they own capital groups and don't want to waste time on a 5-minute or 10-minute Zoom call to get a price comparison.
Right.
So I'd call them and give them a verbal, okay, well, in this quote that's 10,000, 15,000 less, you're missing X, Y, and Z. And in our quote, we have that, and this is a value add.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Yeah. No, I think you're on point. There are 2 suggestions that I would make on that one. And by the way, you hit the nail on the head. How you communicate the price differential and show the value differential, if you will, adding the 3 vectors is really important. Two ideas. Idea number 1, if there is a way for you to do this, it would be awesome if you prepared whatever you prepare. Say you've got a PDF or whatever that you've prepared, and if you can record a 1 to 2 minute screen share of it, and then just send them a link, like a Loom video, send them a link to that saying, hey, Sharon, just worked on this for you. I break down the entire value of this in a 1 to 2 minute thing. Just click the button. You can watch it on 2x speed. It'll show you how we can we can save you $10,000 more over the long run. So you frame it, and then you still have the proof in this 1 to 2 minute video where you don't even have to take the call. So that would be idea number 1. Here's idea number 2. A lot of people don't utilize this, and I think you can utilize this in the modern kind of era of all of this. You can take the PDF that you already made. I'm assuming, let's say you made a spreadsheet or a PDF of some sort. You can pick the PDF that you already made, upload it to AI, and say, build me an interactive dashboard based on this and give me a public link. And then take that public link and say, hey, I built a dashboard for you to see how we're going to save you $10,000 over 3 years. Here's the link. And then the contractor can just click it. It have beautiful graph pops up, and they see the value there. So very easily you can take your raw data and convert it to something pretty visual pretty quickly.
Okay. I love the AI idea. That's super helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. Awesome. I think you're on your way, because you've got the right margins in place. And I'm assuming each of these contracts carry over for a certain amount of time too, right?
Yes. So typically any general contractor or retail group will do anywhere between $300,000 to $500,000 a year with us, and they typically will just stay with us for 5 years.
Amazing. Well, this is why it makes sense to, if you're okay doing the matching up front. My only recommendation on the matching up front, I think you do the matching up front if your cost structure works, but I would offer to sell some kind of 5-year warranty that doesn't kick in until year 2 that they can buy, that you can amortize over the next 4 years. And as long as it's delayed over the term, you're going to get a lot more buyers for it.
I actually did try that. So I didn't match last year, and I made less sales, but I had 10% higher margins. This year I started matching, and my margins went down 10%. And like the only new clients I've gotten is from like the referrals.
Yeah.
So like,
Yeah.
I've seen my local competitor who's sitting in the market for about 30 years, and I've been able to calculate their margins, and they're down to 30. So I have like, if I keep matching, I will be pushed down to that.
Of course.
And, okay.
I think you hit the nail on the head. If you match to start getting people in the door, especially if you're losing market share, so you match a little bit if your cost structure works. I would love if you didn't have to match. A lot of times I offer to folks that if they are matching, match the first year and then reset to the market on the second year, because you can say, hey, I'll match it on the first year. I know you liked working with me. I want to make sure that there's no delta in the first year for you, and then we'll earn your business in the year or two. Most people are like, wait, she's giving in, which feels pretty good. That's one. But as soon as I would love for more a value prop based analysis, maybe a Loom video or this little AI graph. That alone will give you a way to stand out, which I'm pretty sure your competitors are not doing right now.
I'm pretty sure as well.
Yeah.
This has been super, super helpful.
Yeah.
The only other question I have is on how to generate more qualified leads. If we have time to run over that.
Yeah, let's do it really quick. So where are you're getting mainly from referrals right now?
So I get 2 to 5 leads from referrals. I have a marketing spend of about $40,000 per year, and I get like 5 clients per year.
Okay.
So it's not like great numbers. Volume is too low.
Right. Do the current referral sources that you have, do they have the ability to refer you more?
I believe so, but I don't think my referral bonus really incentivizes them, because they usually will send the referral before I even like mention the amount of the bonus.
Right. And is the bonus, you don't have to tell me what it is, but is the bonus material or is it a token? Say again?
$5,000.
Oh, I mean, that's for making an introduction. That's not bad, right?
I would think it's not bad.
Yeah. And who are these referral sources? Who exactly are they?
Previous clients. So like one client who in their network has other GCs or other capital groups that they just know. They're like, hey, I used this person. They did a good job. And they'll refer me even before like I tell them how much they'll get,
Yeah. Have you had a chance to go to the existing client base and discuss or promote the referral bonus idea, or is it only as and when it happens?
I have gone through my whole list and like talked to them about the referral bonuses. Where like everyone, I've spoken to them about that in particular.
Got it. Is there a way to is there a way to explain to new kind of capital groups, et cetera, as to you can just pitch directly the referral bonus only? So is there a way to walk in and say, hey, here's what I do. I'm not looking for your business, but as you see this, here's how we serve our clients. Can you create referral only partnerships?
That is a good idea. We have done that with people who work with capital groups and work with general contractors, but we haven't done that with GCs and capital groups themselves yet.
Last question on this one. Is there a way to throw like a GC event?
There is, but I wouldn't know what would actually bring them in.
Huh.
Like, I don't know what value to offer them.
That may be worth cracking, because if they can look to you as a, what would this person appreciate to turn around and become a referral source? I mean, that may be something to crack.
Yeah, there's actually someone in the school group chat that runs these events. Maybe I will.
Oh, even better. Even better.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, try that, and if you make one of those cool charts, please send it to us, because we'd love to see it too.
Sound good. In the school group, let me know where to send it, or I'll just post it there.
Yeah, just post it. Yeah, post it so everyone can see it. Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for donating books. Thank you for helping entrepreneurs. We appreciate you.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Have a great day, y'all.
You too.
Bye.
All right, y'all. It is time. It's 2:00. So, Mike, can you put a 3-minute timer up? Because I'm just gonna wrap this up. I do want to say thank you guys so much. The launch blueprint. Everyone who buys while this is live will get it, and then it's gone again. So, yeah, if you were watching and felt like doing that, that'd be great. I'm going to eat. I'm going to eat. Super excited about that. And I know I just saw some people like, I just came in. I'll do the world's shortest recap for anybody who's new. So the whole point of this launch was to get people to donate as many books as possible. You heard a lot of the stories of people who were like, hey, I read your books, and I was able to start my business or grow my business, or it got me out of debt or whatever. And I mean, books is something that's changed my life. And I've been a writer for most of my life. A lot of guys don't know that, but I was the editor-in-chief of the literary magazine. I was vice editor of the newspaper when I was in high school. I got a writing scholarship. And so I actually really do enjoy writing. And so I spent the last 2 years basically writing these for you guys, and taking 1,000+ businesses and trying to document every single thing that they had wrong with them, and then trying to create specific playbooks to help them solve it. And the whole purpose of that was to incentivize business owners to donate as many books as possible, to help more entrepreneurs. And I see that as just kind of this self-licking ice cream cone that compounds over time. So that's why this whole book drive, this whole donation drive worked that way, for those of you who are curious. All right, that being said, there's 4 systems that basically ladder up to the 4 biggest constraints that we found. One is leads. So there's 4 big problems in leads. It's like you have an ads issue, you've got a hooks issue, you've got a branding issue, you've got a marketing issue, which is an operational issue. The lead system you get for free, all 4 playbooks when you donate $200. The sales system has lead nurture, closing, and proof, which basically ladder up to get them to schedule, get them to show, get them to close once they do, and get them to close faster and at higher prices with proof checklist. All 3 of those playbooks are also free when you donate $200. These are all hard copies, by the way. There's nothing digital. Delivery, which is going to be LTV and retention, get them to pay longer and get them to spend more money on it. So that is also free when you donate $200. And then the last of the 4 systems is the profit implementation system. It's the big thing here is that we found is that a lot of people are mispriced. And so it's either they're not soliciting their existing customers long enough, or they're just not charging enough for what they do. And like they're doing everything else right, they're just not doing that. And these 3 playbooks basically break down specifically, say, okay, we're not soliciting our existing customers enough, which is what the Fast Cash Calendar and Fast Cash Checklist is for. Pricing is just overarching, like how do we position our pricing such that, I thought I was gonna do it in 3 minutes, but maybe give me like another minute. And then price raise playbook is basically how do you communicate a widespread change to an existing customer base that will ultimately allow you to charge more. It's one of the, I want to say easiest, it's one of the gutsiest things that you can do in the business, but also I read you a bunch of stories of people who did it and it like made a huge difference in their lives. All right. So those are the 4 systems. You get all of those free when you donate $200. I also did 226 one-on-one consultations. So people paid $135,000 to have me individually consult their business. And the main purpose of that was I spent 2 years doing this. I showed you some of the pictures of every one of the days of basically breaking down all those businesses, and I would just deliver them all in one day. And so this is literally all the notes from 2 years. This was like an unbelievable amount of work. And I did this so that I could train the AI on how to apply the playbooks to any type of business across industries. And so I named a whole bunch of them. Your business is probably included in one of the businesses that I worked with, or more than one. And so that's what the AI was there for, was to help you apply it. And then the ACQ implementation workshop, we charge $35,000 in person for this. I will be leading you through it for free if you also donate $200. And the main outcome of this is that you can figure out which one of these to apply and how to use the tool. That's kind of how I see this. It's like, how do I use the tool as best way possible with skill, which is like, we use this tool internally as well. Okay, so you'll get all 4 of the systems: lead system, sales system, delivery system, profit system, free. You get the AI, free. You get the ACQ virtual implementation workshop, free. And while the live stream is on, which, all right, give me 45 seconds. Sorry. All right, thank you. All right, and then you get the live, the launch blueprint. Sorry if my adrenals are just shot at this point. All right, but you'll get the launch blueprint for free, which includes everything that we did to launch this Guinness World Record-breaking launch. So the emails, the texts, the VSL scripts, the internal memos, all 1,700 slides that you guys saw today, which if you want to just model it, it's one of the easiest things. You just copy it and then put in the pieces that you want to just replace with whatever you sell. All of that, this comes free, but this comes down in, all right, give them, like, sorry, I'm like talking to them. Okay, give it 4 minutes. 4 minutes, that's it. That's the last one, okay? So do that. All of those are free when you donate $200. Just logistics for you. You'll get a code. So you'll actually get, this is what you'll actually get in the mail, all right, just so you can understand. So you're going to get a box that looks like this, okay? Inside of it, you'll have a binder like this that'll have all 12 playbooks inside of it. And so you'll be able to, put them in there. And then on top of that, you'll have the Money Models book. And some of you guys also got the ACQ handbooks for advertising and sales. And so you'll also have those in there if you chose to add 15 more books, I think, to the order, something like that. And so that's what's inside of this box that you'll get in the mail. Now, the things that you'll get access to digitally is that you'll get the login for this so that you can actually use the AI. People are already using it. I shared some of the stories. People were very excited about it. On top of that, you'll get the details about how to attend the ACQ Virtual Workshop. And this one will come after the launch is over on Tuesday morning, okay? And the reason for that is because, and this is digital, because we're literally still making it. And the reason it's Tuesday morning is because the launch is over. It's not over yet. And so I couldn't send you something that we hadn't finished yet. And so that's why this comes later, okay? So you guys have 2 minutes and 53 seconds. So if you've been like, hey, I want to do it now. All the launch collateral will come down when the live stream is off. And I'm pretty sure this is the last live stream that I'm going to do before the car closes. So just want to say thank you guys so much. If you guys enjoyed Hormozi Hotline. And can I give a little shout out to my man Sharon for coming filling in so that I can pee. But you guys are awesome. And we wouldn't have been able to do this record without you guys. And I feel almost weird saying it's like our record because I kind of just see it like as an entrepreneur record. I just feel like there should be one entrepreneur on the list for nonfiction, since we're the ones paying everyone else's taxes anyways. So anyways, thank you guys so much. It's been a true honor. I put a huge amount of work into this. I'm very confident that you will get value from it. And fundamentally, it's because these are the things we do. These aren't theories. We know they work as long as you work them. Again, it's not a promise or a guarantee. Everyone's a little bit personalized, which is why I spent so much time trying to make this as good as I reliably could. And yeah, so it's been a ride. So a minute 38. You guys can finish your checkouts. I'll go down. I'll go down with the shit. I will stay on to the last second with you guys. It's funny because I tell a lot of the stories of how each one of these playbooks. I'll tell you some of the stories that I learned in order to figure out these pieces, and I would get stuck trying to make this work. The story I told you about the closing playbook is real. When I was flying around the country doing gym launches, I had if a guy couldn't close, I would lose a huge amount of money, and so I would have to fly out and retrain them as quickly as possible. And so I got good at sales training because I had to, and the fast cash playbook that I said, I learned that because Sam, the guy that I joined the gym owner group with, he was like, hey man, just send this email to your list. And I was like, what does it do? And he's like, just send it. And I was like, okay. And so it was Big Booty Boot Camp. It was the first thing I ever did that was an immediate upsell to my existing customer base. And it ended up paying my rent for 2 months. And it was very meaningful for me. And so I was like, oh man, what if I did more of these and did more often and rotate them? And then it became Big Booty Boot Camp and Holiday Hangover and, spring, accountability buddies. And I was sexy, buns and guns. And I did everything I could to come up with these different plays. And then I came up with a system around it. And so anyways, you get all this stuff free when you donate $200. Live stream offer comes down in 12 seconds. So that's going to cut off in the Shopify store momentarily. Otherwise, the other stuff is done until the launch is up, but the live stream bonus ends right now. So thank you guys so much. Appreciate you guys. And I love you. All right. Bye.